Chapter 1 of The Man with the Black Cord. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. Leopold Erlach disappears. The little hamlet of Inzersdorf, near Vienna, enjoyed the melancholy distinction of being one of the very few spots in the vicinity of the Austrian capital which did not lay claim to natural beauty. The dusty, straggling little village existed mainly for the sake of the great brickworks, which were its chief industry. There were few people in Inzersdorf living there from choice. Almost everybody had something to do with the brickworks or with the official administration of the village. But here and there on the dreary expanse of open fields and moors lay the oasis of a private garden or small park, surrounding its dwelling-house, and in its turn hidden from the passers-by on the high roads by tall brick walls. Among these homes of greater ease, the Erlach mansion was one of the oldest and best known. The house itself, imposing in structure in spite of its 1.5 stories only in height, was of the solid build of a former century, and had its every door and window guarded by heavy iron bars. The slow growth of many years had enwrapped the severity of its exterior in a mass of rich-toned green, 6 different clinging plants striving for a place there. This rather unusual completeness of nature's encroachment gave the building the popular name of the greenhouse. Mr. Leopold Erlach, the owner of this attractive property, was neither popular nor gregarious. Few visitors passed the heavy gates in the high brick wall that enclosed the pleasant, well-kept garden with its wealth of flower beds under spreading trees. On a bright September morning, warm even for the season, although following a night of storm, the greenhouse dozed in its customary quiet. The gardener moved silently about the grounds at his task of gathering up the leaves and twigs torn down by the night wind. Within the kitchen, Mrs. Theresa Tunner, Mr. Erlach's cook and housekeeper, stood at the table preparing her master's breakfast tray. Her movements were slow and heavy, and the expression of her worn and haggard face, which yet gave evidences of refinement beyond her station, was more than usually distraught and uneasy. She caught herself 2 or 3 times in little forgetfulnesses of the daily routine, even in such a simple matter as preparing the breakfast, and it took a visible effort for her to pull herself together. She was well aware of the fact that any carelessness coming to Mr. Erlach's notice might cost her her place, for this elderly bachelor was a very particular and exacting employer, and there were many changes in his household force. The few people who had occasion to observe it were rather surprised that a woman of so sensitive a nature as Mrs. Tunner could have endured his eccentricities for nearly 2 years. When the tray was finally ready and carried into the dining room, Mrs. Tunner was relieved to find that Mr. Erlach was not already seated there, as was his usual custom. It gave her time to cast a last glance around and to see whether everything was in order. Then she returned to her own room, which lay between the kitchen and the dining room, and through which she had to pass when going to and fro between these rooms. She left the door into the dining room open that she might hear Mr. Erlach when he came out from his own bedchamber. Mrs. Tunner sank down into a chair, and her eyes, full of dreary despair, glanced abstractedly about the neat little apartment. Suddenly she started. A quick flush mounted to her faded cheeks, and she sprang from her seat. She had caught sight of a bright-colored piece of silk, a man's neck muffler, which lay thrown over the arm of the sofa. She snatched it up and threw it into a cupboard drawer, looking about uneasily. Then she relaxed into troubled thought again, until suddenly the realization that Mr. Erlach had not yet entered the dining room penetrated her consciousness. She glanced at the clock and saw that the tray had been standing on the table for 15 minutes. She rose, took the hot milk and the coffee back to the kitchen and put them on the stove. Then she went to her own room again, but a feeling of growing unease would not let her rest. Such a change in her employer's methodical habits was unprecedented. Mrs. Tunner walked slowly into the dining room and stood there waiting and listening for some noise from her master's apartment. In the utter stillness of the heavy-walled house, her own breath seemed to stop, as she stood there with her hands pressed to her heart. Then, as if driven by some impulse she could not understand, the woman moved forward slowly until she found herself in the hall in front of the bedroom door. Here she knelt with her ear to the keyhole and listened again. Not a sound, No moving about, not even a breath, came from within. The kneeling woman rose suddenly to her feet and fell back against the door jamb, her face ghastly pale, her lips parted in a gasping sob. Her heart stood still before the sudden horror that had seized it. She controlled herself with an effort and turned the doorknob resolutely. The door was locked on the inside, another most unusual thing. But in spite of its unusualness, this fact seemed to bring relief to Mrs. Tunner's mind. She moved quickly to the next door down the hall, which led into Mr. Erlach's study. This door also was locked on the inside, and again Mrs. Tunner felt a surge of relief roll over her troubled mind. But it was only momentary. The dread came back again, and she beat at the door, rattling the knob and calling her employer's name loudly. No sound came from within the closed rooms. "Oh, what is it? What is the matter? What has happened?" exclaimed the woman. She ran to the front door and found it locked as usual. The outer iron gate was also locked, and the keys of both doors were presumably in their usual place on the little table near Mr. Erlach's bed. The now thoroughly frightened woman hurried back to the dining room and through it and her own room to the kitchen. The straight, broad hall that ran the length of the house was divided 2/3 of its length by a cross wall, so that it was necessary to go through the dining room to reach the kitchen and the back door. As she passed through her own room and also in the kitchen, Mrs. Tunner cast a glance of anxious scrutiny in every corner. Some hideous, unspoken fear lay in her eyes, crushed down by a conscious effort of the will. She paused in the kitchen for a moment and then went to the back door of the house and called to the gardener. Andreas Till, bending over a flower bed, looked up with a start as he heard the woman's voice. For in spite of Mrs. Tunner's effort to control herself, the words came in a tone of agony. "What's the matter?" cried Till, running up to the door. "Mr. Erlach, he hasn't come out of his room. I don't hear him moving about." "Well, what is there to be frightened about in that?" Come to his room." "Did you knock?" "Of course." "Well, come on. Let's see what the matter is." In spite of his bluster, the gardener felt the contagion of Mrs. Tunner's anxiety, and he followed her into the house with a grave face. They knocked and beat at the doors, shook the knobs and called loudly, but still there was no sound from within. Maybe he's gone out," murmured Mrs. Tunner between pale lips. "I've been up since dawn," answered Till. "He's not gone out since then. Anyway, I opened the little gate myself an hour ago, and it was bolted then. He couldn't have bolted it behind him." "But the great gate?" "The iron bar was in its place. The bar that locks it from the inside, you know." As the gardener spoke, he bent to look through the keyhole. He saw a pale glimmer of light within the darkened bedroom, and the stale odor of heated oil came to his nostrils. The little night light by the bedside was still burning. "The key is inside," said Till. "He hasn't left his room." The two looked at each other with an anxious question in their eyes. "I'm going to the factory to get a locksmith to open these doors. I'll ask them to telephone for the doctor, too." With these words, the gardener started on a quick pace back into the kitchen. Mrs. Tunner followed, panting. "You needn't be so frightened," said Till when he saw her face in the bright light. "Old people like that can have a stroke easy, or go off into a fainting fit." Oh, let us pray that it's only a fainting fit," gasped Mrs. Tunner. The gardener shook his head, surprised at the agony in her voice. "Why, you're all shook up. You'd better go over to my house, or I'll send my wife here to you." "Hello, who's that?" he exclaimed as the bell of the back door jangled over their heads. When the gardener had left the room, Mrs. Tunner sank into a chair, and dropping her arms on the table, she buried her face in them, sobbing convulsively. "Oh, thank God, she gasped between her sobs. "Both doors are locked from the inside. No one could get into his room. No one. It must be only that he is ill." When Till and his wife came in a few moments later, they were surprised at this evidence of emotion on the part of the usually silent, reserved woman. "Don't take on so," said the gardener. "We'll have the doctor here soon. Wagner dropped in to see if there was any work for him after the storm, so I sent him over to the brick factory. He's younger and quicker than I am. He ought to find somebody there by this time, and we'll have those doors open in a jiffy." Then the three sat down to wait in a silence broken only by Mrs. Tunner's gasping breath and an occasional murmur of sympathy from little Mrs. Till. The brick factory was less than half a mile distant from the Erlach property, and in a short time the assistant gardener, Wagner, came running up the garden path, followed by a locksmith. The group of frightened servants watched the operation of opening the door and then peered anxiously into the dimly lighted room. The shutters were tight closed on both windows, and the light that fell through the half-open door into the study beyond made a twilight in which the dying flame of the little night lamp flickered pale. The bed was empty. The housekeeper hurried to the windows and threw open the shutters. Then she looked around her. Leopold Erlach was not in his bedroom. Till went through into the sitting room, and in a moment his voice came to the listeners in a note of surprise and fear. "He's not here either." "Not there either?" repeated Mrs. Tunner, bewildered. The locksmith, a young man with an intelligent face, held back Mrs. Till and Faulkner in the corridor. "You stay where you are," he said. "There's something wrong here, and you'd better keep out of it." "It's enough to drive one crazy," said Till, mopping his brow. Mrs. Tunner stood as if dazed, and the gardener had to fairly push her back into the corridor. "You go in and look," he said to the locksmith. "I can't find him. He's gone." "Then I don't see what good my looking can do. I've done all I can. I'm willing to give my testimony about the doors to the constable when he comes." "Oh, yes, we must send for the constable. I don't know what I'm doing. It's all so queer," stammered Till. "Faulkner, you run to the police station. I'd better stay here." Mrs. Till went to the door with Faulkner, while Mrs. Tunner, Till, and the locksmith remained in the room. The gardener brought a chair for Mrs. Tunner, who could hardly hold herself upright. Then they waited in silence while the shadow of suspense and fear sank down over the vine-wrapped house. Chief Constable Kern came himself, and heard the story from the three witnesses. Each had only the same simple facts to tell: all doors locked from the inside, iron bars at all the windows, and yet Mr. Erlach missing. "It's a queer go," said Kern. "Some of those bars at the windows must be looser than they look." The constable entered the bedroom, taking the locksmith with him, while the others at his command remained in the corridor. The bed had evidently been occupied, but looked as if it had been vacated in haste. This was the only sign of disorder, however, and the two bunches of keys as well as Mr. Erlach's watch lay undisturbed on the little table by the bed. But there were no clothes to be seen anywhere. The suit and the underwear which he had had on the day before, even his shoes and socks, were missing, as well as the nightshirt which was usually laid ready for him on the bed. In the sitting room everything showed in its usual neatness, for Mr. Erlach was a most orderly old gentleman and exceedingly tidy about all his belongings. One half of one of the high windows stood open, but the iron bars in front of it did not yield even to the pressure of two pairs of strong arms. Nothing larger than a cat could slip between these bars, so closely were they set into the window frames. The two men examined every cupboard, closet, and corner in either room, every place in which a living man or a dead body might be hidden. There were no signs of Leopold Erlach anywhere, nor any clue to the manner in which he might have escaped, or been carried from his room. "I don't see how it was done," said Kern. "He must have gotten out somehow. He wasn't a wizard." "What's the matter here?" exclaimed a cheerful voice at the door. "Oh, doctor," said the constable, "we don't know what the matter is, unless it's a miracle that's happened." "What did you send for me for, then?" asked Dr. Bergman. "Is Mr. Erlach ill?" "No, sir. He's gone. Nobody knows where or how." Then the constable detailed the case to the physician, his eyes the while following the movements of the locksmith, who was carefully examining the fixtures and bars of all four windows. The room was a corner one and had two windows each on two of its sides. In the other walls, one large door led into the bedroom, while another, a smaller one placed near the corner, opened out into the main corridor. Between this door and the nearest window stood a little table. Something on the table attracted the constable's attention, and he walked over to it, followed by the other two men. On the table stood a candlestick holding a half-burned light, the wick of which was pressed down deep into the wax. Spattered drops of grease lay on the tabletop and on the leaves of an open book beside the candlestick. It was a large, old-fashioned volume, a work of ancient history. It was held open by a letter-weight, and 3 words on different parts of the page were underscored in ink. They were scattered words, but they formed a complete sentence. The sentence, "He was here." A few hours later, the official police commission from Leasing, the county seat to which Inzersdorf belonged, had taken possession of the Erlach mansion, and was in official charge of the case. Mrs. Tunner and the gardener and his wife were examined again, but could tell nothing more than what they had told to Constable Kern and the physician. Till was the last member of the household force to have seen Mr. Erlach. As he was passing the study window about 8 o'clock the evening before, his employer called to him, and they had a short conversation about some work to be undertaken in the garden the following day. Mr. Erlach, Till said, looked extremely well and seemed very contented and happy. Then the gardener and the housekeeper were questioned as to any relatives who should be informed of the occurrence. They both asserted that Mr. Erlach had had few intimate friends, and only one relative to their knowledge. This was his nephew, Lieutenant Paul Erlach, who lived in Vienna and occasionally visited his uncle. A telegram was sent to the address given, and about 3 o'clock that afternoon a good-looking and extremely bewildered young officer arrived in Inzersdorf. As he was the next of kin and only representative of the missing man, the police did not dare to undertake the opening of the safe without his presence. Lieutenant Paul Erlach had nothing to say that could throw any light on the mystery. If there was a secret passageway from the room, a passageway which might have been known to the owner of the house, or to whoever it was that had carried him off, his nephew knew nothing about it. He also had very little to say, likewise, from a lack of knowledge, about the missing man's financial standing. Paul Erlach was a frank, sincere nature, and had little in common with his crabbed and eccentric relative. The fact that he was his uncle's sole heir made their association doubly difficult to both. The elder man was of a petty and suspicious nature, and had his nephew given evidence of any affection or interest, Leopold Erlach would doubtless have thought it an intentional flattery. Paul felt this, and never came to see his uncle unless by special invitation. He considered himself as of no more importance than any other passing stranger in the house that would one day be his. Therefore he was not in a position to give any information as to what might or might not be missing from his uncle's safe. The police commissioner opened the heavily barred door, and he and Lieutenant Erlach drew out the various drawers of the safe and examined their contents. The key to the safe had been found in its usual place on Mr. Erlach's key ring by his bedside, and within the safe there was no sign of disturbance or robbery. 4 or 5 of its deep drawers were filled to the brim with fresh new gold pieces of high value. In another compartment were several leather cases containing old-fashioned but costly jewelry. A bitter smile curved the young officer's lips as he saw all this wealth, which his uncle had so carefully kept from his knowledge. Still another compartment of the safe was filled with documents, securities, bonds, and shares, and family papers. Among these last, quite at the bottom of the pile, was one labeled, "My Will." "I wonder when we'll be able to open that," murmured one of the police officials. The money, jewelry, and documents were placed in a suitcase, which was closed and sealed in the presence of the police commissioner and Lieutenant Erlach. Then, after another thorough examination, Mr. Erlach's 2 rooms were also officially closed. Mrs. Tunner informed the police commissioner that she did not care to remain another night in the house, with its gruesome mystery. The official told her that no objections would be made to her departure, but that she must inform him as to her future address. He gave a sharp glance into her troubled eyes. Then, as she left the room, he motioned to one of his men to follow her. He also told Till to delay the woman's departure until evening by any means that would not arouse her suspicion. The gardener promised this, saying he would inform Mrs. Tunner that it was impossible for him to take her trunk to the station until a late afternoon train. "I wonder why," thought the gardener to himself. In the 2 years of their living in the same establishment, neither Till nor his wife had become really acquainted with Mrs. Tunner. The woman's embittered reserve was calculated to arouse suspicion, but Till was a good soul, and did not think it necessary to make any remarks to others about what might interest him. When she had packed her trunk, Mrs. Tunner went over to the gardener's house to wait until he should be ready to accompany her to the railway station. Mrs. Till bustled about hospitably, preparing the supper. Mrs. Tunner had just drawn up her chair to the table when suddenly her face flushed, and she started up, taking a step or 2 in the direction of the door. "What's the matter? Have you forgotten anything? Or is it something you wanted to say to the police?" Mrs. Tunner shook her head, controlled herself, and sat down at the table again. She tried to eat, but it was only by a severe effort that she could force herself to swallow anything. "I wonder what's the matter with her," thought Till again. "She's not the scary kind. This thing shouldn't upset her so. What makes her so excited?" But he said nothing to the police, for his good heart refused to let him add to the troubles of this woman whose unhappiness and distress were so evident. When the time for the evening train approached, they walked to the station in silence, Till pushing the trunk on a wheelbarrow. When Mrs. Tunner entered the train, a man who had been sauntering up and down the platform stepped into the compartment after her. Till recognized him as one of the plainclothes men who had come that afternoon from the police station, while Mrs. Tunner was in the gardener's house. Mrs. Tunner herself did not notice that she was being followed, so engrossed was she in the gloomy cloud of her own thoughts. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Mother's Fear. A week had passed since the disappearance of Leopold Erlach, and still the clouds of mystery hung black over the occurrence in the greenhouse. The local authorities seemed powerless to unravel the riddle. A thorough and careful search had been made of the premises and the entire vicinity, but Leopold Erlach, living or dead, was not to be found. Nor was there any clue as to how he could have disappeared from the locked room. No arrests were made, as there was no charge upon which to rest suspicion. The occurrence was the talk of Inzersdorf and the neighboring towns, and the Viennese papers gave considerable prominence to it as the mystery thickened. One chill, wet evening, a week after Mr. Erlach's disappearance, Teresa Tunner came hastily down the stairs and out of the door of a tall tenement house in a poor quarter of Vienna. She glanced furtively about her in the hallway and at the door, and seemed relieved as she saw how empty was the ill-lighted street. Mrs. Tunner's face was gray, and the glance of her weary, reddened eyes wavered as she drew her shawl closely around her and hurried along in the shadow of the houses. The woman looked old and haggard, crushed by some overpowering grief or anxiety. The distance she had to traverse was short, but it seemed long to her troubled mind. A block or two further on she paused before the door of a cellar coffee-room, one of the gathering places for the market people who came here in the early morning after bringing their wares from the country. At most other times of the day the dingy, unattractive little room was empty. When Mrs. Tunner descended the few steps and opened the door timidly, she found herself alone in the low-ceilinged, long, narrow space. A single gas flame threw a tiny radius of light beyond which was darkness. The room was empty, and Mrs. Tunner came in so quietly that the people she could hear and see moving about in the kitchen beyond did not notice her entrance. She took a seat in the darkest corner, a place from which she could watch the door. She sat there waiting in impatient anxiety, her eyes fastened, as if hypnotized, on the spot of brightness made by the metal doorknob. Finally, 15 or 20 minutes later, the shining knob turned, and the door flew open. A young man entered hastily, slamming the door roughly behind him. He was tall and broad-shouldered, although thin in figure, and his smooth-shaven face, even in the dim light, showed signs of dissipation. The furtive glance of his keen eyes was lacking in the candor and brightness which should belong to his years. "Karl!" The voice came out of the darkness, and he peered through the gloom until he caught sight of the woman sitting there. "Oh, you're there, are you?" he answered angrily. "Why didn't you creep into a rat-hole and be done with it?" "That is what I would like to do," said Mrs. Tunner bitterly. "Come over here to me." The young man laughed and replied in a lower tone, "Not much. I'm not over anxious to sit right under the gaslight either. And if we stay in that corner, they'll light the lamp right over your head. If we go nearer the other light, it will be still dark enough, and they're not likely to burn extra gas for us, too." He moved over to another place, and Mrs. Tunner followed him. She sat so that she had the light at her back and could see his face clearly. It was a face of good lines, which would have been noticeably attractive had it not showed all too plainly the marks of a life of dissipation. The woman's eyes seemed to drink in its every feature with a look of love that was like physical agony. In spite of the hollows drawn by years of sorrow and toil in her own face, there was enough resemblance between the two to mark them as mother and son. "Did you just come in too?" he asked. "No, I've been here some time." "And no one saw you yet?" he continued. When she shook her head in reply, he drummed on the table with a knife, and the door at the end of the room opened. "Why, there's someone here!" exclaimed an astonished voice as a young woman peered out from the kitchen. Karl Tunner ordered 2 coffees, and when the woman had returned to the kitchen, he addressed his mother again in a low but impatient tone. "Did you bring the money?" Mrs. Tunner straightened up suddenly, the sadness in her face giving way to a look of determination mingled with burning anxiety. "Why are you going away now? Why do you have to go so suddenly? What is it that is driving you away? Just now. Now that—" She stopped and looked at him, her whole troubled soul in her eyes. Karl stared at her at first in astonishment, then his eyes dropped, and he moved his hand mechanically over the tablecloth. "Answer me," commanded Mrs. Tunner. The boy raised his head again with a look of defiance. "I'm going away because I happen to want to, because I can't find anything to do here, because I have to go away, if you must know. Any more you'd like to ask?" "Karl!" "Yes, that's my name." "Then you have sunk as low as that?" "Pretty low, and it's your fault." "Mine? My fault?" "Whose else? Who's going to help me if not my own mother?" "Haven't I helped you many times?" "But your affection seems to have a limit. You said just now—" Karl Tunner broke off his speech as the woman came out of the kitchen with the tray. After serving them, she started towards the next gaslight, but Karl motioned to her that it would not be necessary. The woman, who was quite pretty, smiled in answer to his impudent glance and left them alone again. Karl put his spoon in his cup and began to pick off the skin formed by the hot milk as carefully as if he hadn't another thought in the world. His mother clenched her fists and almost hissed through her closed teeth. "What's the matter?" said Karl lazily. "Everything," she began, in a tone that was low but piteously hard. "Yes, you are right. There is a limit to my affection. I seem now to be able to see clearer than a mother usually does. I have always been able to see your faults, and I see them all the more clearly now. Try as I may, I can find no excuse for them. You have not inherited them, and I have done all I could to bring you up properly, to make an honest man of you. You have never heard me utter an untruth. You have never seen me idle or exacting, and yet you are a liar. You are lazy, seeking only your own pleasure, no matter at what price. No, don't interrupt me. If you don't want to drive me to despair, let me talk now. I sit here like a beggar woman, with my son who is no better than a tramp and a vagabond." "Mother!" he hissed. "It is the truth, my son," she exclaimed bitterly. "You, the grandson of a general, the son of a noble father. You are nothing but a tramp today, perhaps even worse, much worse." "Mother, what do you mean?" "What is it that you think me capable of, then?" Karl's voice shook with anger, in which there was a note of fear. "I believe you, now, to be capable of anything." The word was like a knife thrust, and the young man shuddered as he sat there, his face drawn, his hands clenched. Suddenly the blood that had rushed up to the roots of his hair went back again, leaving his face white. He leaned back in his chair, his hands dropped helplessly in his lap. The terror in his face was reflected in that of his mother. "Capable of anything," she murmured, with pale lips. They sat for some few minutes in silence, a silence that was heavy with an unspoken horror. Finally, the woman regained control of herself. "I believe you capable of anything," she said again. "Of course you know why I am no longer in the greenhouse, why I am now living in my former cook." Again she paused. "Now you might speak, and yet you will not," she continued, her lips trembling. "I can imagine why you sent that suspicious-looking messenger to ask me to meet you here. You didn't dare to write me. You supposed that I would be under suspicion, that I would be watched, because I am your mother. Someone may have seen you the various times that you have visited me. It was 5 times in all, and the last time, in that dreadful night, you came without letting me know beforehand. You climbed over the wall, and you went out that way, too, because I could not get the key to the gate." Her voice dropped more and more towards the end of her sentence, and her strength would have failed her, but for the firmness of her will. Her son did not answer, did not attempt to defend himself. "It is only now that I am forced to believe you capable of anything," she began again, her voice growing harder. "Now that you tried to make me the instrument of your greed, of your criminal desires, now that you dared to demand of me that I should ask Erlach for money, and said that if he would not give it to me, you would get it from him. I do not know what it was you intended to do to obtain money from a miser like Erlach. I did not ask you. I turned you from the door. When you had left me, I fainted. I do not know how long I remained in that condition, and I do not know what happened during that time. I realize only now that you are the sort of man who would force his way into a strange house to get what he wanted." She stopped and sat still, scarcely breathing. Still there was no answer from her son. "I must get out into the air. I am ill," she murmured. She put her hand into the pocket of her dress and laid a purse on the table. Here are 500 crowns. You can get away with this. I have no more. I have helped you too often. In the purse is a slip with the address of Katie's sister. Write to this address when you have found some place where you are safe. Karl, I am going now. Haven't you a word for me?" Karl Tunner did not raise his head. He had neither a look nor a word for the mother who had sacrificed everything for him, for the mother who, brought up in a home of luxury, had worked for years in menial positions to support him in idleness. She crept slowly to the door and turned back with a last look at her son, a look of unutterable love and unutterable sorrow. Then she went out into the wind and the rain, glad of the unfriendly elements that gave her strength again. Outside she lingered for a few moments, hoping Karl would follow her. When he did not come, she feared to attract attention by standing there, and walked on slowly until she came to the open door of a church. Here, in a dark corner, she sank to her knees and breathed out the anguish of her soul in a sobbing, passionate prayer. Karl Tunner sat for some time where she had left him, motionless. Finally he realized that he could not stay there forever. When he raised his head, his eyes looked dull and lifeless. He stretched out his hand to draw the purse to him, and saw through its red silk meshes that it contained a white slip of paper as well as the money. He opened the purse hastily and took out the paper with hands that trembled. He could not read the few words that were written there, for his eyes were dim with tears. Finally he managed to make out the writing. "My son, my love, my prayers, and my forgiveness will follow you wherever you may go. I am not strong enough to do what I should do, perhaps, and to accuse you openly. Save yourself and let me know when you are in security. But try to save your soul, too, that I may not repent of my great love for you, your mother." Karl Tunner sat looking down at the slip for some time. Finally he put it back in the purse, laid a piece of money on the table, and went out into the street. He wandered aimlessly about in the rain and the wind, heedless of the discomfort. His face was pale, and his eyes dimmed with sadness. Suddenly he realized what he was doing, and looking about, found himself outside of the city on the edge of an empty lot. "Ridiculous! How foolish of me!" he murmured and turned brusquely. But in spite of himself, his step dragged again, and the same sentence that circled through his brain and had driven him out into the night stood clear as if in letters of fire before his inward vision again. He dropped down on a stone by the wayside and buried his face in his hands, groaning aloud. "She believes me capable of anything, and oh God, it is true, it is true." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joseph Muller takes up the Erlach case. 10 days after Leopold Erlach's mysterious disappearance, Dr. Franz Lehr, commissioner of the criminal police in Vienna, sat in his office in earnest conversation with his good friend, Lieutenant Paul Erlach. The young lieutenant's attractive face looked worn and strained. After the usual first phrases, Dr. Lehr asked the question that had been on his mind since his friend entered the room. "You're not looking a bit well, Paul. Has your uncle's disappearance anything to do with it?" "I don't mind your asking that," replied Lieutenant Erlach with a bitter smile, "but I'm afraid there are a number of people thinking that same question without asking it. Here, read this letter, the second of the kind that I have received. This is what brings me to see you this morning, not only a desire to chat with you." "Well, I wondered," laughed Lehr, "but you really look as if this affair meant a lot to you. Now don't get angry. I mean, it looks as if you were really greatly interested. And yet I understood that there was no particular love lost between yourself and your uncle." "Quite right." "Then what's the matter now? These letters? Anonymous letters?" "Naturally. Letters like this are not usually signed." Lehr opened the envelope that was handed him. A man's hand disguised. What is it he has to say? Debts, card. Debts, other. Debts, difficult father-in-law. And a missing uncle. That's a rather good combination. The uncle will be found sooner or later. Dead, of course. And no traces left by which anything could be discovered. Then the heir can come into possession of his fortune. Prost Malzeit. One who knows. "A rascal, and a cowardly one at that," said Lehr when he had read the letter. "When did you get this?" "This morning." "Will you leave it here with me?" the commissioner asked. "And you haven't an idea who wrote it?" "Not an idea, not the faintest suspicion. But the clause about the father-in-law is news to me. I didn't know you were engaged. My heartiest congratulations. Can't accept them, I'm sorry to say. I am not engaged yet. I haven't even spoken to her. Why should I? I don't want to bind her when I can't marry her. She shall be free. But you love each other, and there's someone who knows it, and who isn't pleased at the fact. Yes, I have thought of that already, said Paul. It was a natural conclusion. It will be more difficult, but not too much so, possibly, to find out just who he is. How am I going to do that? With the help of the lady you wish to marry. Nellie? Nellie's her name, is it? It's a pretty name. I suppose the lady herself is equally attractive. Paul Erlach smiled up at his friend, a smile of happiness that was tinged with melancholy. I shan't try to describe her. What's the good? What's the good of even thinking of her? It only saddens me. What's the trouble? We can't either of us raise the money demanded by the law. Her father, he's retired now, was my superior officer, went bond for a friend and got caught. What's the use of talking about it? But to this matter, how can I drag Nellie into this? How can she help us? She can help us very much. I am taking for granted that this letter was written by a rival in love. What were the contents of the other letter you speak of? Just about the same as this. Umph. The writer has very little imagination and few ideas. It's postmarked Linz, said Erlach. The commissioner laughed. That shows how little you know about those things. A letter can be sent from anywhere through a third party. Under the circumstances, the fact that you are not yet engaged, I mean, the writer's knowledge of your interest in Miss Nellie, and hers in you, shows that he must be someone who is also interested in the young lady. She must know who her various admirers are. A woman always does. You ask her about it. It is the only way. Mercy, what's the matter? Why that deep sigh? Are you really so badly in debt? The commissioner bent over to look his friend in the eyes, a sincere sympathy in his own glance. The lieutenant shook his head. That's a lie about the card debts, he said sadly. I got out of that by going more deeply in debt to a moneylender. It's a burden, of course, but at least it's not a debt of honor. But how am I going to face Nellie and her father with a letter like this, casting doubt on my honor? Now that's ridiculous, said Lear calmly. An anonymous letter hurts nobody, throws no slur on anybody but the writer. Your prospective father-in-law, if he's a man of sense, will tell you that also. But there's another thing, said Paul. How do I know that the suggestions in this letter are not being circulated as gossip among my acquaintances? How do I know that malicious hints are not being thrown out, even going so far as to accuse me of having a hand in the disappearance of my uncle? Yes, that's a more important side of it, said the commissioner, holding out his hand to his friend. Call on me if there is anything I can do for you in the matter. In fact, I was about to ask you to put the case into our hands, although from another reason. What other reason? This anonymous writer appears to know so much about your uncle's disappearance that it might be he had a hand in it himself. Oh, it is possible, I say. I'm not yet ready to assert that it is probable. Then you think we had better not ignore these letters? We must not ignore anything that might in any way have to do with your uncle. That's true. I'll be very glad if you will give me your advice in this matter. You see here what the man says. The uncle will be found sooner or later, dead, of course, and no trace is left by which anything could be discovered. Then the heir can come into possession of his fortune. Lear interrupted hastily. That is very important. Don't you see that this man is in possession of the fact that you are your uncle's only heir, a knowledge which lessens still more the number of those upon whom suspicion could fall? And here's another thing. You see this, Prost Mahlzeit? We use that expression little in Austria. It's a North German expression altogether. Do you remember any of your friends in the habit of using it? Paul Erlach pondered a moment. No, he said then. I don't know of anyone. But there was something else I wanted to say to you. It concerns my uncle's disappearance. About which you probably know less than we do here. The local authorities haven't asked for any assistance in the matter as yet, but the case interests me and I have been following the developments closely. But I don't see just how I am going to help you there. You can help me by recommending a capable detective. I want a man, if there are such, who would take up the case not merely as a matter of professional duty, but because it interests him. I've heard there are such people. Yes, there are, said the commissioner. But I suppose their services are very expensive? Everything that's really good costs money. The men such as you describe are the rare talents that are sought for everywhere. Hold on, I know the man you want. A capable man? Capable. He's the best detective I ever knew or heard of. What's his name? His name is very unimportant. He has 100 names and 100 different disguises, and in every one of them he has done marvelous things. but the name he was born to is Joseph Muller. A very ordinary-sounding name. It suits the man's ordinarily quiet appearance. He left the force some time ago, but he is still busy as a private detective." "I don't suppose I could afford it," said Erlach sadly. "Anyway, I should have to suggest to him a rather peculiar method of payment." "What do you mean?" asked Lear. Erlach flushed hotly and looked embarrassed. You never thought of me as avaricious, did you?" Lear laughed. "The last person in the world. What's the trouble?" "And yet I can't seem to think of anything else these days except Uncle's money, and the fact that I am his heir, and that he has never had any reason to disinherit me, and that he has never hinted at any other disposal of his fortune. Now, if he were dead, if we knew he were dead, but you see we don't know, we only know that he's disappeared, and that we haven't found him, and we may never find him, and if we don't, then 30 years have to pass before the state will hand the money out to me. 30 years! I'll be 64 then, if I'm alive at all. I keep thinking of this all the time, and I despise myself for doing so." "There's no reason why you should," said the commissioner. "It's perfectly natural of you to feel that way. Anyone would in your position. I quite understand that it is a matter of the greatest importance for you to discover proofs of your uncle's death, if he is dead. And I think I know what you mean by the peculiar method of payment. You mean you want a detective who will undertake the case on his own risk, because if he discovers proofs of Leopold Erlach's death, you will then be in a position to pay him well. Am I not right?" "Perfectly," said the lieutenant with a faint smile. "And I'd much rather you'd say it than I." "You're ridiculously sensitive," continued the commissioner, pressing a button on his desk. When the attendant entered, Lear said, "Call up number 1234 and ask the gentleman if he can come here to my office." "You must telephone Muller pretty often if you know his number so well," said Paul Erlach. The commissioner laughed and wrote out the numbers 1234 on a slip of paper. "It's easy, you see," he said, then turned to the attendant who re-entered. "Mr. Muller will be here in 20 minutes," said the man. Lear nodded and turned to Erlach. "Can you wait?" "I'll run across to the cafe to say a word to a friend who is waiting for me there, and I'll come right back." "You'll find Muller a most original person, but you mustn't judge of other detectives from him. He's what you might call a white crow, a very remarkable man in every way. He is one of the really wise people in this world, those who understand everything and can forgive everything. He is almost a rich man now and has a very comfortable little home. I visit him occasionally, and it is always a most enjoyable evening. The woman who has kept house for him for many years is a former thief who has served a term in prison. His coachman and his gardener are also released convicts. They'd go through fire for him." "He certainly must be an unusual man." "He is indeed, a man of remarkable capability. We'll not find another like him on the official force. We hated to have him go, but he has one serious fault." "That's interesting. What is it?" "His heart runs away with him." "Why, what do you mean?" "I mean that when he has discovered the criminal, solved the problem that no one else could solve, then he's so sorry for this criminal that he helps him to escape." "Why, that's delicious. Really, it's great." "It does sound attractive. And after all, it's practical, too, for there are several times when he has saved the innocent family of a criminal from shame and disgrace, because some of those he warned have taken the matter into their own hands and played the executioner themselves, thereby saving time and money for the state as well." "I certainly am curious to meet such a man," said Erlach. "I'll run down now and be right back." As he stormed up the stairs on his return, Lieutenant Erlach almost ran down a man slowly and quietly going the same way. "I beg your pardon," he exclaimed hastily, without turning, and disappeared into the commissioner's room. "Isn't he here yet?" he asked. "He's too punctual to be here yet. There's still 15 seconds' time. There he is at the door. As I told you, he is very punctual." The door opened, and on the threshold stood the middle-aged gentleman whom the lieutenant had collided with on the stairs. "Good morning, Commissioner," he said in a gentle, pleasant voice. Dr. Lear greeted Muller cordially and introduced the two men. The detective placed his hat carefully on the table and settled himself comfortably in the chair which Lear had placed for him. Then he said, "Well, gentlemen, I am ready. What can I do for you?" The impressionable lieutenant felt a wave of sympathy and confidence fill his heart at the calm, steady glance of the older man's quiet gray eyes. In spite of the simplicity of Muller's bearing, there was an authority about it that seemed to invite reliance on his capabilities. The young officer began at once. "First of all, Mr. Muller, I must explain to you that I am a poor man and not in a position to pay for detective work? Muller finished the sentence calmly. Suppose we talk about the case, sir, and leave the unimportant details until later. But it isn't unimportant for me, this matter of putting myself under obligation to anyone, continued the young officer gravely. Before I dare take advantage of your valuable services, I wish to have it clearly stated that it is only possible for me to pay for them when, and if, my uncle's death is proven. If he is not dead, it will only be possible for me to pay you slowly in installments after I have worked off other debts previously contracted. I feel that I must explain this first before taking up any more of your time. Erlach leaned back in his chair with a deep breath. Muller smiled pleasantly. Well, now you have explained it, Lieutenant, and I understand perfectly. Now let's talk about the important matters. What opinion have you formed about your uncle's disappearance? Then you've been following the case in the papers, and haven't come to any conclusion yourself yet? The detective shrugged his shoulders. Neither have I, continued Erlach eagerly. Although of course it is easier for me to overlook this case than it would be for you, as you know neither the person nor the neighborhood in question. A scarcely perceptible smile hovered on Muller's lips, a smile noticed only by the police commissioner, whose eyes gleamed in response. Dr. Lair took out his cigar case. This looks to me as if it were going to be a lengthy conference, he said. Suppose we have a cigar. My uncle was a bachelor, continued Erlach. The newspapers mentioned this point also, but what they did not mention was the fact that no woman has ever been concerned in his life at all. I am telling you this now, that you may not waste time in the usual search for the woman in the case. Muller bowed lightly, and the young officer kept on with his report. My uncle had no vices and very few secrets in his life. He was 65 years old when his mysterious disappearance occurred, and his life had been so absolutely commonplace that this happening is quite incomprehensible. As to his servants, the gardener Till and his wife, and his housekeeper Mrs. Tunner, were the only ones there at the moment. The Tills had been with him for 14 years, Mrs. Tunner had been in Uncle's service only 2 years, but she had proved herself faithful and willing, and had given many evidences of the fact that she was not in the least greedy for money. May I ask how you know all this about the servants? Put in Muller. I understand that you were not on any terms of intimacy with your uncle. Erlach sighed deeply. It wasn't easy to get on with him, he answered. He was distrustful and believed no good of anybody. If I showed friendliness or affection for him, he would have taken it for toadyism, and yet he was continually accusing me of ingratitude and coldness of heart because I did not bother myself more about him. I don't see exactly how I could have done it. I've had very little time to myself since I have been here in Vienna, and I was stationed in Linz before that. My visits to Inzersdorf were necessarily few and far between. I can't say that I was anxious to make them any more frequent, for they gave me no particular pleasure. But when I did go there, Uncle's servants were his main topic of conversation. He was no great reader, cared little for art in any form, and knew nothing of politics. All that occupied his mind were the petty affairs of his garden and his household. There was very little he could talk about, but he could talk about his servants rather interestingly. His mental horizon was narrow, but within these limits he was a keen observer. He could talk well about his garden and his experiments with his flowers, and he knew the composition and the quality of almost any dish he had eaten which had particularly pleased him. As these things were about all he talked about when I did visit him, I couldn't help remembering some one or other of his remarks. This is how I came to know that my uncle was perfectly satisfied with the Tills and with his housekeeper. With his housekeeper, too? Inquired Muller. Erlach was surprised at what occurred to be a particular interest on Muller's part in this woman. Like the gardener Till, the young officer had noticed Mrs. Tunner's look of anxiety and trouble. He had always respected her quiet reserve and faithfulness to duty, and like Till also, he did not wish through anything he might say to bring more worry and trouble to this woman. He cut in hastily now. Yes, my uncle was particularly pleased with Mrs. Tunner. She was quite alone in the world, which was a quality that uncle liked in a servant, and she was an excellent worker, although she was very evidently a woman of refinement and intelligence above her station. She was the most economical housekeeper uncle had ever had, and when he was sick she took the best care of him. He told me several times that he had never been so comfortable. It does not seem to me in the least possible or necessary to connect this woman in any way with my uncle's disappearance, although I know that the local authorities have considered it a possibility. One must not neglect any possibility in a case like this. Perhaps even the possibility that I might have something to do with it? exclaimed the lieutenant in a tone of irritation. "Even that possibility must be taken into consideration." "Sir!" "We are merely talking of all the possibilities which might be concerned in this still unexplained case," replied Muller quietly. "You have told me much of importance, Lieutenant, but even you have not been able to shed any light upon the most incomprehensible part of this mystery." "You mean the locking of the doors on the inside?" "Yes, and then when one considers the way the house is built—" "What do you know about the way the house is built?" interrupted Erlach, in surprise which was increased by the detective's answer. "I obtained a plan of the house a few days ago, for when 4 or 5 days had passed and nothing had been discovered in this case, the matter began to interest me." The lieutenant gave an exclamation of astonishment, and the police commissioner smiled as he said to himself, "That was a real Muller trick." The detective turned to him now. "You'll be interested to see the scene of the mystery, Dr. Lair," he said. "I have the plan in my pocket here. Let's have a look at it." The commissioner laid down his cigar and bent over the paper. The young officer sat still in surprise at this man who had already taken up an investigation of the case, even before he was engaged for it. "It's extremely interesting," said the commissioner. "The walls are 9 or 10 feet high, both garden gates bolted on the inside, both the old gentleman's rooms locked on the inside, and yet he has disappeared. Really, it is quite incomprehensible." Muller pointed to a particular spot on the plan. "Right here, at that spot of the brick wall which lies opposite the gardener's house and the stable, somebody has climbed either in or out recently." "How do you know that?" exclaimed Erlach. "I have been examining that spot." "You were there?" The detective smiled at this unnecessary question. "It must have been a young man, or if not young, still very active." "Who told you that?" Muller smiled again, this time quite broadly. "I told it to myself," he said calmly. "I'm no longer young, but I'm still quite active, and I climbed over the same place myself." "You were in the garden, too?" "Yes, I was there for 4 hours. Quite time enough to get wet to my skin, for it was raining hard. But I was rather glad of the rain, because it gave me the assurance that there would be nobody else prowling around in the deserted estate. No one saw me go out, either, for I did not leave until it was quite dark." "Did you go into the house, too?" Muller shook his head. "No, I couldn't get into the house. The keys were at the county station, and the locks were complicated ones." The detective halted with a laugh, and the commissioner, laughing also, completed the sentence. "So you couldn't open the doors with your own instruments?" "Exactly. But I didn't even try to get into the house nor into any of the other buildings, which would have been easier, for it was really no affair of mine." "But you did climb over the wall," said Erlach. "Exactly. I thought I might take that much interest in the matter. And I didn't even do that until I was quite convinced that someone else had done the same thing a short time before." "You're quite sure of that? And did you discover anything more?" "No, nothing more. There was no one anywhere about the place." A clock in the next room struck 11. Muller rose. "Have you anything else to say to me, sir? I must be in my own home again by 5 o'clock." "No," said Erlach. "Only please leave me your address. I am supposing that you have already undertaken the case, and we really must talk about the payment." "Some other time," interrupted Muller. "Really and truly, that is only a side issue. Or, if you insist, it is easily enough settled. If it's not possible to discover your uncle's whereabouts or the fact of his death, then I'll look upon the whole thing as simply an interesting experiment. If you do come in possession of his fortune, you can pay me whatever you like. The commissioner is witness to this agreement." "But I can't accept any such arrangement," persisted Erlach. "Oh, yes, you can," said Dr. Lair. "You see, you don't happen to know that our friend Muller has a perfect passion for interesting cases. Also that he is very well off." "And also that I do not accept this interesting case under any other conditions," said Muller firmly. Erlach struggled with himself for a moment, then took Muller's outstretched hand. "Very well, then, but you must give me your address." The detective shook his head. "No, you shan't have it." "Why not?" "Because you must not come to see me, nor must you write me. No, I cannot explain it now." "But I have your telephone number." Muller gave a start. "Please do not make use of it. This is a very important matter, Lieutenant. Please do as I ask. You may spoil an important line of investigation if you will not. You can send me news through the commissioner, or meet me here or at any place except my house, at any time you wish. Also, you can leave your address with me." When he had taken the officer's card, Muller turned to Dr. Lair. "And now I have to thank you, sir, for helping me to get the official charge of this most interesting case." The commissioner smiled. "I suppose you'll never lose passion for your work, will you?" he said. "When will you begin your investigations?" asked Erlach. "At once. I must make an examination of the greenhouse between now and 4 o'clock, for I have an important appointment in my own house at 5, and the journey will take about an hour." Muller's eyes shone, and his cheeks were flushed. His whole frame seemed more tense in the excitement of his task. His enthusiasm was contagious. "Then I must get you the keys at once," exclaimed Erlach. "Yes, please. My carriage is waiting." As the little brougham drove rapidly through the streets, the two men inside sat in silence. Muller was no great talker, particularly not in the beginning of a case, and the young officer had not yet recovered from his bewilderment at finding the investigations, which he had thought to start, already in full swing. It lacked still some minutes of 1 o'clock when the carriage stopped at the courthouse in Leasing, but it was nearly half an hour before Muller could come into possession of the keys. Then he drove the lieutenant to the railway station and returned to his carriage. "Now, Heberlein," he said to his coachman, "drive me to the place where you waited for me 3 days ago." Again the carriage rolled along the high roads to Inzersdorf, past meadowland and plowed fields, then again along a stretch of dreary wasteland which was known as the Black Moor. They turned off at a little dip in the road, down a grass-grown lane to a spot that was hidden from the main street by a heavy high willow thicket. Muller dismounted here and set out across the open land, above which floated a heavy mist. Several paths, some of them almost roads, led across this dreary stretch of country. Muller already knew the various directions of these roads. He knew also that 2 stately gardens, protected by their high walls, broke the monotony of this damp expanse of moorland. There were a few little streamlets flowing across it, hardly worthy the name, and yet wide enough to need a bridge. Muller crossed one of these bridges now, it was scarcely more than a plank, and took the path to the left. About 100 paces further he found himself in an avenue framed on either side by tall old beech trees. The avenue was not long and ended at a high green-painted iron gate in a brick wall. This was one of the entrances to the Erlach property. During his walk over the moor, Muller had been looking around him cautiously, and was satisfied that there was no one within sight. Nothing broke the silence of the dreary spot as he stood listening at the gate. He opened it and went in, remaining inside for 2 hours. When he came out he knew little more than he did before, but he had made one discovery. In the drawer of a cupboard in Mrs. Tunner's room, a drawer which was filled with old newspapers, he had found a man's silk muffler. It was a piece of cheap, brightly colored silk, of the sort affected by young dandies of the lower class. He had found it thrust in hastily under the papers. This attracted his attention, for everything else in the room showed him that Mrs. Tunner was an extremely neat and tidy person. She must have put the muffler in its place at a moment when she was in haste or greatly flustered about something, for otherwise she would not have been likely to keep the piece of silk in a drawer with newspapers. The last paper which had been put in the drawer bore the date of the 8th of September. The issue of September 9th lay in Erlach's room, and Erlach had disappeared on the night of September 9th. If nothing had happened in the house, Mrs. Tunner would probably have read the issue of the 9th on the 10th of September and would have placed it in the drawer. But on the morning of September 10th all was in confusion in the greenhouse. Mrs. Tunner's own room was in order, but the dining room and Erlach's apartments were in the same condition that they had been from the moment of the discovery. Muller knew that Mrs. Tunner had not been alone in the house after the discovery until the time when she had left it in the afternoon. He knew also that she had returned to her own room only to pack her trunk, and that this had been done in the presence of a constable. She had therefore not had time to take the muffler from the drawer in which she had thrust it, nor had she had time to put the muffler in the drawer, for she had taken only a few most necessary things with her. Now this muffler must have been put into the drawer on the morning of the 10th of September before the arrival of the police commissioner, and there must have been some reason for the woman's desire to hide it. It had very likely been left in her room during the night of the 9th to the 10th of September, for Muller had discovered another proof that at some time during that night Mrs. Tunner had had a visitor in the kitchen. A tea service for 2 people, with remains of a light repast, was thrust in a heap on a corner of the kitchen table. The dishes used were the heavier kitchenware, quite different from the fine porcelain kept for Mr. Erlach. It was clear that Mrs. Tunner had had a visitor at some time in the evening after the hour when she had served her master's supper, for all the dishes used for this meal were clean and in their accustomed places. Muller was almost certain that he knew who it was that had visited Mrs. Tunner on that critical evening, and yet as he walked back over the black moor he felt that he knew little more about the mystery than he did before, but Muller had learned to be patient. He reached his own home a few minutes before 5 o'clock. It was a comfortable little old-fashioned house set in a garden, with hedge and wall protecting it from passers on the main street of the suburb. "Has the new cook arrived?" asked Muller of the young man who opened the door for him. "And has Mrs. Groner left?" "Yes, sir," said the young man, taking Muller's hat. "Send the woman up to me at once," said the detective, mounting the half-flight to his sitting-room. He stood at the window, looking aimlessly out into the garden. The gleam in his eyes showed satisfaction with just a hint of curiosity. There was a knock on the door, and as he answered it, the old detective turned slowly round. A tall, gaunt woman stood on the threshold, a woman whose face might at one time have been beautiful, but the lines of it were faded and worn now, and the great dark eyes were full of sorrow. Muller came a few steps to meet her. "Welcome to my house, Mrs. Tunner," he said cordially. "I hope that we will get along well together. Two such quiet, elderly people as we are certainly ought to be able to make life easier for each other." He held out his hand to her, and as she took it, 2 great tears rolled down her cheeks. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Muller's new housekeeper. It was on September 20th that Mrs. Tunner entered Joseph Muller's service, 10 days after the disappearance of Leopold Erlach, and the 3rd day after her painful meeting with her son. No mere chance, but Muller's own determination, had brought the woman to his house. From the moment that the Erlach case began to interest him, he had been making inquiries about the servants in the establishment. There was nothing whatever to be found out about the Tills. They were ordinary, commonplace, faithful people. But Mrs. Tunner proved more interesting. Muller's experience had taught him that widows who are serving in a menial position, although noticeably above their station, were apt to have a past that might prove worth investigating. He looked up Mrs. Tunner's record in the Inzersdorf police station, found the date of her arrival there, and also the statement that she had been born in Innsbruck, in the Tyrol, and was now 48 years old. He traced up her former terms of service without difficulty until about 15 or 16 years back. In his search, Muller found that there were several other people in Vienna who bore the name of Tunner. Only one of these people interested him. This was a man by the name of Karl Tunner, who was 27 years old, and who was also recorded as having been born in Innsbruck. This young man had wandered about the country a good deal, according to the record, and had had various professions. He had been assistant to a photographer, he had been a chorus singer in one of the smaller theaters, and he had also been in vaudeville. As he followed up the official records of the life of this versatile youth, Muller became more and more convinced that Karl Tunner was Teresa Tunner's son. Muller also knew the address to which Mrs. Tunner had gone when she left the greenhouse. Furthermore, he knew that she had advertised for a position. He let his own faithful housekeeper answer the advertisement and engage Mrs. Tunner for her master. Mrs. Tunner saw no reason to doubt the other woman's story that she was obliged to leave her position, possibly for several months, to take care of an invalid sister. All this Muller had done on his own responsibility. Therefore, he was greatly pleased when he was officially engaged for the Erlach case. He had also learned several things of importance from the young lieutenant. When the latter asserted what his uncle must have told him, that Mrs. Tunner was quite alone in the world, Muller, who knew better, wondered why the woman had lied. When she entered his household, he apparently troubled himself very little about her after the first greeting. But in reality, he himself, as well as his servant Conrad and his coachman, both of whom were in his confidence, were watching the woman's every movement. Everything that was needed for the household had been bought for the next 2 or 3 days, and it was Conrad's duty to post all letters and to receive those left at the door. Therefore, there was no way in which Mrs. Tunner could communicate with the outside world unnoticed. But the woman herself was quite satisfied with this arrangement. The less she had to go out, the better she liked it, and she knew her son to be in safety. For before she had left Mrs. Menger, the woman in whose home she had been living, the latter's sister had already received a letter from Karl to be forwarded to his mother. Mrs. Tunner could not bear to destroy the few lines written by her only child. She put them in her trunk. She thought that now, in the house of this pleasant old man, about whom she knew nothing further than that he was living quietly on his income, she would be safe from all intrusion. On her first entrance into the house, some of the strain of her nerves seemed to relax, and she felt that if it were possible for her ever to be happy again, she might be happy here. The day following her arrival, Muller sent for Mrs. Tunner and asked her if she would mind going out. He had to send Conrad on an errand, and he discovered that Mrs. Groner had forgotten to order some articles from the delicatessen store, of which he was particularly fond. He would give her a list, and Conrad would drive her in Muller's own carriage. As he handed her the list and the money, he looked at her sharply and asked, "Are you ill, Mrs. Tunner? You don't look a bit well today. Perhaps I had better not send you out. It's so raw and cold. If you don't want to go, don't be afraid to say so." "Oh, no, sir, indeed I am not ill, and I'm not afraid of the weather, but it's no wonder I look sick after what I've been through with." "Indeed, what was it?" "Haven't you heard of the occurrence in Inzersdorf, sir?" "No, I don't seem to remember. What was it?" "A rich old man disappeared mysteriously." "Oh, yes, I remember now. It was in the papers. But how does that concern you?" "Concern me? Why, I was his housekeeper, and I was alone with him in the house at the time of his disappearance." "Indeed, that is most interesting. You must tell me all about it. You will probably be able to give many more details than the newspapers did." "Oh, no, sir. I know nothing whatever about it. Nothing more than anyone else. Nothing more than what was in the papers." These last words were spoken in a quiet, monotonous tone. Muller wondered whether the woman had uttered them so often that they became like a speech she had learned. He also wondered at her deliberately calling up the subject herself. Was it intentional? Was it from a desire on her part to avoid an unexpected mention of it? These questions filled Muller's brain as he pushed a chair forward for her and said, in the tone of a child pleased at the thought of hearing a gruesome story, "Oh, do sit down here and tell me all about it. I read only a short notice, just mentioning the occurrence, and it's so much more interesting to hear about it from someone who was there. You must tell me all about it." Mrs. Tunner smiled slightly at his childlike eagerness. She told her story with the same bare fidelity to facts that she had shown all along. She did not mention her son, nor did she say anything about the specter of horrible doubt that had clouded her mind since the morning of the 10th of September. Muller threw in a question now and then, a question cleverly devised to lead her on to say more. He knew enough of the case to see that the woman, in what she did say, was telling him absolutely the truth. But with the keen, inexplainable other sense that made him the man he was, he felt that Mrs. Tunner was hiding something from him, something that might not have been actual knowledge, but was at least a supposition. When she had finished her story, she rose from her chair with the words, "So you can imagine, sir, that I did not want to stay in that house another night." "I can indeed. It was quite natural that you should have preferred to go back to your own family." "Mrs. Menger is no relation of mine." "Are you alone in the world, then?" The question came quite naturally from Muller's lips. The woman hesitated a second or two too long. Then she said, "I have a son." "Indeed, and he is not with you here?" "No, I do not know where he is. I have had no news from him for some time. He is at sea. He is a sailor." The words came very slowly, heavily. Muller could see how hard it was for this woman to lie. He felt sorry for her. "That was very interesting. The carriage will be ready at 3 o'clock." Mrs. Tunner bowed, took up the coffee cups, and left the room. The detective looked after her, his face very grave. Why did she lie to me? Anybody could see she was lying. Muller's face was very sad, for the woman had already aroused his full sympathy. Conrad and the new housekeeper drove off at 3 o'clock, and Muller went downstairs into Mrs. Tunner's room. He was now entirely alone in the house, and the little room looked out only on the garden. He drew the curtains and lit his tiny lantern, for it was a gloomy day and already almost dark. Then the detective started in on the examination of the belongings of his new housekeeper. There was little to be found in the cupboard and closet of the room. A few pieces of clothing only, neat and clean, but much mended, lay packed away in the drawers. Muller wondered why this woman, who had been through many years of service in well-paid positions, should be so poor, should have so little money to spend on herself. She must have had some use for her salary which deprived her of any advantage from it. Then Muller turned to the trunk. The lock was simple, and he could open it easily. It was only half full. A large package done up in white paper lay on top. Muller opened the package and found himself looking down at a handsome white satin gown cut in a style of several decades back, the costly stuff already yellowing from disuse. A white veil lay with the gown in the package, and a faded myrtle wreath. Muller's eyes grew dim with sympathy as he carefully rewrapped the package. Below it in the trunk were 3 smaller boxes. In the first he found a pair of baby shoes, worn and faded. Also a folded school composition book of the primary grade, on which stood in a stiff, childish hand the name Karl Tunner. In the second box was the uniform cap of a general of infantry and a death certificate written by an Innsbruck priest to the effect that General Anton Maltner, Chevalier von Roch, had died on the 26th of July, 1879. In the third box, which Muller opened after carefully closing the other 2, were photographs, bundles of letters, and family papers. He sat down to the examination of this box, and it took him more than an hour. When he had got through, he knew the history of Mrs. Tunner's life. He knew that she had been brought up in luxury, in a high social position, that she was the daughter of a general and wife of a man of means, but that death and reverses had left her alone in the world to bring up her son by her own efforts. There were several photographs of this boy at various stages of his childhood and youth. The latest one, taken possibly a year or 2 ago, interested Muller most. It was a costume portrait of a very good-looking young man in Greek dress, with the exaggerated hair and jewelry of a comic opera part. Written on the back of this picture were Karl Tunner's own remarks as to his success in the part. Also there was a letter, written somewhat later, in which he said that he was tired of the photographic business and wanted to return to the stage, for which he felt he was well fitted. In the few letters that were there, Muller could see what Mrs. Tunner must have suffered from the vagaries of her son, whose idle, pleasure-loving, and unscrupulous character lay clear before the reader. The last letter that the detective found was hastily written in pencil on a torn slip and thrust into an envelope which was not addressed. The word Tunner was written on it in pencil. The letter read as follows: "I was a fool to suggest what I did to you on that dreadful night. If you could only have helped me in time, I would not now be in hiding. I thank you from my heart for what you have now done for me. The money will help me to get away. I thank you deeply for your letter. You can be easy about me. I will tell you more when I feel that it will be safe for me to see you again. K." Muller read these lines carefully several times, his face very grave. Then he copied them in his notebook, murmuring half aloud, "Oh, that dreadful night." He closed the trunk and left the room. His heart was full of pity at the thought of what this woman must have suffered in the varied experiences of her life. Then his mind came back to the business of the moment, to this woman's possible connection with the mysterious occurrence in Inzersdorf. Was the dreadful night of which Karl Tunner wrote the night of the 9th of September? This much stood clear. Karl Tunner was in hiding, had fled from the city. His mother had not been able to help him in time, but later she had given him considerable money. And mixed up in this somehow was what the careless lad himself spoke of as the dreadful night. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return of the Prodigal. Conrad and Mrs. Tunner returned to the house about 5 o'clock. The housekeeper set about preparing the afternoon coffee, and as she did so her thoughts went back to her son's last letter. "You can be easy about me," she repeated half aloud, while a sad smile flitted across her pale face. These words gave her renewed hope and comfort, although there was nothing to tell her whether they indicated his innocence in regard to the occurrences in the greenhouse or had reference merely to his present safety. She did not know where he had posted the letter to Katie's sister, for she had not seen the envelope. Karl had not told her where he was, so she could not write to him. But she was not anxious to do so. She realized that she was probably being watched by the police, and any move on her part to communicate with Karl might be dangerous to the latter. For even if her worst suspicions were not justified, he must have done something wrong, that was certain. And this wrong thing, whatever it was, had been done on the night of the 9th of September, or shortly afterwards, for it was several days after that he had sent a messenger to her asking her to meet him in the coffee cellar and to bring money for him, as he was obliged to leave Vienna at once. She could only hope and pray that whatever might be the reason for his flight, it would not be the one terrible thing she feared. Shortly after she had carried up the coffee tray to Muller's sitting room, he sent down word for her to come up again, as he had something to say to her. She ascended the stairs mechanically and found Muller seated at his desk in the cozy room. He held a newspaper in his hand, and there were several more heaped up on the side of the desk. The lamp was already lit, although there was still some daylight outside. "You sent for me, sir?" said Mrs. Tunner, walking slowly over to the desk. Muller raised his head to greet her, and his left hand fell carelessly on an open newspaper that lay near the edge of the desk. The paper fell to the ground. Mrs. Tunner moved to bend down for it, her hand outstretched. Then she stopped as if suddenly turned to stone, and her left hand slowly extended itself with a gesture of hiding something from her own gaze. Her eyes widened as they rested on the top of the desk, and her face was ghastly pale. She gave one deep, gasping breath, then fell forward unconscious in the arms of the man who sprang up to catch her. "I didn't expect it would have that effect," murmured Muller as he rubbed her temples with water and then started for the next room in search of something stronger. But before he reached the threshold he heard a deep sigh behind him. He turned back to the sofa. Mrs. Tunner was conscious again, but she lay there motionless, her wide-open eyes full of the same horror as before. "Where am I? Who are you? Who are you?" The words came low from between her trembling lips. Her eyes never left the edge of the desk, on which lay a bright-colored silk muffler. The master of the house drew up a chair to the sofa and sat down upon it. "My name is Joseph Muller, as you know," he said, "and it's also the truth that I am living retired on my income. We did not lie to you in that respect. But if we had told you that I am a detective, you probably would not have entered my service. Is this not so, Mrs. Tunner? No, don't move. And now, drink this water," Muller continued in a more friendly tone as he laid his hand gently on hers. "Don't try to hold back your tears. They may relieve you. Then we can talk about your son, Karl." He rose from his chair and went to the desk to lock the muffler in one of its drawers. Mrs. Tunner leaned her head on the arm of the sofa and wept bitterly. Muller's soft heart was torn with pity for the unhappy woman. He retreated to the depths of the window niche and waited there until the first spasm of her sorrow and fright had passed. A sudden noise behind him made him turn. Mrs. Tunner had risen from the sofa so hastily that the glass on the silver tray on the little table in front of her jarred loudly. "Well?" said Muller, turning his serious eyes full on the excited woman. She stood erect, her hands clenched, her eyes flaming, and hissed between her gasping sobs. "Oh, it's cruel! It's horribly cruel to force a mother to betray her own child in this way." "Then you have something to betray?" The words came quietly and slowly. The woman staggered and grew even more pale. Her mind seemed frozen. She could not master her thoughts. She grew dizzy and caught at the arm of the sofa to support herself. In the haze in her brain, she felt Muller's hand on her arm and heard his calm and gentle voice saying, "I am not your enemy, Mrs. Tunner. I am nobody's enemy, and if I ever can help anyone who is in trouble, I always do it. I have such deep sympathy for the fear, the shame, the despair of the captured criminal that I am often obliged to help him to relieve the pressure of my own feelings. Therefore, you need not be afraid of me, and it will be better for yourself as well as for your son if you tell me the truth." While speaking, he had pressed Mrs. Tunner gently down onto the sofa again. She looked at him, still with the hanging horror in her eyes, and breathed low, I don't know the truth." "You do not?" "I do not know what happened in that dreadful night. I know nothing about it." Muller's voice was cooler as he asked quickly, at a random shot, "You do not even know that your son climbed the wall to come to you that evening?" Mrs. Tunner pressed her lips tight together, and her eyes dropped. Finally she said, "Yes, I know that one thing, but that does not prove anything." She spoke with a pause between each word, as if fighting for strength. "One thing it proves," replied Muller, "and that is that your Karl came to you secretly on the very night of the mysterious occurrence in the greenhouse." "Why shouldn't a son visit his mother?" stammered the terrified woman. "A son does not usually climb walls to get to his mother," replied the detective, "although this is an unusual case, and therefore—" "Oh, my God! If only I could do something to explain it," cut in Mrs. Tunner. "You fixed some supper for your son," continued Muller. "Yes, I did. He was cold and hungry. I gave him an old woolen vest that Mr. Erlach had done with. That was why he forgot his muffler." Mrs. Tunner's voice was firmer now and just a little defiant. "Those are unimportant details," said Muller with a smile. "The main point is, why did he come to you in such secrecy that night? The cold supper and the old vest you gave him would hardly be the reason for his climbing the wall. He wanted something more, Mrs. Tunner. You surely must know that sooner or later we will find out why your son came to you that evening. It will be much better for you to tell me now yourself." "But suppose I will not tell you," murmured the unhappy woman. Muller bent forward and lowered his voice. "Then you know what my duty demands, if you will not speak." "What? What is your duty?" she asked, shivering. "It is my duty to tell the authorities that your son was in the Erlach house that night, and that you know of it." "Well, then? What will happen then?" "You will be arrested at once." "Why?" "You ask?" Mrs. Tunner covered her face with her hands and sat for a few moments in silence. Finally she spoke. "If I tell you all that I know, the only thing I know, must you then go to the authorities?" "No, for then I could take the responsibility about being silent for a while yet. I will then know by your own confession that your son was in the greenhouse that night, and no one else need know it for a while. And as yet I am the only person who knows it." You alone know it?" murmured Mrs. Tunner, slipping to her knees and holding out her hands, clasped in pleading. "And you will not say anything? Oh, I know you will not. And you won't force me to speak? Your heart is so good. You are too kind, too noble, to force a despairing mother to give up her only child in this way." "Then you will not speak?" No, I can't. "Very well, then I must do without your assistance." "Assistance? Did you really believe—" "I believe that you would talk to me freely. I believe that you yourself really do not know what happened that night, and therefore I cannot think that you, his mother, would believe the worst of your son." "But I do not." "You must, or else you would talk freely with me. You would do everything you can to clear him from this suspicion." "But I have cast no suspicion on him." "Yes, you have. You are doing it through your silence. You surely ought to know better than anyone else what might be expected of your son. You need not talk if you do not want to. I will follow up your son, and I will find him, for I usually find those I seek. You can go now if you want to. You can even leave my house if you desire it. You are not a prisoner here. But I warn you that as soon as you do go, it is my duty to tell the authorities, to let them know that you believe the worst of your son, that you know where he is, and that you will probably find some means to help him to a further flight, as you have already helped him to leave Vienna." "You know that too?" breathed Mrs. Tunner. "Yes, I know it. He thanks you for it himself." "You know that too?" she repeated, dazed. "Then you have—" "I opened your trunk. Yes, I did it. It was my duty, for I have been officially engaged to investigate the matter of Mr. Erlach's disappearance." "And what did you find out from my trunk?" the woman queried again, in a tone of bitter contempt. "Only that you are a woman whose life has seen terrible reverses and great struggle and sorrow," replied Muller gravely. "Also that you have the misfortune to be the mother of a good-for-nothing son, who has already caused you great trouble and anxiety. But and that is the difference between us, I cannot yet believe the very worst of your son." "You can't? You can't? You don't believe, then, that he—" Her eyes softened, the tension in her face relaxed. "I did not find any evidence in his letters that he has passed beyond the stage of mere recklessness and selfish carelessness to a state of mind that would lead to murder. That does not come easily, even to a man who has sunk quite low, and I think that your son can still be saved." Mrs. Tunner sobbed aloud. She caught Muller's hand and pressed a passionate kiss on it. "Why, what are you doing?" he exclaimed, drawing away his hand. "Only what any mother would do, any mother whom a stranger must teach to trust her own son. Oh, how could I have ever thought it?" "I can understand," said the old detective gently. "You are a serious-minded woman, and your son's life thus far has been a terrible cross to you. When he came to you in that dreadful night, as he calls it, he may have come in great need, and you could not help him. He had to help himself somehow. In what way we do not know, but we know it must have been a wrong way. Into what it may have led him, what may have happened with or without his own will and intention, I do not know. You do not seem to know it either, but we both know that whatever it was, it drove him to flight. All that I ask of you now is to tell me what it was that he had wanted of you, according to his own letter. Your love for him is so strong that it leads you to exaggerate his faults, just as a great love leads some mothers to underestimate the lack in their children. I stand outside of the question altogether, and I think that I see more clearly than you do." "Oh, I thank you for those words," sobbed the woman. "Yes, I can talk to you now, but only to you, for what I have to say may mean great danger for my boy. Karl came to me that evening to tell me that he had been in Vienna for several weeks, and that he had been trying in vain to find work. He told me that he had scarcely eaten anything for 2 days, and that he would have had to sleep in the parks had not a friend taken him in." Mrs. Tunner stopped and sank back again on the sofa, shivering. Muller went into the next room and returned with a glass of wine, which he offered her. She drank it and then continued her story in a hopeless, monotonous voice. "He asked me to help him, to give him money. All I had in the house was 4 crowns, which I had saved from my last salary. The rest, as usual, I had sent on the 1st of the month to Mrs. Menger, my former cook. She put it in the savings bank for me. Karl was not satisfied with the little I could give him. He was greatly excited and told me that a good position had been offered him, which he would lose if he couldn't raise a bond of 100 crowns at once. I had never seen him quite so upset before. It seemed to drive him nearly crazy when I told him that I couldn't possibly get the money under 3 or 4 days. You see, Mrs. Menger would have to give notice at the savings bank and then call for the money a day or 2 later." "How could Mrs. Menger get your money?" asked Muller. "She's taking care of it for me," replied Mrs. Tunner with a sad smile. "4 years ago, at the insistence of this good, faithful soul, I began to lay aside something for my old age. I had given Karl all my wages before that, but Katie Menger gave me no peace until I had started a savings bank account in her name, and promised to send her all I did not absolutely need just as soon as I received it. So now, if Karl came to ask for money a day or 2 after the 1st of the month, I never had any to give him. That night he was so angry that he lost his head completely. He made a demand of me which I dismissed indignantly at once. It was so dreadful." "What was it?" "He demanded that I should ask Mr. Erlach for the money." "Well, that was nervy. Did he want you to drag the poor old man out of bed and force the money from him? Rather inconsiderate of him." "That was Karl's way," sighed Mrs. Tunner. "He never considered anyone else when he wanted anything. Even as a baby he expected to have his own will, always, at any cost." "This time, too?" Mrs. Tunner grew still paler at the question. "I don't know," she answered slowly, "for when Karl insisted and finally at my refusal declared that he would go in to see Mr. Erlach himself, if I was too much of a coward to do it, I lost my patience too, and sprang between him and the door, locking it. It was a terrible moment for me, for I almost hated my son then, but I was not yet afraid of him. I pushed him away, and I pointed to the other door, the door into the garden, and told him to go, ordered him to leave the house at once. He did so without another word for me. His face was pale and his step unsteady. When he had gone, I rushed to the door to call him back. That is, I wanted to rush to the door, but instead I fell in a faint. I do not know how long I lay there. I awoke to find myself on the kitchen floor, and it was some little while before I could remember what had happened. I ran to the back door and called his name out into the night, but the howling of the wind drowned my voice. I dragged myself back into the hall, locked the door, and went to bed. It was long before I could get to sleep, as you might well imagine. I awoke again at 5 o'clock. At 8 o'clock I discovered that Mr. Erlach was missing, and since then I have not known a quiet moment. Now I have told you all. The unfortunate woman fell back again into the sofa corner, her hands clasped in her lap. "Take some more of this wine," said Muller, "and now tell me something more. You say you do not know how long your faint lasted. Was there nothing to give you an idea of the time?" "No, nothing. I did not even look at the clock before I crept into bed." "And now tell me something of your last interview with your son." When she had obeyed his behest and somewhat controlled the stress of her emotion, Muller ordered his carriage, and they drove together to Mrs. Menger's flat. All they could find out here was that the letter received by Katie's sister from Karl Tunner had borne a Hungarian stamp. This seemed to suggest something to Mrs. Tunner, and Muller asked her what it was. "I think he must be in Pressburg," she said, apparently greatly relieved. Muller was much surprised. He stood for a moment motionless, then a faint smile curled his lips and shone in his keen eyes. He told Mrs. Menger to come to his house whenever she had any news that would interest Mrs. Tunner. Then he led the latter downstairs again to the waiting carriage. As they drove through the streets, Muller saw that his companion was much easier in her mind. The tension in her face relaxed, and the ghost of a smile appeared now and then on her pale lips. It was a long drive, and neither spoke until they were nearly home. Then Muller said gently, "What were you thinking of all this time, Mrs. Tunner?" She turned to him, her smile grown brighter, a look of hope in her eyes. "I am thinking of the crisis that this will mean for Karl, the crisis he must pass through if he is ever to be saved." "Then you will be satisfied with whatever I undertake, even if I find it necessary to arrest him?" "Yes, I am willing that you should do even that. It will be good for him. I no longer believe the worst of him, and if he has committed some minor fault, it is right and just that he should atone for it. It may be what he needs to make a decent man of him." "I think he can be saved," said Muller. "I begin to believe it, now that you think he is in Pressburg." "What has that got to do with it?" "It has a good deal to do with it. Do you believe that a man who has the worst to fear would go only as far as Pressburg?" "Oh." "What made you think of this city at once?" "Because his best friend lives there, a young man who is not much better than Karl," sighed the mother. "Bela von Lankowitz considers himself an artist, and therefore justified in living a reckless life. Karl mentioned recently that he is now engaged at the Pressburg Theater. His mother lives there. She too has been a widow for many years." "I'll go there myself today." "But if you don't find him there," said Mrs. Tunner hastily, "please don't think that it is my fault. The Hungarian stamp reminded me of Lankowitz. I know of no other friends of my son's there, nothing else that would take him into Hungary." "I understand that," said Muller. "I'll take the responsibility." They drove the rest of the way in silence. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Return of the Prodigal Son continued. Muller reached Pressburg that evening after midnight and went to a hotel at once. He was up again at 7 and walked over to the theater. The bills for the performance of the day before were still hanging on the boards, and an attendant came out to change them as the detective stood there. "This is the bill for today, sir," said the man. "That's what we gave yesterday." Muller inquired about Mr. von Lankowitz, and the attendant shrugged his shoulders with a smile. "Oh, he never gets his name on the bill," he said. "He sings along with the rest of them in the chorus." A silver piece pressed into the man's hand brought forth the necessary information regarding the address of the young chorus singer. As it was at a considerable distance from the theater, Muller set out in spite of the early hour. The number he sought was in a new street of cheap tenements, where the outer wall of the houses, newly erected as they were, was already cracking and peeling off. The interior, the halls, and the many stairways were equally unattractive. Finally, after many inquiries, Muller found the apartment he sought. As he stopped in front of the door, he could look through its little glass peephole into an untidy kitchen, about the walls of which Women's garments were hanging. The whole look of the place, as far as he could see, told him that even if the two young men were alike in character, this mother was very different from Mrs. Tunner. On the door were two visiting cards decorated with a crest of arms and a crown. On the one card stood the name Henrietta Amalie Lankowitz, des Ober et Erdofhelve. Underneath was written in ink, Lessons in Dancing and Deportment. The other card showed the name of the young Lankowitz. The writing on the first card gave Muller the excuse that he needed to enter the apartment, and he pressed the button at once. He had to wait some time. Finally he heard steps coming to the door from another direction, and it was opened a tiny crack. "What do you want?" said a small plump woman, whose untidy gray head showed in the opening. "I would like to speak to Mrs. von Lankowitz." "I am Mrs. von Lankowitz." Muller excused his early coming by saying that he was busy the rest of the day, but that he wanted to speak about dancing lessons for his nieces. This won the confidence of the woman on the other side of the door, and she asked him to come in. Inside, in an untidy room, he saw that she was at least 60, short and fat. Her face, swollen and puffy, was already thickly powdered, although her hair had not yet been combed. She wore a torn and faded dressing gown, and the whole look of the woman was unattractive in the extreme. But Muller controlled his first feeling of repulsion, and soon discovered that the poor old creature was half crazy and quite harmless in her foolish vanity. His kindness and gentle flattery won her heart, and she told him all he wanted to know. Her son had a friend staying with him, she said, a nervous young man who seemed to be uneasy all the time, who only came Sunday evening, and was now going away again that very day. At the present moment the young gentlemen were out on an excursion, just where the old lady did not know. She did know, however, that the friend, who had been introduced to her as Karl Tunner, intended to leave Pressburg by the 6 o'clock train. When Muller had learned all this, he took his farewell, promising that Mrs. von Lankowitz should hear from him the very next day regarding the lessons. The detective was glad to escape into the pure air outside, and as he had nothing to do, he spent the rest of the day in the charming surroundings of the city. An hour before train time, he went to the station, took his ticket, ordered a compartment reserved for him, and then strolled about, apparently careless, but in reality watching every young man who passed him. He was quite calm and collected. There was not a sign of excitement about him. The experienced detective had by this time made up his mind that Leopold Erlach had been murdered and his body hidden somewhere. But since the last evening he no longer considered Karl Tunner as the possible criminal. For in his mind a crime such as he now believed to have been committed needed careful, cold-blooded preparation and a nerve and self-control of which this young vagabond would hardly be in possession. It would have been quite impossible for him to have carried out the crime unless his mother were in league with him. And this, Muller now knew, was not the case. With his knowledge of human nature, he realized the honesty and uprightness of the woman's character. The boy was a good-for-nothing. He was lazy, he might be a thief, possibly, but he could not be a murderer, not yet, at least. Muller was honest with himself also, and he indulged in a quiet laugh at his own expense just now. Before he took the train for Pressburg the evening of the day previous, he had known perfectly well that Karl Tunner had nothing to do with the murder, and yet he devoted 24 hours to finding the young scapegrace and bringing him home to his mother. And he did it for no other reason than the fact that he felt sorry for this mother, and that she at least seemed worth a little time and money spent in the rescue of her boy. It was one of the little digressions that he could not help, and he excused it to himself by saying that from the next morning on he would devote all his energy to the Erlach case. The time passed finally, and about 10 minutes before the departure of the train, two young men came in hastily in earnest conversation. They parted just inside the door, and the taller of the two hurried to the ticket office. Muller, who followed close behind, heard him ask for a third-class ticket to Vienna. There was no third class on the express, so the young man was obliged to go second. When he had his ticket, he hurried out to the platform, Muller still following. The detective motioned to the waiting conductor, and the official helped the young man into the compartment that Muller had reserved. The latter got in himself, and a moment later the train started. "Good afternoon, Mr. Tunner," began Muller, when they were well on their way. Karl Tunner sprang from his seat, then sank back again, stammering inarticulately. You want to know who I am? Asked Muller with a smile. I am a man who has come to find you and take you home. I am a detective. Did that fool Stillinger give me away when there was no need for it, or have they arrested him again? Muller was surprised, but now he knew why Karl Tunner left Vienna. Don't be angry, he said. You ought to have known that you couldn't depend on Stillinger. But it was he who told me to stand watch. Even then, you didn't have to do it. Did you ever go a whole week without anything to eat? No, I'm not afraid of work. Karl Tunner's eyes dropped. I was coming home, he said after a pause. I wanted to come back and be a decent man again. I was coming back to see my mother, but I won't be able to do it now. I won't be able to ask her to forgive me. I never thought that I'd be arrested now. Oh, my poor mother will never outlive it. But you will, all right. Oh, don't make fun of me. Haven't you got a heart? About as much as you have, to judge by your conduct towards your mother. Oh, I'm a good-for-nothing. I know it. But how do you know so much about me? Have the police been watching me? They've naturally been looking up your record. On account of that little fool thing? Stillinger sent me word that the man wasn't really hurt. Why did they arrest him again then? And why did you follow me here? See here, young friend, you'd better not be asking so many questions. Leave that to me. Very well then, but I don't have to answer you, do I? Oh ho, we're defiant, are we? That will only make things worse for you. The best thing for you to do is to stick severely to the truth. Then you won't mix yourself up in what you say and set the judge against you. The judge? Are they going to bring me to trial? Why, of course. They want to find out about the other matter, the more important one. What other matter? What do you mean? I mean what happened in the Erlach house. What happened there? Tunner's voice was full of defiance. I told my mother she ought to ask Mr. Erlach for money, if you want to know. I don't know why that should interest the police. She didn't do it anyway. She turned me out of the house and then she fainted and lay there unconscious ever so long. The next morning Mr. Erlach had disappeared and has not been found since. Karl Tunner stared at the man opposite him as if dazed. It was clear that he did not understand the matter at all at first. But as the comprehension came to him, he screamed aloud and sprang up. He stood before Muller, his face white, his big blue eyes full of horror, trembling in every fiber, and stretched out his hand as if pleading for mercy. Then that was what she meant, he groaned. That! She even believes me capable of murder? That was what she meant. And I didn't dare tell her that it wasn't true, because just a few days before I'd helped to knock a man senseless and rob him. The poor boy sank back in his seat, trembling all over. Muller looked at him pityingly, although his mind was busy with the question, who then is the unknown murderer, and where must I seek him? It was some time before Karl Tunner could control himself. Finally he began to speak again. You say that Mr. Erlach disappeared that night? Yes, that was what I said. And in my excitement I imagined, of course, that he must have been murdered and buried somewhere. You may possibly be right about that. Possibly. Don't they know? No, nothing has been discovered. Why did they think of me? I hadn't anything against the old man. I never even saw him. Robbery may have been the motive for the murder. It is known that you were with your mother that evening, after Erlach had gone to bed. Young Tunner clenched his teeth and groaned aloud, as Muller continued calmly. We know your past career. We know that you are idle and disinclined to work. We know that you are pleasure-loving and unscrupulous with but a very poor idea of duty or consideration for others. It's easy enough to be led into murder when one is determined to get money at any cost. You confess to the other matter. Might it not have been the same with Erlach? He was an old man, not strong. It would have taken little to finish him, especially when he had been awakened from sleep. Who says he was asleep while I was in the house? Interrupted Karl. What do you know about it? I know there was a light in his room, not a nightlight, a regular lamp. Did your mother know that? No, I didn't tell her. She thought he was asleep. It would be difficult for you to convince people that you could climb that wall without help. So they know I came in over the wall, do they? Said Karl bitterly. And they think I must have brought an accomplice with me. Do they believe that my mother? No, they do not, said Muller quickly. Your mother's life would give the lie to any suspicions. Karl's head sank on his breast. After a while he spoke slowly and grimly. Yes, Stillinger was with me, but he stayed outside the wall. It was he who drove me to do it, to go to my mother that evening, and he waited outside for me. Why did you want 100 crowns? Of course, I don't believe the story of the position and the bond, but I certainly don't think you're bad enough to frighten your mother to that extent, just because that rascal Stillinger demanded it of you. Again Karl paused a moment before he spoke. "Well, I suppose you'll have to know that too. I had a position as errand boy with a tailor, and he gave me an overcoat to take to the furrier. I pawned the coat, and Stillinger and I used up the 50 crowns it brought me. Of course, it was found out. On the 8th of September it was. The tailor found the pawn ticket and told me he'd give me 2 days to return the money. I was living with Stillinger then, and of course I told him the story. He said to go to my mother about it." "And you asked her for 100 crowns? Man alive, isn't there any limit to your heartlessness and your impudence?" Karl Tunner's head sank again. In spite of his show of bravado, he was only half-heartedly a rascal. Meekly he endured all this scolding at the hands of a man who, although Karl did not know it, had no authority for the position he took. But it was one of Muller's characteristics that he invariably knew the right time to say a thing. It was this that gave him his power to touch the heart of even the most abandoned criminal. His present task was an easy one. Karl Tunner had reached the crisis which comes to all at some time or other, the moment when the natural good hidden down deep in the boy's heart began to assert itself in a wave of disgust at the life he was leading. For in spite of his selfishness and laziness, Karl was not really bad at heart. He had a hidden fund of inherited good qualities to fall back upon, and the crisis of emotion through which he was now passing had served to bring it out. He bared his soul piteously to this utter stranger as a sort of penance for his misdoing. "And when your mother couldn't give you the money, what did you do then?" inquired the detective. "Stillinger and I spent all day making plans. Finally, we decided to try the holdup. Do you want me to tell you about that?" "No, you needn't. I know about it." Muller had read the police account of the farmer coming into market in the early morning hours and being held up by a young man by the name of Stillinger, who was known to be an assistant at the city market. In spite of the victim's intoxication, he had managed to call for help, and Stillinger was arrested. His accomplice, who had stood sentry, escaped. Muller was now the first to know that Karl Tunner had been this accomplice. The victim of the holdup had not been injured at all, and the prisoner protested that it was a misunderstanding. Therefore he was released after 2 or 3 days. Muller continued his questioning. "How did you know that your mother had left Inzersdorf?" "She wrote to me." "But she told you nothing about Mr. Erlach's disappearance? And you didn't see it in the papers?" "I don't often get a chance to read a paper, and since I've had so much trouble, I haven't taken any interest in anything. I look over the advertisements in the Crown Gazette. That is, I've done so since the 12th of September." "Oh, I see," smiled Muller. "That was how you knew it was safe for you to come back. An arrangement with Stillinger, eh?" "Sure. He let me know it was all right, and I wanted to come back to give my mother the rest of the money, to tell her everything." "And to promise her you'd turn over a new leaf?" The detective's tone was slightly sarcastic. Karl looked at him pleadingly and answered, "I really want to do it this time. Will I be allowed to see my mother? Soon? Real soon? If she's got to live through this disgrace, at least I want her to know that I'm not a murderer." The young man burst into tears, and Muller let the crisis of his emotion pass without interruption. When Karl had controlled himself again, he said, "And when I serve my term, when they let me out again, will you let me hunt for Erlach's murderer? If they haven't found him till then, I'll find him." A smile and a quick look of interest illumined Muller's face. "That's not a bad idea," he said after a moment. "How much schooling have you had?" "Normal school and a business school." "And yet you've never been able to accomplish anything?" I didn't half try, I'm afraid." "Do you know any foreign languages?" "I can speak French. My mother speaks it just as she does German, and we always spoke it at home when I was a child. I kept it up ever since." "That might come in handy," said Muller thoughtfully. After this they both relapsed into silence. Karl did not say another word even when the station was reached. He followed Muller quietly into the cab and sat cowering in the corner as they drove through the lighted streets. Supposing that he was being driven to prison, he paid no attention to his surroundings. Mechanically he alighted when the carriage stopped, and followed the detective into the house and into a room on the ground floor. It was a comfortable, warm, and well-lit room, but the unhappy boy did not notice it. He sank into a chair and covered his face with his hands. "And I've come down to this," he thought, "but no one will pity me, for I've deserved it." He sat there for some time until he heard steps outside and the door opened softly. Even then he didn't dare look up. "Now they're coming after me to take me to the cell," he thought. Finally, as no one spoke, He mustered up courage to raise his head, looking toward the now open door. With a cry, he sprang up, ran forward, and fell on his knees at the feet of the woman who stood there. "Mother, oh, mother," he sobbed. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. What Stillinger Saw on the Black Moor. That same evening, while Muller and Karl were making the journey from Pressburg to Vienna, Lieutenant Paul Erlach sat by the side of Miss Nellie von Feldern in a cozy drawing-room, bright with lights and flowers. There had been no definite word spoken between the young people, but they themselves were as little in doubt as to their feelings for one another as was the rest of the family gathering that filled the adjoining rooms of the Feldern home. Paul was poor, and Nellie's father, the retired Colonel von Feldern, had suffered financial reverses owing to his generosity in shouldering a comrade's debt. Neither of the young people could raise the sum of money required by the Austrian military authorities as a first condition for consent to the marriage of an army officer. Paul was a man of sensitive mind and high ideals of honor. He would not consent to bind the girl to him thus hopelessly. But the renunciation cost him many an hour of suffering. It seemed doubly hard this evening, with her grave, sweet beauty enhanced by a simple and becoming evening gown, with the pretty flush on her soft cheeks that betrayed her happiness, and thus having him at her side, Nellie had never seemed so lovable, so desirable. Apart from the one absorbing topic of his affection for her, there was something else in Paul's mind that night, something he wanted to speak to Nellie about. But he could not find courage to broach the subject. When they had sat silent for some time, Nellie said, "You asked me to leave the others and come in here because you had something to say to me. What is it?" "It's difficult for me to say it," said Paul, "but the matter is important, very important for me." "Don't be afraid to talk," said Nellie gently. "You know I'm always glad to hear anything you have to say." Without answering, Paul handed her the anonymous letter. She read it, then turned to him in surprise. "Is this what was worrying you?" she asked. "I don't understand. And why? Why did you want me to read it?" Nellie's voice trembled, the lids drooped over her eyes, and the color came and went on her soft cheeks. "It doesn't worry me as much as it did at first," said the young officer. "I can think about it more calmly now, and it is you, just you, who must read this letter, Miss Nellie. This about the father-in-law, don't you understand? It means your father." "Oh." "At least I am forced to think it does, because yours is the only house to which I have come with any frequency at all. But believe me, Miss Nellie, never with any word or hint have I suggested that I might be so fortunate." Paul stopped, unable to find the words in his eagerness. The girl looked at him gravely. "You need not tell me this. I know it. I trust you." Thank you, thank you. And now may I bother you with a few questions?" "Certainly." "Does this handwriting remind you of any you might have seen at any time?" He handed her the letter again. She looked at it carefully. "It's a disguised hand, I suppose. It doesn't seem to remind me of anyone." "It must have been written by someone who knows you, and who envies me the happiness which he believes, without any justification, to be mine. It must have been written by someone who hates me because he loves you." "A nice sort of love, that. Every man loves as his nature is." "This man loves more like a villain, then, if you do not mistake the motive of this letter." "I cannot understand any other motive for it." "Well, then," said Nellie, settling back in her sofa corner, "let us go at the matter in a business-like way. Now, the number of those who might have written such a letter from such a motive is not as great as you seem to think. In Linz, for instance, there were only 2 suitors. One was Captain von Schlemm, and the other was a lawyer, Mr. Stoger. They're both happily married now, you know, and therefore need not come in for consideration." "No, indeed, I know both these men. They are not capable of an action of this sort. But can't you remember someone else? Someone who might never have come sufficiently into the horizon of your life to be called an official suitor, but someone who loved you, at a distance, for instance?" "I hate to ask all these things, Miss Nellie, but my friend Commissioner Lair and the detective who is in charge of the case concerning my uncle believe that this letter might have something to do with it, and they are very anxious to find some clue to the writer." "Why, certainly. I don't exactly see how this letter could have anything to do with your uncle's disappearance, but I'll gladly do all I can to help you. Now, for instance, at the present moment, I don't have to think very far. I don't know of anybody at all." "Now, Miss Nellie, why, I could name two, besides my own self. One of them is in the other room now. There he stands talking to your father, and probably wishing me in the farthest corner of the earth." Nellie laughed brightly. "You mean Mr. Cress? Oh, he's such a decent sort, even if he has a red beard. You surely don't think that he—" "Certainly not. No more do I think it of my comrade Lauren, who's now up in the mountains of Hungary. But there must be someone else. A man doesn't need to have said anything to a woman, and yet somehow she understands that he is in love with her. Can't you remember any such secret admirer?" "Oh, yes, there is someone. He sends me flowers anonymously." "Indeed?" "And poems, too." "Have you any of them?" asked Paul eagerly. "No, I'm sorry now." "What happened to them?" "I burned them. I didn't like the tone of them. It was too passionate. It wasn't nice. Altogether, I received about 6 or 7 of these bunches of flowers, each time with a poem. I sent the flowers to the hospital. I read only 2 of the poems. The others I burned without reading them." "That's too bad. Did that happen in Linz, too?" "No, that began in Moor, you know, the little village outside Vienna, where we lived for nearly a year." 2 years ago, then. And you never heard any more from this admirer?" "Why, I don't know. I get flowers occasionally. Perhaps they're from him, but he doesn't send any more of the poems." "How did these things come to you?" "When we were in the country, they came with the parcels post from Vienna. Here they're brought by a messenger." "Now, may I ask where you lived in Moor? Did you have a house of your own there?" "No, we rented a larger part of a house from a Mrs. von Probst. She owned the house and also a very unpleasant son. He was one of those conceited individuals, although goodness knows he had no right to be, for the only thing noticeable about him was his ugliness." "I suppose he tried to attract your attention?" "No more than he did that of everybody else. But I shouldn't talk so about him. The poor fellow can't help being ugly. In spite of his conceit, he was not very aggressive, and they said that he was honest and very capable, too." "And you can't remember anything else? Nothing at all that would give us a clue to the writer of this letter?" "No, nothing at all. Then you've engaged a detective about your uncle?" "Yes, a very good one, they tell me." "And yet nothing's been discovered? No word of your uncle? Or of his death?" "No, nothing. This detective has only just taken up the case, you know. I am sure no one could wish to have light brought into this mystery more than I do." Paul sighed deeply, and an answering sigh came from the girl beside him. Then they both blushed and did not dare to look at each other for the moment, for the same thought had passed through the mind of each, the thought of what definite news of Leopold Erlach's death would mean to them. Nellie bent her head deeper over the fragrant mass of violets that filled the glass bowl on the table. They were Paul's gift, while the great bunch of glowing roses that stood near had been brought by Mr. Cress, the rich merchant who now stood in the other room, talking to the colonel, but glancing impatiently towards the corner where the young couple sat. There was a heavy silence between the two, full of unspoken emotion. Finally, Paul said slowly and gravely, "Miss Nellie, you're working too hard at your studies. You are so pale. I don't half believe that you have the strength to stand the strain of teaching. If I dare give you any advice at all, it will be to prefer those roses. It is now the 13th day since my uncle's disappearance, and there has been no sign of him, living or dead. If it cannot be proven that he is alive or dead, we know what that means. Why, Miss Nellie, Nellie, what are you doing?" Nellie had arisen from her seat, taken the vase with the roses, and carried it away to set on a cabinet at the other end of the room. Then she came back to the sofa. "What are you doing? What have you done?" he asked again. "The only thing I could do," said the girl gently, her cheeks a soft rose as he bent to kiss her hand. "I prefer violets." The morning after his return from Pressburg, Muller made an early call on Johann Stillinger, Karl's accomplice of the attempted robbery. He had the address from the police and walked into the young man's room without much ceremony. "You are Johann Stillinger?" the detective said. "And who are you?" asked the man who sat at the table, a true type of bully of the tenement districts. "I'm a police agent." Stillinger said nothing for a moment. He'd had so much to do with the police recently that he judged silence to be his best policy. He continued to drink his morning coffee as if the matter didn't concern him at all, but it did not escape Muller's notice that the spoon shook in his hand. The detective sat down on the only other chair in the bare little room and began comfortably. "Don't let your coffee get cold. I just want you to tell me a little more about that holdup last week. Now, Karl Tunner—" Stillinger jumped up, dropping his spoon on the floor. "Has that fool been talking? That damn idiot?" he screamed. "Just wait till I settle him, when I get out again." "Do be quiet. You'll alarm the whole house, and besides, nobody's locked you up yet." "What do you mean by that?" "Merely a hint that I haven't come to arrest you. In fact, I haven't any warrant to do it." Johann Stillinger looked at his visitor in surprise. "Then what did you come for?" he asked, sitting down again. "I'll tell you." "Hurry up about it." "I'll take my own time, please. First of all, I have a suggestion. Suppose you take a position with the street cleaning department." Stillinger shook his head and asked ironically, "Now where'd you get that idea?" "It's not such a bad idea. They're not likely to take you on again at the market. And I suppose you haven't learned any trade, or you wouldn't have been in that work. It won't be easy for you to get work by your own efforts now, and I don't suppose you're particularly anxious to come down in the world any more than you have. Am I right about this?" "Guess you might be. I ain't hankering after having anything more to do with the police." "Well, then, you've got to work if you want to avoid the police, and you can have a position at street cleaning if you want it." "But see here, there's something queer about this, that you're so anxious to help me. Where's the hook?" "I want you to do something for me, and I don't want you to do it without payment. I can't get you a position at court, but I can arrange for your employment in the street cleaning department. I'm willing to do that for what I want of you. I don't see any particular good in putting you in prison again, although you did get free a little too easy this time. You might as well have a try at leading a decent life. Therefore, I'm not troubling my conscience about keeping silent on what—" "On what that damned idiot told you?" interrupted Stillinger angrily. Muller pushed him back in the chair again. "Go easy now. Tunner told me the truth about the matter without any intention to injure you at all. I'll explain to you later how it was. Now I have a question. Did you spend a part of the night of the 9th of September in the neighborhood of Inzersdorf?" "Yes. Well, suppose I did. What were you doing out there?" "I went out with Karl. He was going to his mother. What did he want at that hour of night?" "He wanted money. He had to have it next morning. If he didn't get the 50 crowns, they'd lock him up." "But he asked for 100. "Oh, you know that, do you? Then what do you ask me about it?" Muller looked straight at the man, and the bully's eyes sank. "It was you who got him to do that," said the detective calmly, "and you went with him to be sure he wouldn't turn back at the last moment." "Yes, that's true. Karl's a weak sort of chap. He's sure the kind that turns back at the last minute." "I shouldn't call a man a coward merely because he hasn't the courage to do an evil thing. Now I want you to tell me exactly what happened that night." "Well, if you know it all, why should I tell you about it?" "You will do as I tell you, and do it right now." "All right, then. Well, we went out to the country, and it was pretty late. I heard it strike 11 in Inzersdorf when Karl climbed over the wall. I walked up and down. Then I stood by a tree, a poplar tree it was, at the edge of the meadow. That's how we'd arranged it. I waited and waited, and it was the longest time before I heard anything movin'. Nothin' but just the wind. Then I hear something movin' in the avenue, under the row of trees that goes out from the garden to the high road. But there was such a mist on the moor that the moon didn't help yer to see much. All I knew was that what was moving under the trees wasn't comin' from the same place where Karl climbed over the wall. So I thinks she saved him the trouble and opened the gate for him. Then I calls to him 2 or 3 times, 'cause I thinks he's forgotten where he was to meet. He was going in the opposite direction from my tree. When I shouted, there wasn't a sound in the avenue. I called again, but there was nothing happened. Then I hears the dry leaves in the avenue making a noise, as if somebody was walking very quick, and I calls again. Then way off in the fog I see a man's figure, only just for a minute, and I don't see him very distinctly. Then he's gone again. I yelled after him, and suddenly I hears Karl behind me saying to me, 'What are you yelling so for, you fool?' There he was, come over the wall, just where he'd gone in. I asked him for the money, and he tells me, very mad, that he couldn't get it. So we comes back here, and then I thinks out the holdup." Stillinger stopped and sat looking at the detective in astonishment. Muller was evidently greatly interested by the man's story. He sat leaning forward in his chair, his lips firmly set, his eyes sharp as steel, and his face pale in excitement. Finally he breathed deeply and leaned back more comfortably. Then, after a pause, he asked, "Then you saw the man only very indistinctly?" "Yes, just dim like in the fog." "Was there anything you particularly noticed about him?" "No, or yes. He seemed pretty big, but perhaps that was only the fog." "Yes, that's possible." Did he seem to be carrying anything? No. Or were there two of them? No, there wasn't but one. Do you think that if we stood under the poplar tree, you could show me the direction the man took? Now Stillinger became interested himself. Is that so important? He said. Muller replied sharply. Answer my question. Sure, I think I could tell you. Very well. 6 o'clock this evening you are to meet me in front of the church of St. Roch. I'll have a carriage there and we'll drive out to Inzersdorf. I'll be there, said Stillinger. But why is all that so important? Muller stood up and took his hat. I suppose you never read the papers, he said. I get a blink at one occasionally, when I have the cash for a glass of beer in the café. Well, you don't miss much, and the matter concerned here probably wouldn't interest you, so you needn't ask any more about it. Be there on time, and now, goodbye. The detective was already at the door when Stillinger called to him. But you want me to do something for you. You ain't getting me a position for nothing? Muller laughed. You've done it already, or nearly so. What? You told me a story which I think will be of great value to me. Is that all? Asked the man, astonished. And then you'll take a drive with me this evening. And you're going to get me a place for that? Yes, and a chance to be a decent man. You're in luck, young friend, but I don't know as I'm doing it so much for you as for all those to whom you might be dangerous if you keep on as you are now. Another nod, and Muller was outside the door. He had gone to see Stillinger simply so as not to reproach himself for having neglected any possible clue. Since Karl Tunner told him that Stillinger had waited outside the greenhouse that evening, Muller knew it would be wise to find the man and question him, for he might have seen something during his vigil. But experienced detective as he was, Muller never imagined he was going to get as much out of this visit as he really did. Stillinger had undoubtedly seen either Erlach's murderer or Erlach himself, probably the former. For unless the old gentleman had suddenly lost his senses, it was not at all likely that he should have voluntarily gone into hiding and remained absent so long. But if the figure seen through the fog was Erlach's murderer, where was the old man himself? According to Stillinger's report, the man he had seen had not been carrying a burden, and he had been quite certain that there were not two of them. Therefore, it could not be a case of kidnapping, as Muller had thought might be possible. The mystery deepened the more he went into it, and Muller's interest grew with the growing difficulty of the case. His carriage stopped in front of the church at exactly 6 o'clock, and he found Stillinger waiting for him. They drove out into the country at a sharp pace, and reached the poplar tree by the wayside just as twilight was falling. Muller let his wagon wait for him at some little distance. The poplar tree lay about 50 paces from the garden wall, and about an equal distance from the end of the avenue of trees. Over there's where I see him disappear, said Stillinger, pointing towards the southwest, where another avenue of very old trees cut off the horizon line. Was it lighter then than it is now? Asked Muller. You said the moon was shining? Stillinger shook his head. Yes, but there was a fog. If you want to know how far you could see that night, you'll have to wait a bit. All right, we'll wait a bit. The black moor on the edge of which the two watchers stood was a low-lying, almost treeless waste, already veiled in twilight and in the fluttering ragged ends of mist that rose from it in spots. In the direction to which Stillinger pointed, there were several roads, leading various ways. Did the man change his direction after you called to him? Asked the detective. Stillinger did not think that this was the case. Then they stood in silence for some time, till finally the younger man said, There now, this is about what it was like that night. You couldn't scarce see the trees in the avenue one from another. So you see, I couldn't get more than just a squint of him. I'll go over there, and then you can see how it was. He ran out into the gloom. Muller watched him disappearing into the avenue of trees, heard the leaves rustle under his feet, and saw him come out again at the other end. Stillinger ran on for some few yards in the direction in which he had pointed, and Muller could see him most of the time. But he knew that on the night in question there had been very much more of a fog, and the air was not nearly as clear. This rendered it much more difficult to estimate the distance and size of any object. Muller returned to Vienna with Stillinger, leaving the latter at the church where he had found him. Go to the main office of the street cleaning department tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, were the detective's parting words. They know that you are coming, and your position is assured. And the young man, who now drops out of the story, did really enter the service of the street cleaning department, and led a more or less decent life. This was just one of the many good things that Muller did, so quietly and unassumingly that few people heard of them. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Robert Hartmann comes to Inzersdorf. The great brick factory, the chief reason for existence of the little village of Inzersdorf, lay about half an hour distant by foot from the official center of the town. Near the factory was the large and attractive dwelling house in which Richard Plön, general manager of the works, lived with his family. Tall, heavy-foliaged trees and wide stretches of lawn separated the comfortable home from its utilitarian but unattractive surroundings. The main high road leading to the south lay along one side of the garden. On this road, in front of the main entrance to the manager's garden, a well-appointed carriage halted one rainy evening. A young man who sat beside the coachman on the box sprang out and rang the bell at the gate. The servant who opened bowed deeply before the gentleman in the wagon. "Too bad you should come in such weather, sir," he said. "Shall I take your trunk?" "Please do. And Karl, you take the handbags. No, leave me the umbrella myself." Following the two servants up the path through the heavy rain, the stranger entered the main door of the house, greeted most cordially by Manager Plön. "I am Manager Plön," said the latter. "Welcome to my home." "My name is Hartmann, Robert Hartmann," answered the elderly gentleman, who had just arrived. "I hope sincerely that my coming will not cause any inconvenience in your household, and that you will not be angry with the Baron because he sends me to you." "No, indeed," said Plön. "You do us a great favor by coming, for I assure you it is dreary enough in Inzersdorf sometimes." "But you must know that I have the reputation of being an original." "Oh, I'm not afraid of that," laughed the manager. "We have 2 or 3 other originals in our family already. But now tell me, would you rather be domiciled downstairs or up one flight? There are 2 rooms at your service in either story, and we can easily take care of your valet also." "May I be quite frank?" "Please do." "The Baron told me something about a pavilion in your garden." "Yes, there is such a one, but it's quite a distance from the house, and if you want to have your man with you there, it would give you only 1 room for yourself." "I don't mind that, and I'm used to living alone." "Then I will have them put the pavilion in order for you." "You go and help them, Karl," said Mr. Hartmann to his servant. "It will be damp and cold in the pavilion," continued Plön. "They will have to air the rooms and heat them thoroughly. Won't you join us in the sitting room until the place is ready? And you're sure that you will not be afraid to sleep there? The pavilion is in a distant corner of the garden, right by the wall beyond which is the open moor, and our neighborhood, I am sorry to say, is not a safe one." "I am not afraid. I am strong and well, and am not unarmed. Besides, I am not alone if I have my man with me." Mr. Plön gave orders to have the pavilion put in readiness, and then asked his guest to follow him into the sitting room. An hour later the stranger was the center of attraction in the family circle. Plön's little boy rode fearlessly on his knee, while Mimi, a year older, tugged at his coat with perfect confidence and begged for another lovely story. The great St. Bernard dog sat beside Hartmann, looking at him with cordial interest, and the 3 grown members of the family, Manager Plön and his wife, as well as his sister, Miss Suzanne, had already decided that the advent of this stranger into their midst was as pleasant a thing as could have happened to them, for they found Hartmann a highly cultivated, delightful conversationalist, who bade fair to be an entertaining addition to the small social circle of the neighborhood. The stranger, Robert Hartmann as he called himself, a landed proprietor from Poland, had discovered brick clay on his estate and determined to start a brick factory. But as he knew nothing whatever about this industry, he concluded that it would be well to study it up first. His friend, Baron von Stein, in Vienna, had suggested to Hartmann that he might live in Inzersdorf for 2 or 3 weeks and study the brickmaking there. The Baron wrote to the manager about this, and the latter had at once invited his employer's friend to be his guest for an indefinite length of time. The Baron had hinted that any courtesy offered to Hartmann would be considered as a favor to himself, and Plön was only too glad to oblige his chief. The servants had been told to make everything as comfortable as possible for him, and the family were now greatly pleased to find their unknown guest so delightful a person. About an hour after Hartmann's arrival, the pavilion was ready for him, and his host accompanied him through the garden. The little house itself was a comfortable structure built of bricks, raised up on a foundation of the height of half a story, and containing one large room and one smaller one. The windows were protected by iron bars, and the door was a heavy one ornamented with iron. The rooms were comfortably, even handsomely furnished, for the Plones used it for extra guests who came unexpectedly when the main house was full. "Why, how pretty this is!" exclaimed Hartmann as he opened the door of the main room. The heavy curtains shut out the storm, and the bright fire, as well as the shaded electrics, gave an inviting glow of warmth and light. Hartmann looked about him with great pleasure and set about making himself comfortable after having promised his host to return to the house punctually at 7 o'clock for the evening meal. When left alone with his servant, the guest opened each of the windows in turn, examining the lay of the land outside. Then he helped the valet dispose of the contents of his trunks and bags, and finally lay down on the sofa and lit himself a pipe. At the stroke of 7 he was again in the main house, and found 4 other guests there beside himself. 2 of the 3 other men were introduced to him as officials of the factory, Gebhardt the cashier, and Bauer the head bookkeeper. The 3rd guest was named by Plon as Dr. Maximoff, my future brother-in-law. With Maximoff, who was a tall, fine-looking Russian, was a charming little girl of 5 years old, his daughter. As they sat at table, Hartmann, apparently engaged in doing all justice to the abundant repast, was the while looking carefully around him and taking stock of the others of the party. Instinctively from the first, he took a dislike to Bauer, the bookkeeper. He chided himself inwardly for this, saying that the poor man could not help his unattractive appearance, his coarse, irregular features, immense mouth, and ugly yellow teeth. Nor was he probably altogether to blame for his very clumsy and awkward manners. But there was something in the man's expression, a shifty look to the pale eyes, which glanced about him nervously from time to time, that particularly antagonized the stranger. Gebhardt, the cashier, was merely a commonplace type, whereas Dr. Maximoff was in every way a noticeable personality, a complete contrast to the unfortunate bookkeeper. The Russian, apparently about 40 years of age, was a superbly built man whose strength was combined with a quiet dignity and an easy grace of movement that was most attractive. He was an excellent talker, bright and cheerful, his handsome face lighting up with frank, smiling animation at every subject that interested him. Yet in repose there was a deep melancholy in his great eyes that gave an added charm to the man's personality. Hartmann quite understood the affection with which Miss Suzanne Plon, otherwise a calm and self-possessed young lady, glanced up now and then at her betrothed. The meal progressed comfortably, and when it was over, the company adjourned to the cozy living room. The gentlemen had just started out on an animated political discussion when the maidservant entered the room with an appearance of haste and excitement. "What's the matter?" asked Plon, who saw the girl first. "There's something happened, sir. There's been a fight, and one of the workmen is badly hurt. The constable's there already," replied the maid. Plon left the room hastily, followed by his 2 employees. Maximoff went with them. Hartmann sat quietly with the ladies, although they both looked at him somewhat in surprise. But they were quite satisfied that he made no move to follow the others, as they did not enjoy being left alone. The sudden disturbance naturally made a break in the conversation. The guest broke an uneasy little pause by asking if these fights were customary among the workmen in the factory. "Yes, unfortunately they are," sighed Mrs. Plon. "Particularly on Saturdays," put in Suzanne, "when they get their money and gather in the saloon. There's sure to be trouble. But I suppose it's so everywhere in these big establishments." "Yes, that's true," added Mrs. Plon. "Only our particular misfortune is that among our men there must be a monster of quite particular and unusual wickedness." Hartmann looked up with great interest. "Must be, you say?" he asked. "Why so definite?" "Why, I don't know," said the lady. "I suppose I might have spoken quite definitely, for we know that he is here, only no one has ever seen him, at least not to know it. His existence, however, is too unfortunately an evident fact." "Anna," said her sister-in-law, "I think I'd better take the children up to the nursery." Mrs. Plon nodded, and Suzanne led the 3 little ones away. Hartmann waited for their departure with impatience. "Do tell me, dear madam, what do you mean by this? It is most interesting. What has happened here, and why are any of your workmen suspected of whatever deed it is you are thinking of?" "It began about 3 years ago in the autumn," said Mrs. Plon. "They found the body of an old peddler in one of our shallow ponds. He had not been drowned, but had been strangled before being thrown into the water. The cord, which had pressed his life out, was still around his throat. It was a bit of black cord of an unusual sort." And the criminal or criminals were not discovered? No, the murderer, we are quite certain there was only one, has not been discovered even yet. Was there any motive that one could find out? An act of personal revenge? Or was it robbery? Even the peddler's little pack can sometimes excite cupidity. Oh no, the man was a poor old soul who hadn't an enemy in the world, and his pack was found untouched beside the pond. And then what else? Oh, there were other cases. Other murders? No, minor crimes. For instance? An empty house was broken into, a private house belonging to people who came here for the summer. Was there much taken from the house? There was nothing taken at all. Then the criminal or criminals were frightened away? No, no one saw the man. You're quite sure there was only one? Yes, there was only one. That was proved by the tracks in the snow. Our constable happened to pass the house the next morning and saw footprints in the deep snow leading from the street up to the empty house. And then? The official followed these tracks up to the house, stepping carefully beside them. The tracks, he said, were of unusual size. The house has only a small garden and is surrounded by a high iron railing. The constable noticed that the house door and all the windows were opened. There was no smoke from the chimneys, but the constable thought it possible that someone might have come merely to air the house and to look about inside, so he rang the bell. There was no answer even to his repeated ringing. He saw that the footprints led up to the front door, and that other tracks led out again from the door and around to the back of the house. The policeman followed these tracks back to the end of the garden and saw that there were several boards broken out of the fence. From there the tracks led into the grove beyond. Our worthy constable went around to the front of the house again, and hailing a passerby, sent him to the police station with news of the occurrence. He himself waited in front of the house until the police commission came, and then they all entered together. The house was empty, and there was no sign of damage done within. In one particular only was there any trace of an outsider's presence there. The lock of the sideboard was broken open, and a bottle of expensive wine taken out. This, 2/3 empty, with a used glass, were on top of the sideboard. A cigar box was open and one of the cigars missing. A little heap of ashes on the sideboard showed that the intruder had been smoking there. But where do you think that half a cigar was found? I haven't an idea. No, nobody could imagine it that hadn't heard of it. The rest of the cigar was found in the mouth of a snowman, which was built up in the yard at the back of the house, a remarkably well-modeled figure. What a delightful idea! Yes, the owner of the house thought so too, as he is a man with a sense of humor. Only he did not care to run the danger of more such unexpected visitations, so he sold his house to people who would live in it year-round. The whole performance was astonishingly impudent, to say the least. But that isn't all, Mrs. Plone. I can see by your face that you're keeping back the most interesting morsel for the last. Your guess is correct, Mr. Hartmann. And may I not know what it is? I'm waiting for you to ask how it was we knew that this impudent trick was played by the murderer of the poor old peddler. Please imagine the question asked. I'm very curious as to the answer. The originator of this trick had left something else on the snowman besides the cigar. And what was that? A black cord. Oh, that is interesting. Mr. Hartmann straightened up in his chair and looked out into space, his gray eyes brilliantly keen. I thought you would be surprised. It certainly is a piece of astonishing cynicism, this leaving the black cord around the neck of the innocent snowman in the very same manner that it was found about the neck of the unfortunate peddler, said Mrs. Plone. Hartmann passed his hand over his forehead. In this case, it took the place of a visiting card. His voice had a peculiarly hard tone as he spoke. Yes, of course, there was no other reason for it this time, but it's strange this unknown monster should have been so ready to let us know that he was still in the neighborhood after such a murder. Yes, that was quite unnecessary, wasn't it? Put in Miss Suzanne, who had just returned. Did you tell Mr. Hartmann about the attack on the cattle dealer? No, I left that for you. That happened since you've been here. Oh, then Miss Plone hasn't lived here always? Asked the guest with polite interest. No, I've only been here since my mother's death, which happened about a year ago, and this other incident occurred just after my arrival. Then you tell Mr. Hartmann about it, laughed Mrs. Plone. That is, if you're sure you will not feel creepy when you get back to your lonely abode, she added, turning to her guest, for it happened just outside our wall, about opposite the pavilion. That makes it all the more interesting, said Hartmann with a smile, which cloaked the tense lines of his face. Now I really must hear the story. You may have noticed that a lane goes out past our wall at the end of the garden. It goes through a sort of cut right there, for the ground is higher on the other side and the bushes are thick. It was just such a rainy evening as this one when a cattle dealer of Inzersdorf walked past here alone, on his way to the more distant of our 2 railway stations. It was a rather thoughtless thing for the man to do, for he was known to have made a big deal at the market that day, and might suppose, therefore, to have considerable money with him. As he approached the cut in the lane, the cattle dealer had the feeling that someone was following him on the other side of the bushes. He stopped and listened. It was already too dark to see anything. He thought he saw a figure behind the bushes, but when he went over to look, it was gone. The man took his revolver in his hand and went on his way. Suddenly, his hat was torn from his head, and something struck his face like a whiplash, drawing a long cut in his cheek. The dealer shouted and fired his revolver in the air. With the other hand he caught at the thing, whatever it was, that was on his face. He only just caught it lightly, something that seemed to him like a thin cord with sharp edges. Then it was torn from his hand, and he saw a figure disappear into the woods. He shot again in that direction, but had no means of knowing whether the bullet took effect. Everything was quiet after that, but the cattle dealer returned to Inzersdorf police station and told what had happened to him. Next morning, the ground around the spot was examined. Was anything found? Nothing but a number of footprints in the rain-soaked ground. Footprints of unusual size. All footprints seem large in rain-soaked earth, remarked Hartmann. Suzanne smiled. That may be, she said, but the footprints of this lasso-thrower measured 16 inches at least, and the space between them was nearly 6 feet. The man must have fairly jumped from step to step. Yes, that's so. That was a wide stride. Particularly when you consider the condition of the ground. Which shows that the man had very long legs, great physical strength and activity, said the guest, and Suzanne added, and it shows also, doesn't it, that he must be a man in the prime of life. Quite right, Miss Plone, replied Hartmann. Your conclusion would do honor to an experienced police official. Oh, here they come, said Suzanne, rising quickly and going to meet her brother. Where is Sergius? She asked. Is he still with the injured or dead man? It was only an injury, said the manager. Maximoff has treated his wounds and will stay with him until the ambulance comes. He will join us again when he has cleaned himself up, he says. Who is the victim? He's one of the newer men. I don't think you know him. His wounds are not fatal, but they're pretty bad. Do they know who did it? There seem to be 3 of them. It was a drunken brawl, of course. Bauer, will you kindly telephone to the police station? This thing has got to stop, if I have to have the innkeeper's concession taken away. Bauer left the room, and the ladies continued to question Plone. Who are the 3 attackers? Have they been arrested yet? Asked Mrs. Plone. Yes, the constable has taken them off. The chief sinner is Lieb, who is at the bottom of everything of that kind here, and then the 2 Polish brothers with the unpronounceable name. But this is really distressing, said Hartmann. Will I have all this trouble when I start my brick factory? Plone laughed. I couldn't say in advance, he replied. There is sure to be trouble of this kind everywhere where you have a lot of workmen together, a number of them unmarried men living in barracks. But the brutality in this neighborhood seems to be worse than anywhere else, even including murders and night attacks. Oh, then the ladies have been telling you. Yes, said Mrs. Plone. The occurrence of this evening naturally suggested the subject. Well then, as long as we have started that topic, suppose our friend Gebhardt here tells us about his adventure. We must all do what we can to entertain our honored guest. Plone spoke with a laugh in his eyes. Oh, don't you make fun of us, said Suzanne quickly. You're just as much excited over all these things as we are. You won't even let us walk to Inzersdorf without protection. Didn't we have to borrow Sergius's carriage the other day because our own was being fixed, and we had to be out after dark? No, indeed, this unknown monster, as Anna calls him, worries you just as much as he does us. Who is it that worries you? Said Maximoff, entering the room just then. We were talking about the unknown criminal who must be living here among our workmen, said Mrs. Plone. But why are you so sure that the man must be one of your workmen? Asked Hartmann, and Maximoff, who took a seat beside Suzanne, added, Yes, that's true, Anna. I've often intended to ask you why you are so sure that it is one of your men. The hostess shrugged her shoulders. I really don't know why I should be so sure about it, she confessed, but the whole neighborhood seems to think so, and I fell in with the general opinion. Besides, the police authorities know every one of the permanent inhabitants of our village, and there is nobody among them who could come under suspicion. But these workmen come from nobody knows where, stay with us for a little while, and then pass on. There is no way of controlling them, or even of getting to really know them. But don't you know, said Dr. Maximoff gravely, that sometimes the most dangerous criminals can be found in the class of people whom we invite to our dinner table? "Here, here," cut in Plone. "Don't let's start a discussion. We want our guest to hear Gebhardt's story." The cashier told him how he had been attacked one evening as he was leaving the village inn, rather late, on his way to his own rooms, which were in the office building. The incident happened last spring, and he still carried traces of it. "You can see here," he said, pushing back his left sleeve. "Here is where some heavy, blunt instrument struck my arm. It split the bone and tore a tendon, but my assailant did not get off undamaged. Since our neighborhood has become so unsafe, I carry a leaded cane when I go out at night, and I struck out with this when the man jumped at me, suddenly from behind a bush. He screamed, and I knew that I must have hurt him. I must have hit his shoulder or breast. He sprang back into the bushes, and although I tried to follow him, he had soon disappeared in the darkness. Next morning, all our men were at their posts, but of course it was impossible to have a physical examination made of over 200 working men, so that I could not tell whether any one of them was suffering from a broken rib or collarbone. However, since then I agree with Mrs. Plone that this unknown criminal must be one of our factory hands. I know that I am not a favorite with them, although I do not know why they should hate me enough to want to kill me, and yet there must be someone who feels that way towards me, someone who belongs to our establishment, for he found his way into my room the day after the attack." "He came to your room?" exclaimed Hartmann, astonished. "Yes, he came right into my room, in my absence, of course." "Then how did you know he was there?" "I knew it from something he left behind him, a noose made of an odd sort of black cord." "Oh." "You can imagine that the discovery did not please me very much. It seemed like a threat, and I have not gone out unarmed since then." "Then you are sure that your assailant was the unknown murderer?" "It looks that way." Hartmann turned to the manager. "And you haven't the faintest idea, sir, which one of your men it could be who keeps the entire neighborhood in such fear and anxiety?" "No, not the faintest idea," was the answer. "I have had a capable detective living and working among my men for 6 months now. He found that several of them were under suspicion for crimes committed elsewhere, but he found nothing that would identify the man with the black cord. But now, enough of this unpleasant subject for tonight. Do you care to join us at our usual game of cards?" The game lasted for an hour or so, then Maximov's carriage was called, and he and his little girl left the house. Hartmann bade his host good evening, and took his way down to his lonely pavilion, accompanied by the manager and a servant. Karl opened the door to receive them, and held it open to light the way for the return to the house. "Have they taken good care of you?" said Hartmann when he was left alone with his valet. "Oh yes, very nicely. They even brought my supper out here for me when I asked for it." "That's good. But from tomorrow on I have arranged with the manager that you are to eat in the factory mess room, or else in the village inn. You are to mix in with the working men and pay particular attention to men of unusual size." "Pay particular attention to big men?" "All right, sir." Karl's face showed great interest, but he did not dare to ask any further questions. "And now you can go to bed," said Hartmann, "and remember it is only you who must clean my clothes and shoes. The others must not see them at all." Karl bowed and left the room. When alone, Hartmann began to undress. When he had taken off his coat and vest and his boots, his figure was much shorter and less ample, and when he had finally laid off a costly diamond ring and a handsome scarf pin, Joseph Muller stood there in all his own unobtrusive humbleness. He slipped on a dressing gown, turned off the electric light, and parting the curtains of one of the windows, he looked out into the darkness. When his eyes had grown accustomed to the gloom, he could see the level outlines of the moor stretching away into the distance beyond the bushes on the other side of the road, and to the right a few groups of trees and some of the outbuildings of the factory completed the skyline. "What a pity," he thought. "What a great pity that I didn't hear about this man with the black cord before tonight. My 2 years in the South lost me several interesting things, but I suppose I needed the rest. No, I don't agree with my charming hostess as to the fact that this black cord man is one of the working men. The sense of humor shown in the airing of the villa and the building of the snow figure is not usual among men of that class. And then this unheard of recklessness in so impudently leaving his traces behind him from case to case. I suppose I will be able to see one of these bits of cord. Anyway, it's exceedingly interesting, and this last mystery is the most interesting of all. I wonder if there is any connection here. Nobody mentioned the Erlach case tonight, but it probably won't be difficult to get them to talk about it." At this stage in his meditation, Muller devoted his attention again to the landscape. Then he went to bed. "The idea of the black cord is really delicious, most romantic," he murmured once more, before he went to sleep, but it's too reckless. This man will hang himself with a bit of his own cord before long. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Midnight in the greenhouse. Mr. Hartmann began his studies in the factory the very next day. The bookkeeper Bauer had been appointed his guide and showed him all the rooms in the establishment, describing the various stages of the process with considerable intelligence. The man knew his business thoroughly, and Plone had already spoken of him to his guest as a faithful and capable employee. But Bauer himself, as a man, was extremely unattractive, and the impression of distaste gained by Hartmann the evening before was increased by a further acquaintance with the bookkeeper. Bauer was tall and fairly well built. The somewhat too heavy lines of his figure gave an impression of great strength, but his repulsive face and his bad table manners were as disagreeable as was his constant inclination to bring up only unpleasant matters in his conversation. Muller wondered that the rest of the company did not seem to notice this. Then he realized that they were accustomed to it from seeing Bauer almost daily for several years. Also that they were willing to overlook the man's disagreeable qualities because of his other good traits. When the detective found a moment to talk it over with the general manager, he discovered that Bauer was one of the originals of whom Plone had spoken the evening before. "He's the most prosaic man you could imagine ordinarily," said the manager, "but I happen to have discovered that he writes poems in secret, and sends flowers to a lady whom he loves equally secretly and without any hope whatever. It is the contrast between his ordinarily prosaic nature, his complete lack of attraction, and this secret sentimentality which seems to be beyond his control, that makes him such an original. It makes him somewhat ridiculous, I must confess. I know he is not an agreeable table companion, but we overlook it because of his other good qualities, and because the poor man is so alone in the world." Muller didn't ask who the other originals were, and he was not particularly interested in the matter at the moment. The house and all those within interested him only as headquarters from which to pursue his investigations. Once Lieutenant Erlach had put him in charge of the affair, he had taken the keys of the greenhouse and had obtained from the local authorities a promise that nothing should be changed in the entire place until he wished it done. This was not the usual proceeding, but then Muller was not a usual sort of detective, and the police in and around Vienna knew that it was worth while to let him go his own way in any case he had undertaken. Everything was done that could make the investigation easier for him this time. A high police official introduced him to Baron Stein, the owner of the brick factory, and made it possible for him to enter the manager's house in the role of Robert Hartmann, the Polish landed proprietor. The Baron himself suggested his living in the pavilion because right near it there was a small door in the garden wall through which he could go in and out without being seen. He asked for the key from his host on the pretext of not disturbing the family in his comings and goings, and he soon made use of it. The day after his arrival was a Sunday. He spent the morning in the factory, and in the afternoon he went out for a solitary walk. His path led him past the greenhouse. He made a thorough examination of the avenue of trees, and followed it up in the direction in which the man seen by Stillinger had gone. The end of this short arbored road led out onto one of the two main high roads which crossed the Black Moor. It was the road known as Laxenburg Avenue, shaded by ancient trees which shed their leaves heavily in the autumn wind. It was a very ancient street, but not altogether a favorite one because of the loneliness of the country through which a greater part of its length led. At either end of this arched avenue were the royal castles Laxenburg and Schönbrunn. Did the man whom Stillinger had seen go down this avenue, or did he turn off into one of the side roads which crossed it? One of these led to the factory, another to the second high road, and a third to a mill on the river. And each of these side roads had presumably several forks. One thing only was certain. That was that the man in the fog had gone first towards the southwest. This direction would lead him, if he continued in it, past a little shallow pond surrounded by bushes, which lay between the Erlach property and Laxenburg Avenue. Muller stood on the edge of this pond, gazing down into the water. It lay so thickly hidden between its fringe of bushes that the wind scarcely ruffled its surface. The detective stood looking at the dark, silent stretch of water. Now, in case that man had been carrying Erlach, the murdered Erlach, in his arms, when he first heard the shout behind him, He may have left the body by the wayside and gone back for it later, he pondered, but he didn't put it in this pond. And again he looked down at the water plants which showed just below the surface over the entire expanse of the little pool. Then he took up a heavy stone and threw it into the water. He could see it quite clearly and was thus certain of the shallowness of the pond. He turned away from it back to the avenue, walked down to the bridge, and then returned in the direction of the factory. He had almost reached the buildings when he heard his name called and saw Dr. Maximoff behind him, waving his hat and hurrying to catch up. The Russian was on his way to the Plone house and carried an armful of unusually beautiful chrysanthemums. Muller's sincere admiration of the superb flowers pleased the other so that he gave him a cordial invitation to come and see his conservatory. "It's not far from here," said the Russian. "When we pass these bushes we can catch a glimpse of my house. There, do you see that red roof behind the trees? That's where I've lived for the last 4 years. You must certainly come and see me." "I shall be very glad to. Then you've been in Austria for some time?" "Oh, I've been here before that even. I studied in Vienna, as so many of my countrymen do, and grew very fond of the neighborhood. But this particular spot of it can't have very much attraction for you, apart from Miss Suzanne," said Hartmann, smiling. The doctor answered with a sigh. "I did not know Miss Suzanne when I moved here," he said with a touch of melancholy in his voice. "I came here in the desire to get away from everything that reminded me of the short but very happy years of my first marriage. I didn't care where I went. After my wife's death, I left my own country with my little girl, went to Paris for a while, and then came to Vienna. I looked about for a country home, for my baby is not strong, and I did not want to keep her in the city. My agent found this little place here, Rose Cottage they call it. I came and looked at it. The place was pretty, and I was so indifferent to everything else that I scarcely noticed how unattractive the country about here is." "And now I suppose you notice it less than ever," remarked Hartmann good-naturedly. "Yes, indeed. Now that I have found Suzanne, we have been engaged for nearly 2 months. Now I am happy again. If only nothing happens to prevent—" "What do you fear?" "I fear that something may come between me and my happiness." "But why should you fear it?" Muller halted and looked up into the other's melancholy eyes with true sympathy. Maximoff smiled sadly. "You may not know how we Russians are constituted psychically," he said. "Either our blood is overlight or else heavy and black as the storm night. I am not of the first type, I think. I can be merry with others for a time, but I cannot shake off my natural melancholy. But really," he continued in a lighter tone, "this is selfish of me, and it can't interest you, and I see Suzanne and the children waving to us from the window. Let us hurry to greet them." "Where's your little girl?" asked Muller as they walked on more quickly. Maximoff explained that Sonia had taken a slight cold yesterday, and that he was afraid to bring her out. His face softened and his eyes shone in tenderness as he spoke of his little girl, and the soft-hearted detective felt a warm wave of sympathy for this good-looking and attractive man. The Russian seemed to reciprocate it, and the men parted at the door, apparently the best of friends. During the conversation that evening, Muller managed cleverly to bring the talk around to the topic which interested him most. And without anyone noticing his management of it, he soon had them all discussing the Erlach case. He pretended to have heard nothing whatever about it, and he showed an interest that flattered the ladies into giving him all possible detail. After he had been informed as to the disappearance of old Erlach from within his locked room, the men of the party had something to say as to the character of this eccentric elderly bachelor. They both agreed on the fact that Leopold Erlach was a totally uninteresting personality. Maximoff, who said that he occasionally went to the greenhouse to play chess with its owner, had some amusing anecdotes to tell about the pettiness of the other's outlook on life, which was oddly combined with considerable personal arrogance. "But the authorities have evidently not given up hope of bringing some light into this mystery," continued the Russian, "for our constable, whom I met this afternoon, told me that an experienced detective was expected shortly from the city to take charge of the case." "That's a good idea," said Mrs. Plone. "It struck me they were giving it up very quickly." "But when no one else has discovered anything after 2 weeks of research, I don't see how a new detective is going to help," remarked Suzanne. "No, if there was any clue to be found at first, all traces of it are probably gone by this time." "And the criminal himself has had quite sufficient time to cover all his tracks," said Hartmann, who was playing with the little boy on his knee. "I wonder," he added casually, "whether the occurrences of which you told me yesterday have any connection with this last mystery?" "Whether the man with the black cord had a hand in it, you mean?" said Plone. "It might be, but he didn't leave the cord this time, and he seems to take a pride in doing so." "There's an astounding, almost an admirable insolence in that," was Hartmann's next remark. "Then they didn't find it this time? This odd visiting card?" Maximoff laughed heartily at this designation for the black cord, and the talk turned on lighter things. The guest seemed to have very little interest in the subject and did not mention it again. Saying that he was tired, he left the company earlier than usual, reaching his own little habitation before 9 o'clock. At about 10 o'clock that night, a key was turned carefully in the great gate leading to Erlach's property. Muller entered and closed the door behind him with the same caution. Then he opened the house doors and closed them again by the light of his electric lantern. He went quickly from room to room, crossing through into the kitchen and the back hall. He examined the rear door and found it firmly closed and locked. Then he went through the rooms on the other side of the hall, back into the main corridor, out of which Erlach's bedroom and sitting room opened. His main object in this nightly visit was to examine the papers and letters in the missing man's desk, in the hope of something that would give a clue to his disappearance. When he entered the sitting room, he closed the window shutters carefully. Then he examined equally carefully the little table on which the open book and the candlestick stood. But what he saw there gave him no particular ideas, awoke no illuminating train of thought. He turned away from the table with a shake of the head and carefully locked the doors of both rooms on the inside. He smiled at himself as he did it. It seemed such an unnecessary caution in a house that was so carefully closed at its entrances, and besides, as the event that had happened there proved, there was some way of getting in and out of this room otherwise than through the doors and windows. Then Muller sat down at the desk and began to examine the bundles of letters and papers in all of its drawers. Those papers, the age of which were shown in their yellowing edges, he laid carefully back in their place. His time and his interest were given to the more recent correspondence, which was very scanty. There were a few letters from Paul Erlach, written in a formal style. Not a single letter contained a request for money, nor a word of thanks for any gift. In spite of his financial difficulties, the young officer had never asked his uncle for help, and the latter had never volunteered assistance. There were a few business letters and some bills, and 2 or 3 in a woman's hand, which were signed, "Eva, your grateful Eva." "Aha, there is someone, and a woman at that, who has a reason to be grateful to this old egoist," thought Muller, as he read through Eva's letters. There were just 13 of them, but they told him little. This Eva was evidently a person of education, but the letters were so very formal, stiff, and cold that they threw no further light on her mentality. The contents of all were exactly alike. She wrote each time to acknowledge the receipt of some gift and to express her thanks for it. But she did not mention clearly in any letter what this gift was, and there was something forced and reluctant about her thanks. The last drawer that Muller opened contained notebooks carefully ordered, each one of them dated with the beginning and end of the period over which the memoranda extended. Muller began to read the 2 upper ones of the pile. There were figures for every day, even for the smallest expenditures. The last book contained memoranda beginning with the 1st of March and ending with the 9th of September. And on the 1st of each month, below the item noted as wages for Mrs. Tunner, came another, 20 crowns for E. The old gentleman, for some reason unknown to anyone else, had sent 20 crowns every month to this Eva, whose cool letter of thanks might mean either a cold heart or a very youthful mind unused to expressing its thoughts. Muller found this matter rather interesting, but he soon came to something that was even more so. In an older book, one which bore the dates of June 1st to the end of December of a year back, Mr. Erlach had made up a summary of his entire fortune, which was invested in stocks and bonds. Muller carried in his pocket a copy of the official list of what had been found in the safe. He took it out now and compared Erlach's own list with the one made by the police on the 10th of September. There was something wrong there, something decidedly wrong. Papers to the value of at least 20,000 crowns were missing from his safe, and in none of the notebooks of a later date was there any memoranda of the change in investment or any other disposal of the sum. And yet Erlach had written down every half-pound of butter, every bag of salt that came into his house. Muller leaned forward, resting his head in his hands, while he pondered deeply on this matter. Suddenly he started. He thought he had heard the closing of a door, and yet he realized it might have been only the creaking of a bough outside or a turn of a rusty weathercock. The detective rose softly from his seat and listened. Then he put out his left hand to catch the lantern and took his revolver with the right. There was no mistake possible now. Someone was moving in the hall. Muller had left the key in the inside of the sitting-room door, a key on a ring from which hung several others. The detective's eyes watched the flickering of light which these keys threw out in the faint gleam of his lantern. Then he moved forward slowly and listened again. Someone was moving out in the hall. It was so quiet within the heavy-walled old house that even the gentlest sound could be plainly heard. Muller had reached the study door by this time, and again he stood, listening. The corridor was about 15 yards long, 3 rooms opening on it from either side. The door to Erlach's bedroom was the center door on that side of the house. Whoever it was outside there, creeping so softly through the hall, was now standing in front of that bedroom door. A hand turned the knob. Muller took his revolver in his left hand, while with his right he quickly turned the key and swung the study door open. But the hanging bunch of keys rattled betrayingly, and he who stood outside had quick ears. As the detective pulled the door open, a tall figure glided past him towards the front of the house. "Stop right there or I'll shoot," called Muller, but the man did not stop. He flung open the front glass door and dashed down the 5 steps leading to the ground. Muller was equally quick in pursuit and fired as he ran, but the man gave no sign of having been hit and did not lessen his pace in the slightest. The sharp light of 2 electric beams threw his quick-moving shadow along the ground, for he carried a lantern also. Muller fired a second time, but just as he did so, the man ahead of him made a quick dive around the corner of the house. As Muller followed him in this direction, something hard struck him on the head and dazed him for a moment. But he was not injured and took up his pursuit in a second or two. The slight pause, however, was sufficient to enable the other to dash through the garden door and disappear in the blackness outside. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Midnight in the Greenhouse, continued. The detective stood by the gate peering out in all directions, but the night was absolutely dark, and the blackness was impenetrable beyond the ray of his lantern. He closed the door with the key which he found on the outside, and then put it in his pocket. On his way back to the house he found the object that had hit him on the head. It was a little lantern of unusually fine and costly workmanship. He took this in too. Both the front doors had been unlocked from the outside. The keys were still in the locks. Muller closed them and put both keys with the others in his pocket. Then he let the light of his own lantern move over every foot of the floor of the corridor. He saw several new footprints there, the wet earth still clinging to some of them. He recognized his own footprints, and beside them were enormous tracks that he had not seen there before. Muller drew a deep breath. His eyes shone with the gleam that came into them when he was on the trail. But he did not stay in the hall. He went back into the study, locked it carefully, and from there passed on into the bedroom. The first thing he did here was to fasten a tablecloth up over one window and a bedspread over the other. He was not at all anxious that anybody from outside should see him through a possible crack in the shutters, for he knew that his life wasn't worth much after what had happened. And then, besides, he wished to be left to work undisturbed. He took his seat on a comfortable armchair near the door that led to the corridor and pulled a little flask from his pocket. After a hearty drink, he rubbed a lump that was growing on his head, and then lit a cigar. Then finally he disposed himself to meditate over this unexpected night visitor. "Who could it have been?" he said. "Could it have been the same person who underscored those 3 words in the book, in the next room there?" Those words, "he was here," had not seemed to mean anything to the local authorities, and Muller himself had been unable to find no fitting explanation for them until he heard the story of the man with the black cord. Even then it meant no clue which led to anything. Who had underscored these words? Erlach himself when he saw his life threatened? Or his murderer? But why should Erlach do such a thing? The incident had no sense to it unless it had been written by the other, for this other might have intended this to notify the authorities, who were so unable to cope with him, that he was the terrible unknown who kept them all in fear and terror for years, that he had been in this room and had given them another uncanny riddle to solve. Who was it who was here a few moments back? Muller asked himself again and again. It was not Leopold Erlach, of that he was certain. Leopold Erlach was small and slight, and this man was of unusual size. A man may increase his height and his breadth by a disguise, but he cannot change the length of his stride. No man under middle height could take the steps left as a clear trail by the fleeing unknown, and no old man could move with such haste. It had not been Leopold Erlach, even if the latter were still alive. Of course, it may have been an ordinary thief who managed to get the 3 keys and thought this a good chance to plunder an empty house, said the detective to himself, but this idea didn't seem right to him. He was glad he had forgotten to bar the garden door through which he entered himself. For if this had been done, the unknown would have realized that there was someone in the house and would not have come. The man, whoever it was, seemed to know the locality and went directly to the bedroom. What could he want in this room? He must know that all valuables, as well as the contents of the safe, had been removed to the police courts. Was there some clue, some trace of his presence that he may have remembered leaving and that he wanted to take away? The detective asked himself all these questions while his eyes wandered slowly over every inch of the room. He knew that the bedchamber had been thoroughly examined by the local police several times. Every inch of the wall and floor had been sounded, the larger pictures and the mirror had been taken from the walls in search of a possible secret door. The bed had been dragged out from the wall, but had not otherwise been disturbed. It was impossible that Erlach could be concealed in the bed anywhere, for although the wooden part of the structure was very old, the spring and mattress were new and modern. On Muller's first visit to the house, he had also examined the room very carefully, but he had not seen anything beyond what the others had found. He knew now, however, that there was something more to be seen, something which he must find, something which brought this nightly visitor to the door. Suddenly the veteran detective rose with a start, while a crimson wave of blood shot up over his face to the very roots of his hair. One of his sudden intuitive flashes had illumined his brain. He had realized that all the colors in this room were dark. From the browns of the inlaid floor up to the paler ceiling, everything was dark. The furniture was of ebony, and the picture frames heavily carved, of the same wood. The wallpaper was of a dark shade which had grown deeper with years. The light ceiling and the white coverings of the bed were all that brought brightness into the room. Muller's eyes now rested on the old-fashioned woodwork of the bed structure, its richly carved high head and footboards. On top of the headboard, 2 little angels, carved out of the black wood, leaned forward as if to look down on the one who should sleep there. With their little fat fingers they held fast to a rococo railing which formed a border for the heavier carving of the solid wood below. It was this railing and its many corners and curves that now attracted Muller's eyes. A faint memory of something seen before, but only half noticed, came back to his mind. It seemed to him that when he first saw this bed he had casually noticed that the lines of the pretty composition at its top were not quite clear. It was this memory that now sent a searchlight flash through his brain. He stood with the light of his lantern thrown full on the carving, and his tightly closed lips parted in a smile. His free hand carefully disengaged the black cord which was twisted about the black carving, the cord left there by an incredibly audacious criminal. Then Muller examined his latest discovery. The cord was about 10 inches long, evidently a bit cut off of a larger piece. The strands were loosening on either end. The cord was made of braided horsehair and was about as heavy as a large steel knitting needle. "That's what he was after," said Muller aloud, and then he wondered mildly whether the man who escaped was not likely to be waiting outside on the moor until he himself should come out. If he were, there would probably be heard the sound of a shot through the night, or, safer still, the quick thrust of a knife, and the man with the black cord would no longer have to fear the only foe who was as brave and as clever as he was himself. But Muller, who though fearless was not reckless, decided that there was no necessity of running into such an avoidable danger when he could easily pass the rest of the night in the greenhouse. He looked at his watch and found it to be just 12 o'clock. Having nothing else to do, the detective turned to another examination of the bed. The first time he had seen it, on the 20th of September, he was already convinced that that bed had not been slept in on the night of the 9th, but he knew that someone had laid down on it for a few moments, laid down in his clothes and his shoes. He discovered this through the magnifying glass with which he had thoroughly examined the sheets and the coverings. The glass showed him infinitesimal bits of earth on the white surface, and these soiled spots were very near the front of the bed, at the place where the coverlet had been found thrown back. Muller was sure that somebody had lain on that bed with his knees drawn up, and that the soles of his boots had come into contact with the clean sheet. Whoever it was had been careful to brush away all the stains, except the few microscopic bits which no one had noticed. The top pillow still held the pressure of a head, and the sheets showed the folds into which they were thrown by the body resting there. But at the lower end of the bed there was not a single fold to be seen. Whoever had lain there had not stretched himself out comfortably as a man naturally would when sleeping in his accustomed bed. Why had the unknown criminal desired to give the bed the appearance of having been slept in? For no other reason possibly than simply to give an added touch of mystery to the affair. And all of the clothes which Erlach had worn through the day of the 9th of September were missing. Muller knew by this time that the old man had not yet gone to bed when he was attacked. This corresponded with Karl Tunner's report that he had seen a light in Erlach's room when he had entered the garden. The lamp hung above the desk in the study, and the study shutters were not closed, so that the light could easily be seen from outside. While pondering all this, Muller made himself comfortable in the corner of a big sofa, settling down for the rest of the night. But he had not sat there long before he raised his head again and listened. Again he heard someone moving, outside the house this time. He stood up, closed his lantern, took his revolver, and moved softly out into the corridor. When he reached the front door, he looked out through the glass and could dimly see the figure of a man waiting there. The man moved, pressed the knob of the outer iron gate, and shook it. Finding this of no avail, he put his arm through the bars and knocked on the glass pane. Then Muller knew who it was, and turned the light of his lantern full on the face outside as he opened the door. "What are you doing here?" he asked in surprise, as Karl Tunner slipped hastily through the opening. "Thank goodness you're all right," murmured Karl, wiping his face. "I thought sure he'd shot you." "Who had?" "The man I met as I ran up here." "Where did you meet him?" "About 100 paces outside the gate at the end of the avenue. He suddenly jumped out from behind a tree and ran off over the moor." "Did you call after him?" "Yes. 'Stop, you rascal!' I cried. You see, I heard the shots and saw him running away." "Did you climb over the wall again?" asked Muller when they were back in the bedroom and he was gathering up the trophies of his evening's work. Karl nodded an affirmative. "You didn't call my name, did you?" "Oh, no." "Well, we can go now. Even if he should come back, he won't dare to attack two of us." Muller locked the front doors carefully, thinking that the unknown would not be able to get into the house again, as it was scarcely possible he would have duplicate keys. Then the detective opened his lantern and let it move over the ground in front of the door and up the path. There were a number of tracks to be seen in the soft earth. Muller recognized his own footprints and Karl's, and beside them the traces of an enormous foot at astonishingly wide intervals. He stooped to examine one of them. It was a very odd track, having none of the usual outlines of a boot sole. It was just one big, even oblong, rounded off a little at either end. "He's wearing overshoes," said the detective. "Not rubber soles either, for these have very characteristic soles and can be recognized at once. This man is much too clever for that. He chooses felt slippers or something of that sort. It's a very good idea, an excellent idea, one reason the less to fear discovery." Muller straightened up and put out his light even before they came to the corner of the house. "Now watch out well," he said in a whisper to Karl, "and stay close beside me. Take this leaded cane, and if we should be attacked and you can get at him, try to hit his legs. But don't make a mistake and hit mine instead." Then they went forward through the blackness. But the eye grows accustomed even to such darkness, and when Muller had locked the garden gate behind him, he could already distinguish the outlines of tall old trees. Once outside, the two men set out on a strange wandering about the moor, going now to the right, now to the left, then back again, stopping now to listen, creeping forward again. Finally, after numerous twistings and turnings and zigzaggings, they came back to the little gate that led them into the garden of their present home. Before Karl opened this gate, they both listened and looked in all directions. Then, when they were quite certain that there was no one within sight or hearing, they slipped quickly through and into the pavilion. They went to bed in the darkness, for if anyone outside on the moors should have been following or watching their wandering, it would not be wise to let him see light at that hour in the little house inhabited by Mr. Hartmann and his valet. Muller lay awake for some time, going over all the impressions he had received during this eventful night. Of one thing he was certain, a certainty which thrilled him with pleasurable excitement. He knew now that the person concerned in the Erlach mystery was the same clever, cynical, reckless rascal who had kept the entire neighborhood in terror for the last 3 years. And Muller was certain of something else, too. The unknown was not one of the factory workers. The peculiar style and evident costliness of the little lantern that had come into his possession in so unpleasant a manner was a proof that the man who had thrown it at him did not belong to the working class. And as the unknown, fleeing before him, had opened the front door of the house, the light of Muller's lantern fell on his hand. All the detective could see was that the hand was covered by a glove of soft, reddish-brown leather. He could get no correct impression as to the size or structure of the hand itself. Anyway, it's not the custom among factory workers to wear kid gloves. In fact, it's not a usual thing for criminals accustomed to such nightly excursions to wear gloves anyway, said Muller to himself. Then suddenly he sat up in bed. Although he was already growing old, the veteran detective was young in heart and spirit, and he never lost acuteness of the shock when one of his flashing thoughts came to him. This was one. Does this superintelligent, this quite extraordinarily clever villain always wear gloves when he is doing something, whereby the impression of the skin of his fingers might leave a fatal clue? He must be familiar with criminal proceedings, and know how important that point is. But in spite of his sleepless night, Muller was up early the next morning. Karl was awake still earlier, and stood ready with the heavy wadded vest and coat which gave his slender employer Mr. Hartmann's comfortable avoirdupois. When Muller had finished dressing, he said to Karl, "You know what you are to do today?" Tunner bowed. "Yes, Mr. Muller." "Mr. Muller?" repeated the detective sharply. "Mr. Hartmann, sir," the young man answered with a smile. Muller's glance was still sharp. "My dear young man, it is no laughing matter that we are engaged on here. You may have noticed that last night, when you proved yourself worthy of my confidence. Both you and I must be very careful in everything we say and do, for we are here on very serious business, and it would be well for you to look a little more seriously at life if you ever want to make anything worthwhile of your existence. And now, once more, do you know what you are to do?" "Yes, sir," said Karl, now quite grave. "I am to clean off all traces of the nightly expedition, to lock up the clothes you wore last night, and then to look about the neighborhood and talk with people about the occurrences in the greenhouse. I am to take dinner at the inn in Inzersdorf, and need not return here, today at least, until about 4 o'clock. Good. And one more thing. I am not so much interested, not as much as I was yesterday, in very large men or in men of the working class." "I thought so," said Karl quickly. Muller looked up quickly. "Why did you think that?" "Because the man who shot at you yesterday—" Muller started to interrupt, then concluded that he wouldn't. Karl needn't know everything. "Is not an ordinary working man." "And why do you think that?" "From the way he spoke." "You heard him speak?" "Yes. As he ran past me, I heard him say, not very loud though, 'Devilish adventure this.' That was all I heard." "And you didn't tell me that before now? I thought you were an intelligent man." "Should I have told you right away?" Yes, of course. That's most important. You are to tell me everything you see or hear at once. You are to tell me if you hear a fly hum, and think it could be of any use to me in my work." Muller's sentence ended in a smile, in which Karl joined. "And one more thing," continued the detective. "You are to take an interest in men's gloves of dark reddish-brown leather, and you must still watch men of over-middle height who wear long cloaks with hoods." Karl repeated every sentence until he was sure that he understood, and then in answer to Muller's question, replied that he had quite enough money for the day's expedition. "Very well, then. You need not be too careful of the money. But don't go ahead too fast. It may be necessary that you should invite the one or the other to have a glass with you. Most people talk more easily when drinking. And be careful to emphasize the fact that you know nothing more of me than that I am the landed proprietor Hartmann from Poland, that I am here to study brickmaking, and that you entered my service in Vienna." "Thank fortune, that's the truth," said Karl warmly. Muller answered with a friendly smile. "That's all right," he said cordially. "Keep straight, and that will be enough to show your gratitude for the little I've done for you, and for your mother's great love." Muller left the garden through the little door, and as he walked along his thoughts were still busy with the unknown. "So he talks High German, does he? I was right then, he is no working man. A devilish adventure, you say, my friend? It may be that it will prove devilish for you. It was a lucky thing he had no idea who it was that was after him, for if he discovers me before I discover him, my life will hang on a thread, or on a black cord, rather." Muller walked along with his eyes on the ground. Suddenly he stopped and bent to examine the moist earth. He was at the corner of the wall where the lane led into a wider street. The soft ground was covered with tracks of wagon wheels, horses' hooves, and human footprints. Among them was a trail of enormous feet of unusual shape. Muller recognized them as the same footprints he had seen that night in the Erlach garden. "So he followed us after all," murmured the detective, and the discovery did not contribute to his ease of mind. End of Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 9 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Muller visits Eva Geiringer. Muller's intention was to utilize this day in searching for Eva. He went to his own house first to ask Mrs. Tunner whether she knew anything that would aid him in this matter, as well as in the mystery of the missing 20,000 crowns. It certainly was strange that the miserly old man who, as Dr. Maximoff said, wept in emotion at his own generosity when he gave a beggar a copper piece, should have sent this Eva 20 crowns every month. His heart had opened to her, it seemed. Muller wanted to see this Eva personally to find out whether the larger sum, the 20,000 crowns, might have found their way to her also. Even the most miserly of elderly bachelors are generous sometimes, or have to be when it is a case of preserving their reputation. Mrs. Tunner was overjoyed to see her employer. He set her mind at rest at once by a good report as to her son's welfare and present conduct. Then he proceeded to the matter in hand. "Do you know anything about a woman by the name of Eva who stood in some relation to Erlach?" "No." "And do you not know that he sent money away the first of every month?" "I didn't know it happened every month. But once, about a year ago, I had to go to the post office with it myself and make out the money order." "Do you remember the name?" "No, I scarcely even looked at it and forgot it immediately. Mr. Erlach was sick, which gave me a great deal more work than usual, and just at that time I was particularly worried about Karl. I hadn't head for anything except my most necessary duties." "Too bad. Do you remember what month it was?" "Yes, I remember that. It was in October." "Well, it will be easy to find the address at the Inzersdorf post office. Don't worry about cooking dinner for me. I'm going right out again." "Oh, I just thought of something," said Mrs. Tunner. Muller had already started to leave the room, but he turned back and sat down again, looking inquiringly at her. "Mr. Erlach was quite well again before Christmas and asked me to go to the city with him one day," began the woman. "He said he wanted new underwear and he was afraid to buy it alone for fear he would be cheated. And from something that happened, I believe he had a secret errand, which was the main reason for his going to the city." "Tell me. It may be of importance." "The first thing I noticed was that he didn't take his own carriage to go to the city as usual. We went in the train instead and took a cab at the station. He left me at the store where I was to buy the underwear and told me that he had some errands in a distant part of the city. He would be back in an hour, and I was to wait for him in front of the shop. I finished my errand in about 20 minutes, and as the day was pleasant I took a little walk down the street. A block or two beyond I passed a bar-room, out of which a boy was bringing a glass of beer for a driver whose turnout stood in front of the door. By merest chance I glanced that way and recognized the cab and driver as the same that had brought us from the station, and with which Mr. Erlach had driven into the city. I was alarmed at this, and asked the cabman whether anything had happened to the gentleman. I thought Mr. Erlach might have been taken ill and gone in somewhere. But the cabman, who was already in a jovial mood, laughed at my question and answered, 'Oh, no, he didn't want to go across the city at all. As soon as you'd gone into the shop, he told me to drive to 5 Linden Street, and sent me up 3 flights with a package, while he stayed down and watched the horse. The package was for a lady up there.' The man remembered the name and told it to me. The first name, I think, was Eva. The second, I know, was Geiringer." "Why are you so sure of that?" "Because I have relatives of the same name. That was why I remembered." "Eva Geiringer, number 5 Linden Street, 3rd floor." Muller wrote it down in his notebook. "Let us hope it's the same Eva. Now tell me more. What happened after that?" "I waited in front of the shop, and Mr. Erlach arrived on time, walking from the direction in which he had driven off before. He said he had just dismissed his cab, as he thought the little walk would do him good. So we went on foot for a little way, and then Mr. Erlach looked at his watch and said we would have to take a cab or we would miss the train. As we drove to the station, he was most unusually talkative, telling me all sorts of things he had done in the quarter of the town in which he was supposed to have been. I wondered at all this secrecy, because he was certainly his own master to do whatever he liked. Was it a large package? Asked Muller. Mrs. Tunner did not think it was, because she had not noticed her companion carrying anything. The package must have been in his coat pocket. An hour later, Muller's carriage stood before the house in Linden Street, and he himself mounted the stairs to the third floor. On one of the many doors on this landing he saw the name of the woman he sought. He knocked at the door, and it was opened by an elderly woman, poorly but neatly clad. Muller inquired whether Miss Geiringer was at home. The woman smiled sadly and answered, "Oh, yes, she is at home." "May I speak to her?" he asked again. And again the woman answered, with sadness in her face and voice, "Yes, you can see her today." "Evidently the young lady is not always in the mood to receive visitors," thought Muller, as he entered the small, dark vestibule. The whole look of the place was totally different from what he expected, and when the woman went off to announce him, he looked about carefully. Signs of poverty were everywhere, but poverty combined with exquisite neatness and the ability to make the best of every little thing. The tiny little kitchen into which the vestibule opened was bright and cheery, and as well as the hall was spotlessly clean. "Will you please come in, sir?" said the woman, returning and holding the door open. Muller entered a small, sunny room, furnished with the greatest possible simplicity, but cozy and homelike in spite of it. In front of the window was a large table, and beside it a great soft armchair. In the chair sat a thin, faded little woman, whose face seemed shrunken with its many wrinkles. Only the great gray eyes still showed signs of life and traces of former prettiness. "You are Miss Geiringer?" asked Muller, bowing. "I see you are not feeling well today, and I'm afraid I have disturbed you. Shall I not come some other time?" "I have not been well for 30 years, sir," answered the lady, with a gentle smile in which was a hint of roguishness, "and I hardly think you will care to wait until I am well again. So if there's anything that you have to say to me, Mr. "My name is Muller." "Then will you please take a seat, Mr. Muller, and tell me what it is?" The other woman brought up a second chair to the table, and Muller sat down in it. On the table were heaps of materials and instruments for making artificial flowers. Miss Geiringer laid aside the rose she had just finished, and folded her delicately shaped hands wearily in her lap. The other woman left the room. Muller was still dazed from the unexpected adventure. The Eva he had thought to find was something very different. Without knowing why, he had half expected to see a pretty young woman, possibly of doubtful reputation, and now he found himself sitting opposite an elderly invalid of the utmost respectability. He pulled himself together, readjusted himself to his surroundings, and explained the reason for his visit. He introduced himself as a friend of Leopold Erlach, and asked permission to put several important questions to the lady. The mention of Erlach's name threw Miss Geiringer into considerable excitement. "Oh, don't they know anything about him yet?" she exclaimed, clasping her hands. "Is he dead? Has he been murdered?" "You know, then?" asked Muller. She nodded. "I saw it in the papers a kind neighbor brought me," she said. "I know that Mr. Erlach, has disappeared most inexplicably from his house, or has been taken away from there." "Leo, that sounds rather intimate," thought Muller, and quite different from the formality of her letters. But what he said aloud was, "Mr. Erlach has not yet been found, but this conversation is fatiguing you. Is there anything I can do for you?" "No, thank you," she murmured, straightening up again in her cushions. "I must try and control myself. You think there is anything I can tell you about Mr. Erlach?" "Yes, I think there is." "You mean something that has to do with his disappearance?" "Possibly. From letters that were found in his desk, we discovered that he corresponded with you." "They found my letters? Only my letters of thanks? Or should he still have kept the others?" A delicate rose flush illumined the faded cheeks, and a soft smile curved the pale lips. Muller saw during this smile that the fragile invalid still had very beautiful teeth. He answered gently, "The only letters that were found were those dated during the past year. There were a number of bundles of older letters there, but they were not examined." Miss Geringer's face was pale and still as before. "He sent me 20 crowns each month since August of the previous year," she said softly. "It was an alms, but it came with a few kind words each time, and I was obliged to accept it, for I can do very little work now, and we would have gone hungry many a day but for that." Her voice trembled, and she put her hand to her eyes. Then she continued in growing excitement, My sister sews for a large shop and rents the best room in our flat. I, as you see, make these flowers. We manage to get along somehow, but if we have to pay the doctor and the apothecary, it goes hard with us. I have been helpless for many years, and I know that of course I could find a place in the home for incurables, but I shudder at the thought, and my sister knows what it would mean to me to have to go there. She is too good to send me to such a place, although people tell her that she is foolish to have to work so hard just to keep me here. Is it not my duty, therefore, to accept this charity, which makes things a little easier for her? Dear lady, please don't excite yourself. I'm afraid it will be bad for you, said Muller sympathetically. Why should you not take the help that was offered you? We were only surprised that Erlach should have been so charitable. How did it happen that he opened his heart to you, and you alone? The old lady wiped the tears from her eyes and said in a firmer tone, Oh, yes, you do not know then in what relation we stood to one another. I was engaged to him 30 years ago. Ah, indeed, and yet they say that there was no woman in his life? I am telling you the truth, and have letters to prove it. I am still, as you see, wearing the ring he gave me in an unforgettable hour. Erlach was then a warm-hearted, sincere man, though he changed sadly later. I was poor. He found a richer and more beautiful woman who claimed his interest. When I saw that his heart turned to her, I broke our engagement myself. But he did not marry the other woman? No, said Miss Geiringer with a bitter smile. He was ready to marry her, but she found someone else who had more money than he, and whom she liked better. He came back to me then, but I would not have him. We were both sentimental in those days, though, and we did not give back our letters nor the rings we had exchanged. And so, you see, I'm old-fashioned enough to still keep his letters. But they won't do you any good in your investigation, for the Erlach who wrote those letters is long since dead. But how do you know that, if you haven't seen him for so long? I heard indirectly through people who live in his neighborhood that he had become hard and narrow-minded, making no friends and seeking none. Yes, that seems to have been the case. In the same way, without any desire of mine, news of our situation came to his ears, and he has been sending me this money ever since. She sat staring out into the room, her hands pressed close together, and great tears rolling unhindered down her cheeks. Muller understood now why her letters of thanks had been so cold and formal. It must have been very hard for her to take this money from the man whose wife she was to have been. But she had had to take it, for hunger is painful, and still more terrible was her dread of the home for incurables with all its surroundings of hopeless misery. And Erlach's pettiness of heart and mind was shown clearly by this meager gift, which out of his plenty he had sent to the woman he once had loved. Probably he wept at his own generosity every time he sent the money, thought Muller, a feeling of utter contempt in his heart for the man in whose interest he was busying himself. He felt nothing but sincerest pity for Miss Geiringer. He could understand what her life had been the last 30 years, in sickness and poverty. His face showed his feeling so clearly that the invalid's great soft eyes grew bright again, and she held out her frail little hand to him. "What will you think of me?" she said. "Here you come to me, a total stranger, and in less than half an hour I have told you things that very few know." "We're like steam engines, dear lady," replied Muller with a smile of encouragement. "We have to open the valves sometimes, you know. Need I assure you of my sympathy for you?" "No, I think I can feel it without words. Your visit is an oasis of brightness in the dreary loneliness of my life. I am only sorry for the sad reason of it, and I am sorry that I have so little to tell you that would be of any good for the investigation." "Erlach has never been here?" "No. It was my wish that he should never come. Even the most unfortunate of us has still a touch of vanity left, and I could not bear the thought that he should see me as I am now." "Then I have annoyed you quite uselessly?" said Muller, rising from his chair. Fraulein Geiringer straightened up. "Oh, I have thought of something," she said. "He sent me an extra present last Christmas. It was a reminder of old times, and therefore very dear to me. He had remembered that in those days I was particularly fond of miniatures. Also, he remembered that in those days I was said to look something like the Emperor Josephine, with the exception of my eyes." "And of your teeth," said Muller, smiling. "The Empress is said to have had very bad teeth, you know." Miss Geiringer flushed again, but she continued. "When we were engaged, Erlach showed me a charming little miniature of the Empress and one of Napoleon. He had bought them from the collection of a French nobleman. They are pretty pictures and oddly framed. Last Christmas he sent me the picture of the Empress and a silk scarf of antique design. There was a letter with the present. I will show them all to you." She touched a little bell on her desk, and when her sister came in, Eva caught at her hand and said, "Here, Mr. Muller, is the best sister that ever lived. She has kept me with her and made a home for me in spite of everything. I am afraid now that I will have to go to the asylum after all." "Dear little stupid," said the other woman, touching the invalid's hair gently. Then turning to Muller with a look of distrust, she continued, "Do you come from there? I know Eva's been writing to the asylum without letting me know, but I tell you now she shall not go. She's to stay here with me. I'll make it possible somehow." "No, indeed," said Muller with a friendly smile into the eyes of the agitated woman. "Miss Eva shall stay right on here, and I have a feeling that things will be a little easier for you now. But I must be going home. May I see the presents?" Eva opened the box her sister brought out. In it lay a carefully folded silk scarf, the miniature, and a letter. The picture represented Josephine Beauharnais in winter outdoor dress. The frame was odd and unusual. It was made of pale gold with an imperial eagle at the top. On its inner side a circle of tiny pale crystal points like icicles surrounded the painting. It was not altogether attractive. The only reason for it was possibly the suitability of these icicles to the winter garments worn by the Empress. Muller laid down the picture again and took the letter which Eva handed him. "My dear Eva, I hope the possession of this picture which I have always admired for your sake will please you. Please accept it with this scarf which was once worn by the Empress. As you see, I have not yet forgotten those years of our youth which brought us together. It was your wish that we should both remain alone. Was it right? I have forgiven. Your Leopold." Muller handed the letter back silently. As Eva laid it into the box again, a tear fell unnoticed upon the paper. "May I come back again if I have anything of importance to tell you?" asked the detective. Both women assented eagerly. He left them, bearing with him the impression that he had just made the acquaintance of two unusual natures. It was a compensation for the fact that his visit had, as he believed, brought him nothing that could be of value to him in his work. Mrs. Tunner had dinner ready for him when he returned. He told her that he had found Eva and that it was the right Eva. "Did you know that Erlach possessed two valuable miniatures representing Napoleon and Josephine?" "Yes, indeed. I know the pictures well. One of them is still in Mr. Erlach's cabinet." "I didn't notice it when I was there." "It's the picture of Napoleon." "Yes, it must be, for its companion has not been there for some months." "No, I know that. When I noticed it was missing, I imagined it must have been in the package that Mr. Erlach sent to Miss Geiringer." "It was. She showed it to me. They are charming pictures." "I was admiring the picture of Napoleon a couple of days before Mr. Erlach's disappearance," continued Mrs. Tunner. "We were working together at cleaning the various valuable curiosities in the glass cabinet in the sitting room. I remember the picture particularly and his speaking about it." Muller nodded with friendly indifference, his thoughts elsewhere. "Now, can you please tell me the names of all the visitors whom you have ever seen in Erlach's house?" he began. She was surprised at the question, but too sensible to waste words. She thought a moment and mentioned several names, all of which he wrote down in his book after asking various questions about each. From what she told him, Muller saw that Erlach had lived very quietly, and that few friends or acquaintances came to his house. He had heard this also from the missing man's nephew, from the gardener Till, and from Plön. Till had told him that Erlach's last visitor was the representative of an insurance company. The man had not entered the house, however, for Erlach spoke to him in the garden only for a few moments, and then Till had shown him out again. This was on the 6th of September. Mrs. Tunner, who had been indoors at the time, knew nothing of this last visitor. The latest person to enter the house before the disappearance, as far as she knew, was Dr. Maximoff. The Russian had been there on the 2nd or 3rd of September in the afternoon and had played chess with Mr. Erlach. The following day Erlach returned the visit and spent the afternoon at Rose Cottage. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Columbus and the Egg. Muller returned to Inzersdorf about 5 o'clock that afternoon. He did a number of errands in Vienna, and among other things that he brought back with him was something to ensure his own safety. Years before, business had taken him to Marseille, and in an antiquary shop there he had found a sleeveless vest of fine steel mesh. It was a close metal net of finest workmanship and covered the entire torso. Twice, when out on dangerous errands, Muller had worn this vest as protection under his coat, and it had served him well. From the moment that he had seen the huge footprints in the soft earth outside the garden wall, so near to his own habitation, he had thought of this vest. For he knew by the traces that the man he had surprised in the greenhouse was on his trail, might possibly know who he was. The enormous footprints told him also that the nightly visitor to the Erlach mansion was the unknown who had committed the other crimes in the neighborhood, was the man with the black cord. The same huge footprints were found in the opened villa and around the spot where the more serious attack on the cattle dealer had taken place. This man was worth considering as a serious opponent. The veteran detective was sure of that, although he was not given to taking seriously any hint of danger to himself. Muller felt also that it lay in his own interest to push the matter through as quickly as possible. But it was not easy, for he still did not know in which direction to make the advance. He still did not know where to look for the man of whom he had already made an enemy. His own position was a dangerous one, and Karl Tunner was in danger too, for if this unscrupulous rascal realized that Mr. Hartmann was a detective, he might easily imagine Mr. Hartmann's servant to be of the same calling. Muller decided that he would send Karl away to a safer place. "Anything new?" he asked the young man as the latter came to take his hat and overcoat. Tunner shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know whether something I saw today when I went out is still unknown to you," he began. "You mean the big footprints outside the wall?" asked Muller. "Yes, but I thought you'd probably seen them yourself." "And did you think anything else?" "Well, I thought, sir, that you had better take double care not to meet this man again. He might shoot with better luck next time." "You're right, partly right. But I may as well tell you it wasn't he who fired. It was I. Unfortunately, I didn't hit him. It was courageous in you to come to my help, although I'm afraid it rather interfered with the result of my investigation." "Oh dear, why didn't I stay where I was?" said Karl. "I'm afraid I only put you into greater danger." "Oh, no, I'm not so sure about that," said Muller kindly. "Only I'm sorry that I shall have to send you away now, because I might have found you useful for many things." Karl's eyes opened wide in alarm. "You're going to send me away? Oh, why? Oh, please forgive me for my stupidity. Don't send me away. I won't go. I'll stay somewhere near you, for it's my fault that you are in danger now." "And how about you? Do you think this murderer will spare you either, now that he knows you belong to me?" Karl's face paled. The thought had not occurred to him. Then he said in a lower tone, "Is that the reason you're sending me away?" Muller nodded. The young man's fine eyes flashed fire. "I shan't go," he cried. "I'm not afraid, and if anything did happen, what would it matter about me?" Muller held out his hand. "Very well, then, we'll fight together," he said. "But you must not go unarmed now. Do you know how to use a revolver?" "Oh, yes." Muller opened his trunk, took out a pistol, and handed it to Karl with a box of ammunition. "It's a 6-shooter and every chamber loaded," he said. "Of course you understand that you're only to use it in extreme need. And now that's settled. But you look as if you wanted to ask a question. Well, what is it?" Muller sat down comfortably, lit a cigar, and offered Karl one. "You said last night the man was partly disguised," began young Tunner timidly. "All I could see was that he had a hood drawn over his head." "Quite right, but you only saw him in the darkness. I saw him for a moment in the light of my lantern. His cloak was brownish. I don't know how long it was, because the light fell upon the upper part of his body only. The hood was stiff, much higher than they usually are, and fitted so close to the head that there wasn't a wrinkle in it. I did not see his face, but I knew from the look of the hood at the back that it must close altogether or partially in front. He is masked, therefore, and his hood is responsible for part of his unusual height. That's the reason why I told you that you need not bother about very tall men any more. His hood had one other peculiarity also." "What is it? Please tell me." "It was cut out over the ears. The man must be able to hear well. It may possibly have left his mouth free also. Or did his voice sound muffled?" "I don't think so, but I couldn't really tell." "You couldn't? Oh, well, you'll learn in time. We can't expect to know everything all at once. Now tell me, what were you doing with yourself today?" Karl's report was explicit, but contained very little of value. He had been talking with the people of the village about the various mysterious occurrences, but what he had heard were garbled, incoherent accounts. He met the gardener Till and invited him to drink. Fortunately, Till had never seen Karl, for the young man's few visits to his mother had taken place after nightfall, and she herself always let him in and out. He had quite a conversation with the gardener, chiefly about Mr. Erlach and his disappearance, but as far as he could see there was nothing of value in what he had heard. "He didn't tell me anything new," concluded Karl. "The man was most interested in the doors that were locked from the inside, and in the 3 underscored words in the book. Oh, yes, and he mentioned the fact that the candle had spattered so and was surprised that it hadn't set anything on fire, because there was a heavy wind that night and the burning candle was near the open window." "Why, what's the matter, Mr. Muller? Mr. Hartmann, I mean," said Karl hastily. Muller had jumped up from his chair and was pacing the room with long strides. Back and forth he went 2 or 3 times, then stopped in front of the astonished Karl and asked, "It was the last window he spoke of? The window near which the table stood? This window was half opened, he said?" "Yes, that was the window, but it wasn't half open." "How was it?" "The right pane of the outside window and the left one of the inside were open." "Oh, that was it," murmured Muller, and repeated once more, "Oh, that was it." A smile flashed across his quiet face, and he walked through the room once again. Then he stopped in front of one of the windows and stood for a long time looking out on the dreary stretch of country beyond, over towards the old trees of the Laxenberg Avenue to where, beyond them, the pointed dark roof of the greenhouse rose amid the foliage. It stood there quiet and defiant, as if daring the watcher to penetrate its secrets. And beyond it the sky was a colorless gray. Karl, further back in the room, stood looking at his employer with a growing awe and admiration. He was such a quiet, unassuming little man in mien and bearing, and yet how quickly he could make himself the master of any situation. Karl was learning much in these days, and he was changing rapidly from the superficial, pleasure-loving youth he had been. Finally, Muller turned back to the room, his face calm as ever. All trace of excitement into which the mention of the window had thrown him was gone. He went to the cupboard and took out a book. "Here's something to read," he said, handing it to Karl. "Did you bring in supplies for supper?" "Yes, sir." "Well, then, go out into your own room and make yourself comfortable. I shall be busy now for a while, and then I'm going over to the house." When Karl had left him, Muller sat down to another careful study of the official report of the first police visit to the Erlach house, also to a study of the ground plan of the mansion. Toward 7 o'clock he joined the Plone family at supper and spent a pleasant evening with them. "Will you take up your studies again tomorrow?" asked the manager when Hartmann finally rose to go. "Oh, indeed I must," was the answer, "because, you see, I ran away today, but I don't come to Vienna often, and I always have so much to do when I do come." "Well, the longer you stay with us, the better we will like it," said Mrs. Plone. Hartmann bent over her hand politely and then left the house. The next day he appeared in Bauer's office promptly at 10 o'clock. He was anxious to learn about the bookkeeping of the factory, about the rates of wages and the method of payment. All this information was given him with a pedantic thoroughness which made him wonder more and more at what Plone had told him about Bauer's sentimental proclivities. The bookkeeper, thorough though he was quite satisfied with the intelligent interest shown by his listener. No one except Karl Tunner knew that this ardent student of brickmaking had already passed several hours before the dawn in the greenhouse. Karl had stood at the window of the pavilion with an excellent field glass and watched every moving thing that came within the range of his vision. Finally he saw his master coming from the direction of the Erlach property and breathed relieved. Muller seemed in a very good humor and asked for a cup of tea. It had been Hartmann's wish that his own servant should make the morning tea or coffee for both of them in the pavilion, and Karl had proved himself quite a clever cook. It was a dainty tray before which Muller sat down early this morning. The detective was in an excellent humor, and he did not seem to mind the fact that the eggs were a little harder than he usually liked them. Karl was quite upset over his carelessness in the cooking. "Oh, never mind it," said Muller. "You see, I'm taking the second one already." He put it in his egg cup and was about to strike the top with his knife. Suddenly he changed his mind, took up the egg again, and asked, "Can you make an egg stand on its end?" Karl Tunner was astonished. He was reckless enough himself, but he was struck dumb with admiration at the man who could joke about trifles while he knew himself to be at the mercy of an unusually clever criminal. "Oh, yes," said the young man with a smile. "I can do that. It's easy enough. Just break the top of the shell, and the egg will stand upright without any trouble." "That's it exactly, my young friend," replied Muller merrily. "And you know also that Columbus was the first person to do this simple trick?" "Yes." "And do you know that that is why we speak about the egg of Columbus, when we mean that a clever brain, a brain such as the man we are looking for must have, manages to accomplish the most apparently difficult feat with the simplest methods?" "Yes, I've always understood that's what it meant." "Well, my young friend, there are several sorts of Columbus eggs," laughed Muller. "And now you can give me another cup of tea. It's unusually good this morning." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1, of The Man with the Black Cord, by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Muller visits Rose Cottage. Several days passed. It was already the 28th of September, and still no light had been brought into the darkness of the Erlach mystery. This at least was the opinion of the people of Inzersdorf, as well as of Lieutenant Erlach and his friend Commissioner Lehr. But Karl, who saw Muller daily and hourly, felt that something of importance had been discovered. The veteran detective wore his armor vest every day, but in spite of the necessity for this precaution, he seemed in the best of spirits. He spent more time than before in the brick factory and showed the greatest possible interest in everything connected with it. He had visited the cashier, Gebhardt, in his office and had drawn out an invitation from the latter to accompany him to his private rooms by means of a few casual remarks. As they passed through the halls on this occasion, Gebhardt pointed to another door with the words, "That's where my colleague Bauer lives." Muller did not need the explanation, for he had already seen the visiting card tacked on the door. Several of the bachelor officials and clerks of the factory were domiciled in one wing of the office building, and the wing itself was connected with the manager's dwelling house by a covered walk. Muller led the conversation around to the subject of the other clerks, with particular interest in Bauer. Gebhardt, as well as all others who came in contact with him, was obliged to admire Bauer's intelligence and capacity for work, but he too shared the personal antipathy for the man that everyone else felt. Even the villagers did not like him, and the jovial innkeeper confessed to Gebhardt once that only a stern sense of the business advantage of it enabled him to be as cordial to Bauer as to his other patrons. His pretty little wife was open in her dislike of the Hamburger, as the villagers called Bauer because of the fact that he had lived for several years in North Germany and was fond of using expressions and words of that locality. She justified her feelings by the fact that Bauer added an inclination to run after any pretty woman to his other disagreeable qualities. That is, a woman counts such conduct on the part of a man as disagreeable, usually only when the man is not attractive. On his first visit to Gebhardt's room, the cashier showed him the bit of black cord which he had found there the day after the attack. It was a piece of black horsehair lariat, identical with the bit Muller had found twisted in the carving of Erlach's ebony bed. Early one bright afternoon, the detective set out to pay his promised call on Dr. Maximoff. The owner of Rose Cottage had evidently seen him coming, for he stood on the threshold, his hands cordially outstretched in welcome. As they walked through the wide hall, little Sonia ran to meet them, for she had already developed a great fondness for Mr. Hartmann on her various visits to the Plone house. Maximoff introduced to his guest the dignified elderly lady who took charge of his household and his little girl, and praised her patience with him in spite of what he called his attacks of violent anger. Mrs. Schober smiled in appreciation of the doctor's self-accusation and assured Mr. Hartmann that one could not wish for a more agreeable employer. "Shall I send tea up to your room?" she asked. "Please do," said Maximoff cheerily, running his arm through that of his guest. "I want you to see my sanctum, the room in which I have collected about me everything that gives me inspiration, that enables my soul to lift itself out of the prose of everyday existence. And yet our lives have driven such deep roots into this everyday existence that it gives them their chief color," said Hartmann. "Yes, you are right," replied the Russian, "and yet you are wrong, too. One can carve out a life for oneself alone, apart from the other, and it is this secret life that makes the other endurable." "Papa, you're going to show Mr. Hartmann your rings, aren't you?" asked Sonia. "Mimi told me that he liked Aunt Anna's old jewelry so much. Didn't you?" she said, snuggling up to the guest with an air of childish importance. Yes, indeed I did, my dear little girl, and I want to see everything that is interesting and strange. All right, baby, we'll show Mr. Hartmann all our treasures, said the doctor. But you run along now and help Mrs. Schober decorate the tea table. Oh, you are expecting guests? The very dearest guests who could come to me, and I include you among them. My betrothed is coming with her relatives. But hadn't I better go away? Nonsense, you mustn't think of it for a moment. We have all grown so fond of you, and they will be as glad to see you here as they are to greet you in their own house. You have finished your work for the day, I know, and you must surely stay and be one of the party. Really, I hadn't an idea that they were coming, continued Hartmann apologetically. I had letters to write, and they kindly sent my dinner for me out to my own room. I have not seen the ladies at all today, and I saw Mr. Plone only for a moment. All the more reason why you should stay and see them now, replied Maximoff, pressing his guest's hand warmly. And here, now you are about to enter my favorite room. They stood on the threshold of a large apartment, furnished in dark colors, but with great richness and dignity. Heavy, tall bookcases and cabinets in dark wood lined the walls. Behind the glass doors were rows of heavy tomes and a number of scientific instruments. What wall space was still left free was hung with costly rugs, on which were placed rare and equally costly weapons of various countries. Between the two windows of the room stood an enormous flat-topped desk, covered with books and papers. Really, this is delightful, said the guest as his eyes wandered about the attractive room. I can indeed imagine that it is pleasant to work here, and to forget the everyday worries. What a stunning cabinet! That is as handsome a late Empire piece as I have seen. Still speaking, Hartmann went forward to the corner where the round front cabinet stood. Ah, there you see, Sonia. We don't need to show our friend the way, laughed Maximoff. He finds out our chiefest treasures at a glance. It was impolite of me, wasn't it? Remarked Hartmann, pausing where he stood. I ought to be punished. No, don't show me your rings now. I must learn to wait patiently. Don't you think so, Sonia? One ought to learn to be patient. Sonia was anxious to lead him to the cabinet, but he resisted and began the tour of the bookcases. You are particularly interested in the subject of mental alienation, I see, he said as he read through the titles. That is my specialty, replied the doctor. The human soul interests me far more than the human body. That's because your body is so healthy, said Hartmann with a smile. If you knew what it was to be physically ill, you'd find the study of the body more interesting than you do now. However, my argument doesn't hold water, for your soul seems to me to be as healthy as your body. I have seldom met a man who impressed me as so strong and sane and well-proportioned in character as you are. You flatter me. Not at all. I am merely expressing my opinion. From our pleasant evenings in the Plone household, I have learned to know you as a delightful conversationalist and a good card player. Now I see on your desk the fat manuscript of what is doubtless a scientific work. I know your fondness for flowers and that you supervise your own garden, also that you are your little girl's teacher. I have heard of your charities from many of those whom you have helped hereabouts. You must let me tell you that I consider you a very remarkable man, all that the highly cultivated, civilized man ought to be, but is not except in the most unusual cases. In the most unusual cases, repeated Maximoff, with a gaze out into space that seemed to forget the presence of his guest. Ah, I see you have Prodigal also, and a number more works on criminal jurisprudence. Are you particularly interested in that line of study, too? Why, yes, very much so. Maximoff nodded, smiling. Prodigal, for instance, has given very important contributions on the subject of psychology. Every criminal case interests me because almost every one shows the lack of proportion in the mental makeup of most human beings. But here comes the samovar, he interrupted himself. Now for the lighter things of life. Do the honors, Sonia, darling, and then run and help Mrs. Schober, because if you don't, the flowers won't be nearly as prettily arranged. The little girl busied herself about the tea table, arranging the cups and saucers ready to hand, lit the lamp under the kettle, then gave her father a hearty kiss and ran out of the room. You are a happy man, indeed, said Maximoff's guest, looking after the charming child. Yes, yes, indeed. Is she not a treasure? And I am happy now. But there have been hours in my life when I cursed this existence, and such hours may come again. He sighed deeply. Now, that is your national melancholy again, said Muller sympathetically. Is it anything you fear on Sonia's account? Have you noticed anything particular about the child? Only that she is unusually pretty. Did you not notice how bright her eyes are and how unnaturally brilliant her skin? Well, what of that? She is the image of her mother, in that as in other ways. Come, I will show you." He led the way into the next room and halted before a life-size portrait, draped in crepe, of a beautiful woman of fragile, delicate appearance. Muller looked at the portrait, then spoke, with a trembling in his voice. "Yes, yes, indeed. Sonia bids fair to be as beautiful as her mother was." To himself he thought, "Is the child as delicate also, and will she too die early?" And he understood the sadness in the eyes of the handsome man who stood looking up at the picture. "As beautiful, yes, and as frail," murmured Maximoff, holding his hands to his eyes. Then he turned quickly and went out of the room, Muller following him more slowly. When he caught up with his host, the latter was already pouring out the tea. "I don't think that I believe in the theory of heredity as strongly as you do," said the guest casually, as he took his cup. "I believe that it is possible to work against the development of an inherited trait, either mental or physical, and sometimes even to exterminate it entirely." "Do you really think so, dear friend? Do you really think so?" exclaimed the doctor warmly. His face flushed and his eyes gleamed, but the quiet poise of his guest seemed to calm him. He drank his tea in silence for a few moments. Then he began again. "The book I am writing concerns itself with this very theory of heredity, and I will confess to you that what you have just said is my own standpoint. I believe that one can fight inherited tendencies and destroy them completely." Again, the excitement mastered him. "We must destroy them in whatever way we can, but it is easy enough, and therefore I don't believe in the power of heredity any more than you do. But you're not drinking your tea, isn't it to your taste?" Mr. Hartmann hastened to assure his host that the beverage was in every way satisfactory. He finished his cup and lit one of the tiny cigarettes that lay in a silver dish on the tray. Maximoff began to smoke also and started a new subject of conversation. With no attempt at transition, he began to talk of the transmigration of souls. He handled this theme with brilliant originality, and his guests gained the impression that the eccentric Russian had occupied himself intensely with the subject, and that he believed in the theory absolutely. The interesting metaphysical conversation was interrupted, however, by the entrance of the Plone family, and the talk became lighter. As the weather was so favorable, the company adjourned to the garden after having had their tea, and Mrs. Plone and the children led Mr. Hartmann about among the flower beds, showing him the wonders that Maximoff had wrought since he became master of the property. The doctor's garden was not very large, but was so skillfully planned that it seemed much greater in size than it really was. Artistic groups of trees and shrubs were placed about in such a way as to show the smooth stretches of lawn to greater advantage. Gravelled paths twisted in and out among the screening bushes, giving the impression that one might walk some distance before coming out into the open again. Mrs. Plone and Hartmann, the children dancing about them, followed one of these paths in its various windings down towards the lower end of the garden. They passed a round stretch of lawn, in the midst of which was a circle of carefully tended box, surrounding a small fir tree. "There, Aunt Anna," said Sonia, catching Mrs. Plone's hand. "There's something new, and Papa made it all himself without any help from the gardener. And he's done ever so many things in the conservatory without the gardener, too. Anyway, the gardener hasn't been here for some time." "Then you don't have a gardener regularly for all this work?" asked Hartmann. Sonia explained that they did have a gardener formerly, but that he had been dismissed for disobedience during the month of August, and that Papa found he could get along just as well alone. Then the children led the party into the conservatories, where there was so much to see that they spent quite some time there. Plone himself sat in a comfortable chair on the veranda, reading the evening paper. Maximoff and his betrothed strolled up and down in front of the house, arm in arm. They were talking of the various alterations they should make in their home once they were married. Suzanne Plone was an attractive, warm-hearted girl, but her nature was too thoroughly well poised to be either sentimental or passionate. Her calmness made an excellent and wholesome foil for the brilliant, easily excited character of the man beside her. "You mustn't look at me like that, Sergius," she said gently, as she caught the hot glance of his dark eyes resting on her. "I am afraid of you when you look like that. I am afraid of you sometimes anyway. Afraid of your passionate nature, and I know you'll laugh at me now. I am afraid of your tremendous physical strength." "Oh, dearest, dearest," he murmured, drawing her to him in spite of her resistance. "You mustn't do that either," she pleaded. "Not at all? Never?" he whispered in her ear. She blushed with an embarrassed smile. "You foolish man," she said. "But now, anyway, you must walk beside me quietly and quite demurely." "Are you really afraid of me?" he asked with a new tone of anxiety in his voice. She nodded. "Yes, I am, sometimes. It made me shiver to see you break that heavy oak stick the other day. But I know that very strong men have to do that sort of thing occasionally to use up their excess of vigor." "Well, then, what's the matter?" "Oh, I don't mean that. But at the time the thought came over me. He could break me in two like that. And I shuddered to my very heart. I don't know why. Now don't look so gloomy, dear Sergius. Don't I know how good and how faithful your heart is? Another woman might feel hurt to see that beautiful picture still hanging upstairs there. I like to stand and look at it, for to me it gives an added proof of your power of affection. I like to realize that you cannot and will not forget the woman who first won your heart." "And it does not offend you? It does not hurt you?" he asked anxiously. Suzanne shook her head. "We will share your heart as sisters, your dear dead love and I," she replied tenderly, stroking from his brow the furrow her last words had drawn there. Then they joined the others, and an hour later the guests left Rose Cottage. Before his departure, Mr. Hartmann had given his solemn promise to return the following day and examine Maximov's pride, his collection of antique rings. When Muller retired to his pavilion that evening, he was convinced that Dr. Maximov was the other of the originals of whom Plön had spoken. But the Russian was so much a finished man of the world that his originality was scarcely perceptible outside of his own little kingdom, the home that expressed his rich personality so well. Muller felt surprised again at the thought that this busy and versatile man would even take time to do the actual manual labor in his garden. He knew him also as a philanthropist of astonishing liberality. The Plöns had told Hartmann early in his visit how generous Maximov was to people of the village. He had built a lodging house and a library for them, and every day 10 poor people were given dinners at his expense in the parish house. This afternoon, as they walked back to the manager's home, Plön told Hartmann that he had just heard, not from Maximov himself, but from a friend who was a physician in a Viennese hospital, that the Russian had given 40,000 crowns to endow 2 beds in the establishment. The only condition was that the name of the donator should not be mentioned. "Of course, I wouldn't let him see that I knew anything about it, and you must promise to do the same." Hartmann promised readily that he would not betray the secret. The veteran detective had taken a great liking to Maximov, and his flattering words when they were alone that afternoon had been only the expression of his sincere admiration. End of Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Muller visits Rose Cottage, Part 2. Next morning, Muller spent several hours with Bauer going over the works. The afternoon found him again in Rose Cottage. Some time was spent in the conservatories in admiration of the doctor's remarkable results in the culture of chrysanthemums. Then host and guest went into the house, Sonia running beside them. "Now you really must see my rings," said the Russian brightly. "Sonia, dear, you'll look after the tea, won't you?" The little girl ran out, and the 2 men, arm in arm, crossed the study and stood before the handsome cabinet which had already attracted Muller's attention. Maximov's manner was almost ceremonious as he turned the key in the lock. "What I have here is not only costly in material and workmanship," he said, "but it has its chief value in the association connected with each piece. Every one of my rings represents, as it were, a bit of world history, for each one of them was the property of a person of importance in the history of the world." While speaking, he drew out a drawer of the cabinet. It contained 4 ebony boxes with glass tops. They were lined with dark blue velvet, and the rings lay resting on little knobs. There were about 40 of them, a collection that was indeed of great value. Maximov pulled up a chair for his guest with the words, "You must sit down and examine these at your ease to thoroughly appreciate them." Muller settled back comfortably in the chair and examined each piece with great interest, while his host gave the necessary explanation. There was, for instance, a simply worked golden circlet set with a roughly cut diamond of considerable size which had been worn by Peter the Great. A heavy ring set with many pearls of value had once adorned the hand of Anne Boleyn. A peculiarly carved ring of darkened silver had been the property of Count Wallenstein. Maximoff could tell the story of each piece in his collection, and could tell it so well that his listeners' enjoyment of the curiosity was enhanced doubly. When the last of the rings had been studied and admired, Maximoff laid the boxes carefully back in the drawer. "I suppose, of course, you have documents to prove the truth of the history of this really remarkable collection?" asked Muller. "Oh, yes, indeed," said the doctor eagerly. "I'll show them to you at once." He fairly tore open the next drawer and took out a large portfolio which lay in it. At the same moment Muller, looking at the open drawer, remarked, "Oh, I see you have all sorts of other beautiful things there. Miniatures, too. That's another expensive fad. Are you interested in that sort of thing?" "Very much." "Then I'll show you what I have. It isn't very much. I've been collecting miniatures only about a year or so." He took the case out of the drawer and held it so that his guest could look at the little pictures. There were only 7 of them, but each one a masterpiece in its way. One of them seemed to interest Muller greatly. He stared at it as if hypnotized, while Maximoff drew out and sorted the papers in the portfolio. A stereotyped smile curved Muller's lips, but the smile did not go deeper than the surface. His heart seemed to stand still, and the thoughts whirled through his brain in such a mad rush that he did not hear Maximoff's next remark. Finally, the detective realized that his host was speaking to him. "Why, you're quite lost in the study of my art treasures," said Maximoff with a little laugh. It was a bright and cheery little laugh, but a shiver, icy cold, ran down Muller's spine as he felt the other man's hand on his shoulder. "Which is it that so absorbs you?" continued the Russian. Muller rose slowly from his chair and pushed it back. He leaned lightly against the window frame, and his face was pale. But the eyes which met Maximoff's firmly were perfectly calm, and the tone of his voice was quiet and indifferent as he finally spoke. "The Napoleon interests me the most, I think. I've never seen him painted just this way before." "Yes, isn't it odd?" remarked Maximoff eagerly. "It isn't the great emperor we see here, the mighty general. It's just a private individual who feels as cold as we would when the thermometer drops down to 0. The picture interested me because of what I call its ironical conception of the subject, and I procured it recently with considerable difficulty." While the Russian was speaking, he held the little picture before him and looked at it, his eyes full of merriment. Another phase of his surprise, scarcely less than the first, filled the detective's mind. In spirit, he reviewed his visit to Miss Geiringer, and held again in his hand the picture of the Empress Josephine, undoubtedly the companion to this miniature of Napoleon. Then he heard Mrs. Tunner say again, "Mr. Erlach and I cleaned the picture of the Emperor 2 days before his disappearance." And again, "Dr. Maximoff was the last person to visit Mr. Erlach. He was in our house on the 3rd of September." And again, Muller seemed to hear Till's report. "An insurance agent came to the place on the 6th of September, but he did not enter the house." Like succeeding flashes of lightning, these sentences shot through the detective's head, bound together, as it were, by the bits of black cord and the enormous footprints that he had seen in the Erlach garden. Footprints which he had seen later in front of the wall surrounding the Plone pavilion, a proof that the man with the black cord had followed him there and knew who he was. And now he was here in the house of the most highly respected man in the neighborhood, stood opposite this cultivated and great-hearted man, and saw him smiling at the little picture of Napoleon, the picture which, as he said, he had recently procured with considerable difficulty, the picture which was in Erlach's possession up to 2 days before his disappearance, after which time no visitor had entered his house. Had Maximoff been there once more, without the knowledge of Mrs. Tunner or the Tills, and had he persuaded the old gentleman to sell him the picture? But Muller remembered that Maximoff himself had once mentioned that his last meeting with Erlach took place in the very first days of September, the afternoon that he had played chess in the greenhouse. This agreed with what Mrs. Tunner had said, but might it not have been a lie, after all? All these thoughts circled madly through Muller's head while he stood looking at the smiling Russian. What was the difficulty of which the other spoke? There are various ways of procuring a treasured masterpiece, he asked himself, his teeth set firmly, and a pitiless gleam rose in his eyes, while his hand involuntarily found its way to the pocket of his coat, in the depths of which was his little revolver. When a man finds himself unexpectedly in the lion's den, the feel of a weapon in his hand is very comforting. But was he in any danger here? Here as the guest of this delightfully amiable and quite harmlessly cordial Maximoff? It did not seem possible to the veteran detective. Still, every single move in this series of crimes had been carried out with a most unusual and unheard-of audacity, carried out in a way that could only have been done by a most unusual type of criminal. Muller found himself suddenly with a new clue, a new trail opening before him. A false one, perhaps? But however that might be, it was his duty to follow it up, unless he could prove that there was an identical miniature of Napoleon still in the cabinet in Erlach's study. If the picture was not in its place there, then he would have to follow up this new clue. In the course of his long and rich experience, he had learned that however utterly improbable a thing may seem, it may yet be a fact. The detective breathed deeply, and a peculiar gleam came into his eyes. A strange smile moved his lips. The stately, handsome host did not seem to notice it. His great dark eyes still rested merrily on the little picture of the shivering emperor, as he delicately breathed into the air rings of smoke from his tiny cigarette. "Do you see this, Mr. Hartmann?" he said cheerily. "The painter has even taken the liberty of putting a tiny touch of red on the imperial nose." He handed the picture to his guest. "Yes, really, so it is," answered the other, laughing, and added, "You said just now that you had considerable difficulty in obtaining possession of this picture. What was the trouble?" Muller smiled in harmless friendliness as he asked the question. Not a line of his face, not a quiver in his voice, betrayed the tenseness that held him for the last few moments. Maximoff was equally calm. In his usual witty manner, he began to tell the story of how he had found the miniature in the shop of an antiquary in Vienna, of how he had gone there again and again to try and buy just this one piece out of a Napoleon collection which the man wanted to sell altogether. It had cost Maximoff, so he said, many journeys and considerable money until he finally managed to get possession of this most interesting piece of the entire collection. The Russian did not spare a joke at the expense of his own obstinacy and his awakening collector's mania. His story was easily and naturally told, but when it came to an end, Muller noticed that Maximoff had not mentioned the name or the address of the antiquary in question. At this moment, a young serving-maid entered with a card on a silver tray. The girl was evidently untrained as yet, for she left the door open behind her, and Muller could see a man in the hall outside. A single glance at this visitor, and the detective turned to the window, almost burying himself in the heavy curtains that hung there. The gleam in his eye was perceptibly heightened. He kept his gaze on Maximoff, who, as he read the name on the card, lost his laughing indifference. His face flushed in anger. A deep fold ploughed itself between his brows, and his eyes shot fire. He was evidently in the grip of one of the sudden rages of which he himself had spoken. "You idiot! Don't you know enough to shut the door?" he cried to the girl, and then walked quickly to the now entering visitor. "You know your business. Nobody's safe from you, I suppose?" The stranger, an elegantly dressed gentleman, seemed to be somewhat offended at this reception, for his voice was sharp as he answered, "Dr. Maximoff, I should indeed know very little about my business, if it were not possible for me to follow up anyone who has once honored me with his confidence and his patronage. Why, I am—" He did not get any further, for on entering the room he had seen the figure of a man in the shadow of the heavy plush curtains at the window. He bowed lightly to this scarcely seen person, and Maximoff also turned to the window. "My dear Mr. Hartmann," said the doctor, "pray excuse me. I'm obliged to talk to this gentleman a few moments, but I will soon return to you." "You'd better lock up your treasures first," replied Hartmann from behind the handkerchief which he held to his face, as he was struggling with a fit of coughing. Maximoff motioned the stranger to enter the neighboring room and shut the door behind him. "These people are so aggressive," he said indignantly to Muller. "I went to see this man the other day to talk about some changes I want made in my house, a new addition I am desirous of building, and now he comes here without being sent for." "Well, I'll be off then," said Muller, For as long as the man is here, you might as well have your talk with him without being hurried. Are you really going? Yes, I must. But if you will permit it, I will come soon again. Permit it? Why, I shall be delighted to see you here, delighted. I confess that I'm growing very fond of you. Is that really true? Haven't you noticed that I seem to enjoy your company? At least you have not avoided me, but seemed rather to seek me out. Then I may be equally frank, and tell you that I find myself taking a great liking to you? Why do you speak so low? It isn't necessary that your architect should know everything, is it? But now you must go to him. Good afternoon, Doctor. We will meet soon again, I hope. A few moments later, Muller was outside, walking along the dreary highroad. He looked at his watch, then changed his direction suddenly and walked rapidly towards the little railway station. He was just in time to spring into a train for Vienna. He found himself alone in the compartment. What was that man doing there? He asked half aloud. Then he burst out into a hearty laugh. Did he send for him to spy on the dwellers in the pavilion? But his sudden merriment did not last long. It gave way to the graver thoughts that absorbed him completely, that dazed him with their swing and rush. It is absolutely mysterious, incomprehensible. If it is he, why am I still alive? And if it is not he, why these two lies today? For I know that this Napoleon miniature is the one that belonged to Erlach. The manner of painting, even the odd frame, might be repeated on two pictures, but the peculiar pattern of the paper that is pasted over the back of this little masterpiece and of the picture of Josephine could hardly be repeated in a copy. Well, I'll know before nightfall whether there is a picture of Napoleon in Erlach's cabinet. But I very much fear that Maximov's story of how he got the picture was as much a lie as his assertion that his visitor was an architect. I am greatly afraid of it, thought the veteran detective, for I really and truly had begun to like the man. In the city, Muller went to his own home first. An hour and a half later, he entered the office of a well-known private detective agency. He was ushered into a cozily furnished little room, hardly larger than a good-sized closet. All the reception rooms of the establishment were on this order, for the customers who came here desired secrecy beyond everything else. Muller was well known to the attendants and was shown into the little room which adjoined the manager's private office. The manager may be here any moment, said the attendant who showed him in. Is there anything I can do for you until he comes? No, thank you, said Muller. I don't mind being alone, as I have a great deal to think over. There, I think he's in there now, said the attendant, listening towards the door of the private office. Muller rose and knocked at this door. As he passed a long mirror to reach it, he smiled at the reflection he saw there, the reflection of his own slender figure, for he had left all that made up Mr. Hartmann in his own home. Ah, good afternoon, my dear Mr. Muller, cried Manager Grang as Muller entered the room. Grang was engaged in hanging up his overcoat on a hat rack. He stopped just where he was, flung the coat over his arm, and came forward with his free hand outstretched. Deus ex machina, he exclaimed, evidently greatly pleased to see the old detective. And why? Asked Muller with a cheery laugh, as the other led him to a soft corner of the sofa and piled up the cushions invitingly. My, you're treating me as if I were Her Royal Highness, who was here on the 24th, he continued, leaning back in the corner. Grang walked over to the hat tree, hung up his coat, and now came back hastily. What do you know about the princess? He asked in astonishment, not altogether pleased. Muller pointed to the cigar box that stood on the table and remarked with a smile. Why don't you say as usual, help yourself, old man? Sure, help yourself, old man. Grang pushed the box over to Muller. But then you'll answer my question, won't you? Grang took a seat too, and his momentary displeasure was soon gone. In fact, he was glad that this Muller seemed to know everything. For the last 2 hours, Muller had been the principal figure in a scheme of his. The veteran detective took so much time to light his cigar that Grang decided it were better not to say anything about the princess and to talk to Muller about his own scheme. This was the gist of his first remark. As you like, replied the other. Well then, what sort of a scheme is it that you have woven around my worthy personality? Grang rose, went to a cupboard, and brought out a bottle of brandy and 2 glasses. We'll drink a glass first, to your very good health, he said. My health is excellent just at present, thank you, answered Muller. I'm very glad to hear it. Why, particularly? First, for your sake, and then for my own. Nothing the matter with this brandy, said the guest as he sipped it slowly. But what does it matter to you how I am feeling? It awakens a hope. What hope? Grang looked at his guest carefully. You certainly look fine. Do you think so? Yes, I do. I noticed the difference, possibly, because it's 2 years since I saw you last. Yes, that was in Pegli, wasn't it? It was certainly awfully good of you to come over from Genoa just to see me. It was quite natural. I was living in hopes then, too. Concerning me, you didn't say anything about it. No, I didn't dare mention the subject. Mercy, I had no idea you were so shy. Well, you see, when one man wants to suggest a partnership to another, and the other begins the conversation by saying that he never intends to work again, it doesn't look very hopeful. I was having so much trouble with my liver just then. Is it all right now? You certainly look it. And you certainly look very enterprising today. I not only look enterprising, but just at present I feel very much so. And you feel like working again? Grang bent forward eagerly. Yes, I feel quite like working again. That's the reason I'm here today. Oh, that's fine. Then I may ask you something? Certainly. What is it? Would you be ready for a journey? Out of the country? To Russia. Muller drank his second glass of brandy slowly and carefully, weighing each drop of the amber liquid on his tongue as if he hadn't another thought in the world. The younger man waited until his impatience got the better of him. Well, my dear Muller, do answer. To Russia, you say, remarked the old detective indifferently. And what am I to do there? Grang shrugged his shoulders and answered with a slight embarrassment. I don't know. You don't know? No, my client is very distrustful. But he must have confided in you to some extent. He has told me only that he wants an independent, preferably unmarried, highly intelligent, and discreet detective to go on a journey to Russia with him. Is that all, and you're to find this treasure for him? Yes, that's it. He came here about it, and you haven't let him get out of your sight since then, have you? Muller, what do you know about it? I know that you were in Dr. Maximov's house this afternoon. Well, that beats all. You know your business. No one is safe from you, I suppose. These were the words with which he welcomed you. The devil! Now how the mischief did you know that? Are you omnipresent? No, I'm only in one place at one time. But the place I happened to be at that time was in the window of the study at Rose Cottage. Oh, then you were the man who stood there? You have hit it exactly. Incredible! And yet, I don't know, it's not so surprising. I had to tell the Russian that I hadn't the sort of man he wanted at liberty just now, and that he might have to wait some little time before I could send him the right person. So I suppose he may have heard of you and sent for you himself. That explains his anger at my coming. If he needed me, he wouldn't have considered it an intrusion. Still, I don't know then why he should have lied to me. Why didn't he tell me that he had the man he wanted instead of insisting that I was to find someone right away? That's what I don't understand. But I understand it. Then do tell me. Dr. Maximov does not know that I am a detective, and he must not know it for some time yet, said Muller, believing in his heart that what he had just said was a lie. So, you see, he couldn't very well engage me for this journey, and he had to trust to you further. Oh, that's it, is it? Have you been friends with him for some time? For several weeks now. I'm rather surprised that he should not have spoken of this journey to anybody. Would you be in a position to know if he did speak of it? Certainly. I see him very often in the presence of his best friends in that neighborhood. And you hadn't a suspicion that there was a secret in this man's life? There must be, judging from what he demands of me. No, I hadn't the faintest suspicion of it until today, answered Muller truthfully. Then he added, there are secrets, political secrets, in the lives of most Russians who live outside their own country. I suppose this is another one of the same kind. Probably. Anyway, he pays very well. He has promised me an unusually large commission for finding the man he wants, and the salary the latter will earn will be equally munificent. So I thought of you, Muller. That was kind of you, but you know that I haven't worked merely for money for some time now. Pardon me, that wasn't what I meant. I had thought of you, for it struck me that the case promised to be interesting. Interesting politically, probably, but I'm not interested in politics. No, I'm afraid you can't depend upon me here. I don't want to enter Maximov's service and thus lose him as a friend. Oh, confound it, complained Grang, and I thought it was my special good fortune that brought you to me today, because, to be honest with you, if you don't want to do it, I'll have to lose the good job. Oh, no, you won't. You can take this case. My dear Muller, what do you mean? Now don't get excited. You'll get your commission and save the reputation of your house. I have a young friend, his name is George Munzer, who I think is just the man. I will be responsible for him, and you can recommend him to Maximoff without fear." "George Munzer? The name is quite new to me," said Grang. "Not to me," thought Muller, "for I had an uncle by that name." Then he said aloud, "There was a time, you know, when the name of Napoleon Bonaparte was new to most people. If I say that I'll be responsible for this young man, you needn't fear recommending him to anybody." "Oh, certainly, certainly," said Grang hastily. "When can you send him to me?" "In the course of the next 2 or 3 days. I think he is in Vienna now and at liberty." "Not for 2 or 3 days? Oh, dear." "What's the matter now? Are you in such a hurry?" "I'm not, but the Russian seems to be. By what he says, he'd like to start the man off tomorrow." "Oh, I don't believe a day or 2 will make such a difference." Muller rose slowly from his chair and continued. "Well, for your sake, I'll see if I can't find Munzer today. If he is free, you will have word by tomorrow morning." "Oh, thank you ever so much. That's really nice of you." Grang shook Muller's hand warmly, but not until the latter had taken up his hat did it occur to the manager of the establishment to inquire the reason for his guests coming to him. "Why, you see," replied Muller with a show of candor, "I was greatly interested in knowing what you and Maximoff had to do with one another. That's the only reason I came." Then Muller left the office after another hearty handshake with the man from whom he had easily learned something which might be of value to him. He was very glad now to realize that Grang had not recognized the change in his figure, or had not noticed that Maximoff had addressed him by a strange name. For otherwise the really very clever manager of the private detective agency, who knew his business although he was in some respects a little too credulous, might have noticed that Muller was playing a part out in Inzersdorf. Quite satisfied with the result of his visit to the agency, the veteran detective stepped into a printer's shop, ordered some visiting cards, and sat down to wait for them. The cards were printed with the name George Munzer. Muller stayed in his own house only long enough to return to the outer contour and the apparel of Mr. Hartmann. His servant Conrad mounted the box of the carriage beside the coachman and drove out with him. The stars were already showing clear in the sky when they reached the secluded spot on the Black Moor where Muller usually let his carriage wait while he visited the Erlach house. He carried the keys with him in his pocket so as to be ready to go there whenever necessity required. Once in Erlach's study, he lit a candle and searched carefully in every corner of the cabinet where Erlach kept his curiosities. The miniature of Napoleon was not there, nor was it anywhere else in the room. When Muller was quite sure of this fact, he pressed his hands to his forehead a moment and sighed deeply. Then he went out, leaving the greenhouse to its undisturbed quiet again. Conrad had been doing sentry duty at the garden gate and reported that no one had passed anywhere within the range of his vision. Muller sent him back to the carriage with orders for the coachman to drive further up the street towards the brick factory. He himself walked towards the Plone house and let himself in unseen at the garden gate. Karl was waiting for him anxiously in the pavilion. "Shall I get supper ready for you?" he asked. "It's nearly 10 o'clock. I've had mine already." "No, my dear Tunner. I'll fix what I need for myself later. I want you now to listen carefully to what I have to say to you." "Yes, sir." "How many times do you think that Dr. Maximoff has seen you? Think it over carefully." Karl pondered a minute. "Not more than 3 times at most," he said decidedly. "Did he ever speak to you?" "No, and I don't believe he really ever saw me. The doctor is a little bit haughty. I don't think a servant really exists for him." "Possibly. I never noticed it myself." "I felt it, sir." "All the better, then, for then he has never noticed you particularly. That's a very becoming beard you're wearing. Thus far I've had no objection to it, but now I'm afraid it's in the way." "I'll have it shaved off, sir," replied Karl willingly. Muller nodded. "Yes, have it taken off before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning." "It'll be gone by that time, sir." "Here are 300 crowns. Now let me see, you've been wearing a gray suit here, haven't you? Now you go and buy yourself a dark blue or a black suit and a heavy winter coat. Also, get anything else you may think you would need for a journey to Russia. It must all be done before 11 o'clock tomorrow." "You can depend upon me, sir." "Then from 11 o'clock you must stay at home." "Here?" "No, in my house in the city. We'll dine there tomorrow noon, and then I'll explain everything to you. Here are your visiting cards. You will need to use 2 of them tomorrow, so don't lose them, and don't forget what your name is." Karl threw a glance at the little pasteboards. "Then my name is George Munzer?" "Yes, you are George Munzer, a private detective by profession. I'll tell you all the rest tomorrow. And now get ready to go back to town. You will find my carriage waiting for you by the railroad bridge. Good night, George Munzer." "Good night, Mr. Hartmann." 10 minutes later, Muller heard a wagon driving slowly past the garden wall, the noise of the wheels dying away in the distance. He stood at the window for some time. He knew there was no danger in doing so, for the room behind him was in darkness. While his eyes wandered up to the gleaming star points in the blackness of the space above, his mind went over in review all he had experienced that eventful afternoon and evening. "No," he murmured half aloud, "there is no picture of Napoleon in Erlach's cabinet." Then after a little while he added with a deep sigh, "And this Maximoff is such a really delightful and sympathetic personality." End of Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Embarrassment of Bauer. Next day, the ladies Plone found occasion for one of those dissertations on the shortcomings of servants so dear to the feminine heart. Mr. Hartmann told them that he had been obliged to dismiss his young valet without notice, because of insubordination and impertinence. "I lost my patience and told him to get out of my sight at once," reported the indignant landowner, his soft heart reproaching him all the while for the calumny he was obliged to heap on the head of his faithful Karl. Muller reached his own house in the city exactly at 11 o'clock. He was greeted by his former housekeeper, whom he had recalled as there was now no further reason for secrecy as far as Mrs. Tunner was concerned. The latter seemed so disappointed at the change in the household that the soft-hearted Muller hastened to reassure her. He told her that his home was hers until she could get another good position, or until Karl was able to make a home for himself and his mother. "Is he able to do anything for himself yet?" asked the anxious mother timidly. "It is your kindness alone that gives him the opportunity to be honest, at least." Muller shook his head. "It's not such a great kindness on my part. I need your son, and he is proving himself very useful to me. You need have no anxiety about him, if you have no objection to his following my profession. He may do well at it, if he makes good in this detective work I am now testing him with." "Why should I have any objection to it?" "There are people who do not think highly of the profession." "I am not one of them," replied Mrs. Tunner warmly. "How could I be, now that I know you and what sort of a man you are? It isn't the work that makes the man, but the man that makes or mars the profession he adopts. If Karl should become ever so little like you, I will be proud of him, more proud of him than I thought possible, of late years." "Has he told you that he is going to Russia?" asked Muller, changing the subject. Mrs. Tunner shook her head. "That was wise of him," continued Muller in a tone of approval. "In our profession a man must say as little as possible, even to those who are nearest to him. But there is no harm in your knowing where he is going. If he is away longer than now planned, it will be perfectly safe for him to write you if you wish it." "It shall be just as you think best," said Mrs. Tunner calmly. Muller gave her a slip of paper with a few lines written on it. "In case Karl is not here at the time, I want you to send this telegram to me as soon as you receive one, which I will send you. My message will be a perfectly indifferent one. Let us say something about buying flowers for me. As soon as it comes, get this off at once. And now I want to talk to Karl. Has he come home yet?" "Yes, he came in half an hour ago. Now I understand why he had all that shopping to do." "He had to get ready for his trip. Please have dinner served at 12:30, and order the carriage for 1 o'clock." Muller nodded to Mrs. Tunner and went upstairs to the little room he had assigned to Karl. The door was half open, and the young man sat by the window reading. He was so absorbed in his book that he did not hear Muller's entrance, nor the closing of the door. The detective smiled as if pleased at his protégé's power of concentration, and spoke gently. "George Munzer," was all he said. Karl started and sprang up from his chair. "Oh, Mr. Muller, I didn't hear you come in." "Well, I'm glad to see you know your new name when you hear it," replied Muller with a glance at the book in Karl's hands. That's right. You know how to go about it, I see, he continued, for the book was the familiar red-covered Baedeker with the word Russia in gold letters on the cover. Inside the book, however, covering the open pages, was a sheet of white paper on which was written many dozen times the name George Munzer. Karl stood blushing in embarrassment, still holding his lead pencil. Wasn't it foolish of me? He asked. Not at all. It was a very good exercise for you, and the best thing you could have done. The most important thing for you the first few days will be to make no slip as to your name, and you can't be too familiar with it. Now sit down, and I will give you your instructions. The two men sat in earnest consultation until dinner time, Muller talking and Karl listening carefully, answering only now and then to show that he understood. As they went down to the dining room, Karl's cheeks were flushed, and his eyes shone with pleasurable excitement. The meal passed quietly, and at 1 o'clock they entered the carriage and drove to Greng's agency. The manager of the establishment was already waiting for them in his inner office, as Muller had announced their coming by messenger. Greng studied the young stranger carefully and could find no fault in his outer appearance, at least. This tall, clean-shaven, good-looking young man, with his slender, graceful figure and his well-cut, simple dark suit, looked more like a young Englishman of leisure than anything else, and Greng was greatly pleased with Muller's protégé. The modest and unassuming but thoroughly well-poised manners of the young man pleased him also. George Munzer said little during the interview, and Muller, who was present, remained strictly impartial. Greng was anxious to have Munzer go see Maximoff at once, but the new young detective refused to do so. It was finally arranged that the introduction to Greng's wealthy client should take place on the following day, at an hour determined by Munzer. Mr. Hartmann spent the rest of the afternoon after his return to Inzersdorf in the society of the Plone family. He strolled over to the house just as the twilight had fallen, and found his hosts in the cozy sitting-room. Maximoff was there also, seated at the piano, accompanying Suzanne's singing. The Russian was an excellent pianist, and a particularly skillful accompanist. With delicate understanding of every shading of the mood of the song, his playing melted into the voice, lifting it into clearer prominence, giving it a background of gentle-hued harmonies. He was playing without notes, improvising from time to time, letting his soul speak in the soft flow of harmony his fingers awoke from the ivory keys. His great dark eyes, with their glance of gentle melancholy that hung like a veil of mystery over the velvet-soft depths, were raised in tender affection to the sweet, calm face of the girl who stood beside him. Her eyes answered his, as she looked down at him. She, too, had no notes, singing free from memory. She sang for him alone. The quiet little group that sat beyond the radius of light thrown by the tall lamp near the piano had been forgotten by the man and woman whose souls met in the consciousness of one another's nearness, in the harmonies that floated around them like a clinging screen, shutting them in a delicious solitude. Suzanne's slender figure in her pale-colored gown swayed gently as she sang. The lamp gleamed on her fair hair and delicate skin, surrounding her head like an aureole. The simple Scotch ballad that she sang seemed to her an expression of her own happiness as she looked down at this handsome, gifted man, this man with the great heart and the wonderful brain, who had yet chosen her for his beloved, although she was but a simple country girl. The glow of her feeling illumined her rapt face as she sang the simple tale of the prince who plucked a floweret from the hedgerow to wear next to his heart, beating with his heartbeats, happy in his love. What though the floweret was happy but for a brief hour, to wither then and die? Happier still was she than if left on her bush, to blossom free in wind and sunshine. Better a moment's brief joy than a life of loveless security. The gentle, reproachful sadness of the old ballad melted away in the happiness that shone in Suzanne's eyes and curved her pure lips. When her eyes met those of her beloved, there was no room in her soul for aught but the joy of being his. Muller sat back in the shade, watching the couple at the piano. His busy brain twisted and turned 1,000 possibilities in the crucible of his highly trained intelligence, sharpened to keenness by rich experience. All the while an undercurrent of suppressed emotion welled up from his heart, keeping up a running commentary of doubt to all the suggestions offered by the brain. It can't be true. It simply can't be true, he thought. I'm off on a false trail again, and it's not for the first time either. There'll be some reasonable explanation as to the Napoleon portrait. I know there will. If there is any secret in this man's life, it has something to do with politics, I know." Again he lost himself in the study of Maximov's features. The Russian's handsome face, with its clear, colorless skin, framed in curly dark hair, wore an expression of calm content. It was a content back of which the warm blood and vitality of the man were beating. There was nothing ox-like in the easy repose of the face. But it was the face of a man who was at peace with himself and the world, for this hour at least. His hands, too, drew Muller's eyes to them, slender white hands, which yet, even in their easy movement over the ivory keys, showed complete muscular control and great strength. They seemed to suit the man's fine figure with the broad shoulders and slender hips, and to complete the picture of virile manhood at its very finest, in the prime of early maturity. The veteran detective, with his deep knowledge of the world and the human heart, wondered that there was not more passion in the grave happiness in Suzanne's eyes. It must be, he thought, that there is no place for sensual passion in her clear soul, or surely this man would be capable of awakening it. A slight movement beside him made him turn, and he saw that Bauer had slipped in and taken the chair to his left. With his mind still full of the charm and strength of the Russian, Muller noticed as never before the utter lack of attraction in this other man. Here, too, were height and evident strength in a human frame, but where in the one case all was grace and easy elasticity, in the other the strength took the shape of an awkward bulk. Maximov had never been more fascinating, more brilliant than he was this evening. In the radiance which seemed to go out from him, the ugliness of the unfortunate bookkeeper was thrown into greater prominence. Bauer sat hunched together on his chair, evidently not listening to the music, but absorbed in his own thoughts. They were not pleasant thoughts, for his hands twitched nervously. He bit at his lips and swallowed hard every now and then. The detective looked at him more carefully. He knew that this man had been acquainted with Erlach and had been inside the greenhouse more than once. Mrs. Tunner had told Muller that during the 2 years of her service there, Bauer visited her employer about 10 or a dozen times. Like all the others who spoke about the bookkeeper, she was willing to acknowledge that the man seemed to be a faithful worker, a capable businessman, reserved and unobtrusive. But there was always a but when people spoke of Bauer. They seemed to distrust some secret behind his quiet. No one had confidence in him, nor liking for him. The men servants complained of his exacting haughtiness. The women were afraid of him, as he evinced a desire to become aggressive in his attentions whenever he was sure that he would not be found out. The ladies of the Plone family, even the manager's wife, who was anxious always to be just to everyone, made no pretense of liking Bauer. Mrs. Plone was always the cordial hostess to her husband's employees, but Muller saw that it took an effort sometimes for her to overlook Bauer's unpleasant manners. Suzanne was more outspoken and frankly said that it was not so much the man's lack of good looks that bothered her, but the fact that, as she expressed it, there's a certain type of ugliness that comes only from inward vulgarity. Muller remembered all these things now, for he knew that it was worthwhile giving a certain amount of attention to the intuition of cultivated, fine-minded women. He had been watching the bookkeeper lately and had won the man's confidence sufficiently to draw out an invitation to visit him in his room. Here he gained still more the impression of the man's pettiness and meanness, vulgarity, as Suzanne called it. But he realized also that behind this vulgarity there was not enough bigness of heart or soul to make possible the commission of such crimes as had been perpetrated by the unknown with the black cord. By this time Muller had become convinced that Bauer was not this unknown, although he was not quite sure that the bookkeeper might not in some way have been connected with the occurrences in the greenhouse. For there was something on this man's mind, Muller saw that, and a little incident that occurred on this very evening increased his suspicion and reawoke his interest in the bookkeeper. During the singing, Mr. Plone, who had been in one of the other rooms, came to the door and beckoned his wife to him. The couple passed through the next room into the drawing-room, and a subdued sound of voices was heard from there. Muller recognized a strange voice, a man's. They spoke softly, too softly at least to hear at that distance, and through the music, the words that were said. With a curiosity which was one of his unpleasant qualities, Bauer leaned forward as if anxious to see who the stranger was. Suddenly he turned pale, bit his lips nervously, and arose from his chair. He took a step or two towards the door between the rooms, then turned in the direction of the hall door. Here he halted for a moment and came up to Muller. "Mr. Hartmann, would you please make my excuses?" he said hastily. "I have a very bad headache and think I'd better not wait for supper." "Certainly. I'll tell Mr. and Mrs. Plone you're not feeling well," Muller replied, taking the hand the other held out to him. Bauer's hand was cold and moist, and trembled perceptibly. "You certainly do look wretched," continued Muller. "Why, you are trembling all over." I don't feel well. I had better go to my room," murmured Bauer. The man was quite upset, and Muller followed him closely with his eye. The bookkeeper reached the door in a few long strides and closed it gently behind him. Scarcely was the door fully shut before Muller stood beside it. The two at the piano were so absorbed in their music and in one another that they paid no attention to what was going on behind them. And even if they had, there would have been nothing particularly noticeable in the fact that Bauer left the room because he was not feeling well, and that Hartmann should have followed him in case he needed help. But the latter did not leave the room at once. He stood at the door for some few minutes, then turned the knob very softly. He opened the door quickly and looked out into the hall. He saw what he was expecting to see. Ferdinand Bauer stood close to the drawing-room door, listening at the crack. When Muller opened the door of the music room, the sound of the singing came out into the hall so much louder that Bauer started and looked around. Muller closed the door, shutting off the sound, and walked down the hall. Bauer stood waiting for him with an evil gleam in his eye. I was dizzy," he said sharply. "Is there anything I can do for you? Can I assist you to your room?" asked Mr. Hartmann with a tone of friendly sympathy. "Just think how embarrassing if this door should suddenly open while you were leaning against it. You wouldn't want to tumble into the drawing-room like that." "These doors open to the outside," remarked the other in the same sharp tone. Then he turned without another word and walked on towards the covered passageway which led from the main house to the office building. "Miss Suzanne is right," thought Muller. "It is inner vulgarity that makes this man so unpleasant and has given him this particular type of ugliness. Yes, a man of that kind might easily be led into committing a crime. But this man seems to me to be too petty for the series of crimes that I am following up here. Or I have been mistaken before in my life. May he not be deeper than I think? They call me infallible, but the world doesn't realize how many mistakes I have made, how many failures I have to my record. They see only my victories. I must be careful here and not go ahead too fast. If this man has not the brain to have planned these crimes, might he not have been the instrument used by another? The only thing here is that there was no robbery committed in the most of these cases, and I do not think that this man would become a criminal without some pecuniary advantage to himself. Or is this only another mistake of mine? Can a soul like his hate enough to murder, or murder for the joy of it? I saw him kick an unoffending dog one day, and yet he is a coward, as was shown by his action just now. Whoever it is inside there frightened him so that he fairly ran away, for the strides he took could almost be called running." Here Muller's thoughts came to a standstill again, and went off in another direction. Again he saw himself in the Erlach house in the dead of night, and saw the tall figure running away with long strides that carried it into the darkness with astonishing rapidity. He must find out what it was, who it was, that had so frightened Bauer just now. He returned to the music room just as Suzanne was gathering up the loose sheets that lay on the piano. Maximoff whirled round on the piano stool and said laughingly, "Our music has driven you all away, hasn't it? You at least have had the courage to come back." Hartmann laughed in answer to the joke, but his mind was on the drawing-room behind him. He walked casually through the music room to where he could see the door. But this did him no good, for the only person within his range of vision now was Plone himself, who stood leaning against a table, smoking. He could catch a glimpse of Mrs. Plone's light dress, but that was all. He had just made up his mind to go into the drawing-room even without being asked, when he heard Suzanne say, "We seem to have a caller." At the same moment there was a sound of chairs being shoved back in the drawing-room, and Mrs. Plone came forward through the intervening apartment. At her side was a cheery-faced, very young lieutenant in the uniform of an infantry regiment. Suzanne gave an exclamation of pleasure and walked forward to meet the stranger. "Why, if it isn't Cousin Fritz!" she exclaimed brightly. "And how nice we look in our new uniform! I suppose you've been up to some mischief and have been sent to Vienna to be punished, eh? The young man drew himself up for a formal salute as he answered with mock gravity. Quite right, fair cousin. I've been in Vienna since the 20th of the month, sentenced to attend the coming carnival. Thinking of pleasure, as usual, continued Suzanne with a merry laugh. But you haven't met my betrothed yet. Sergius, permit me to present you my cousin, this extremely undignified lieutenant of Imperial Infantry, Fritz von Seelern. Lieutenant von Seelern, Dr. Maximoff. The gentlemen shook hands, and then Mrs. Plone introduced the young officer to Hartmann. The manager asked where Bauer was, and Hartmann gave the latter's excuses for his absence. A few moments later, supper was announced. Mr. Hartmann Muller could not imagine what it was in the appearance of the harmless young warrior that had so upset Bauer. Apparently absorbed in the enjoyment of his supper, the detective listened to the conversation carefully and learned that Fritz von Seilern had not been in Inzersdorf for 3 years. Therefore, he could not have met Bauer in this place at least. But might they not have met somewhere else? Some connection there must be between the two men, for Bauer was no fool. He would not have run away for nothing in such excitement. Muller spoke of Bauer 2 or 3 times, mentioning his first name, as it was much more unusual than the surname. But the young lieutenant did not seem to have the faintest interest in this absent Ferdinand Bauer. Muller was puzzled. Suddenly the conversation took a turn that interested him greatly. "What's this I hear about a crime that was committed in this neighborhood recently?" asked the visitor unexpectedly, in the midst of another topic. "I heard some men talking about it in the train. They seemed to think that the police were showing their usual stupidity in not discovering anything yet. Something about an old man, wasn't it? Was it a murder?" Muller volunteered no information, but while the others were talking he watched Maximoff with the greatest interest. Suzanne was the first to speak. "It was old Mr. Erlach who lived alone in the greenhouse," she said. "He was mysteriously missing one morning, and they have not yet found him, either dead or alive." "Erlach? Erlach?" repeated the young lieutenant. "I wonder if that's any relation to my comrade, Paul Erlach. It's his regiment I've changed to. It seems to me I heard that he has relatives hereabouts." "Lieutenant Paul Erlach was the nephew of the missing man," answered Plone, "and is his sole heir if the death is proven." "Is there much money there?" "Yes, quite some, I believe." "Well, I hope Erlach will get it," said Lieutenant Fritz. "He's a nice chap. We all like him. It's hell to be poor in the army, you know." Plone and the ladies continued to give their new guest the details of the affair, and Mr. Hartmann threw in an observation occasionally, stray questions which, although the others did not notice it, were calculated to keep the conversation to this one topic. All the while, the detective was watching Maximoff, who sat opposite him. But the man on whom Muller's keen gray eyes were so closely fixed was the most harmless-seeming of the entire company. He ate his supper slowly, with the delicate enjoyment of a connoisseur in well-prepared food. He was constantly on the watch for some courtesy to the ladies of the family. He threw in a remark about the excellent wine, and then bent his entire attention towards putting together a new combination of fruits for Suzanne. Everything about the man seemed to point to a perfect calm and a peaceful enjoyment of the moment. There was not a single glance of the eye, not the faintest fleeting shade of expression in his face to show that the subject of the conversation had any interest for him whatever. "Hasn't it occurred to anyone yet that the disappearance of the old gentleman and the other mysterious crimes which have been committed in this neighborhood might all have been carried out by the same person?" remarked Muller, when he thought the interest in the subject was flagging. Mrs. Plone looked up surprised. "Why, no, I hadn't thought of it," she said. Suzanne shook her head. "If it were so, they would have found the black cord in the Erlach house." "Yes, exactly," said her brother. "We spoke of that possibility once before, you remember." Maximoff was occupied in peeling a pear. Under his strong, supple fingers the little knife moved slowly and delicately. "You know you really ought never to peel a pear," he said to Suzanne, "because the very sweetest part of it lies directly under the skin." At this point he stopped and looked right at Hartmann, continuing eagerly. "That's an idea that ought to be followed up. It occurred to me once before, and I forgot to mention it." He returned to Suzanne again. "Who knows whether the great unknown has not left his usual reminder behind him in the greenhouse? Our local authorities have discovered so little in this matter that one carelessness more or less would not be surprising. They may have simply overlooked the uncanny visiting card, as Mr. Hartmann calls it." Maximoff returned to his pear, cut it carefully in pieces, and ate it slowly. He seemed to be pondering over something and did not take part in the conversation for some few minutes. Fritz was interested in hearing about the other crimes, and they told him the principal details. He, too, was lost in admiration of the reckless courage and the uncanny cleverness of the man with the black cord. When Maximoff had finished eating his pear, he wiped his beard carefully, then remarked, in a pause in the talk, "Your idea has taken complete possession of me, Mr. Hartmann. I think I'll have a chat with our Constable Kern tomorrow, and start him on another investigation of the Erlach house. The detective whose coming was announced to us some time ago seems either not to have come at all, or, like the other brilliant police minds, not to have discovered anything worthy of notice." "Possibly," replied Hartmann, returning the other's smile frankly. Muller had noticed something in Maximoff's speech, the little pause which he put in after the word "seems." To the others it meant nothing, but to Muller it seemed like a sudden change of idea due to caution. Might not a man have said that in just that way who knew perfectly well that the detective of whom he spoke had been in the greenhouse? And who else could have known of the detective's presence there except the masked man who had taken flight so hastily that night? But this masked man knew also that the guest in the pavilion was the expected detective. The trace of the footprints right up to his garden gate showed Hartmann that he had been recognized. If this man had indeed been Maximoff, who now sat smiling so cordially at Mr. Hartmann, then he must believe that he could play with this Mr. Hartmann as a cat plays with a mouse. His eyes shone brightly, his well-cut mouth curved in cheery lines, as he continued, "I would not be at all surprised if the black cord could be found somewhere in that house. We all know how short-sighted the eye of the law is." Was it mere chance that the man's great dark eyes rested on Hartmann at the moment? "Or is he only looking at me so fixedly because it is my thought that he is carrying out at length?" asked Muller of himself. He was conscious of a growing inner excitement, of animation, particularly now that he knew that Maximoff had engaged a detective for some secret work. His talk of a journey to Russia might have been merely a blind to throw Grang off the track, for it was quite possible that this new detective was to be set to spy upon Mr. Hartmann. But all this could only be true if it were also true that Sergius Maximoff was one of the greatest criminals of his day, and this was a thought that Muller could not yet take seriously. All his years of experience had taught the veteran detective that criminals are to be found in every class and in every period of life, had taught him that the most attractive outward appearance may often be a cover for the deepest inner depravity. With his brain, his keen working brain, Joseph Muller believed in no one, trusted no one, but with his heart he was always believing and trusting. He knew that in the mental makeup of every criminal there is some insecure point, some crack, as it were, through which one can at times look into the carefully hidden horrors concealed there. But Maximoff, this highly intelligent, good-hearted man, whose life was so full of work and study and philanthropy, so rich in harmless enjoyment of the beauty of nature, in his love for his art treasures, how could this man bury such horrors in his soul? There are things which are possible, if not probable, but there are other things which are not even possible. While Joseph Muller, the experienced detective, was revolving all these thoughts in his brain, Mr. Robert Hartmann, Polish landowner, was smiling at Dr. Maximoff and repeating his own word, "Possibly." He said it once more, and this time it sounded like a question. Soon after this, Mr. Hartmann rose and made his farewells for the evening. Back in his own room, he took out his notebook and on its last page wrote the one word, collar. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner. Translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Mr. Hartmann is called away. Very early next morning, the guest in the pavilion took a train for the city and drove in a cab to his own house. He was here only a few moments, and one of his errands was to tell Karl to wear a turnover collar when he came to visit Maximoff that morning. Then Muller took the cab again and drove back to the station. As he passed a cigar store, it suddenly occurred to him that he hadn't anything to smoke. He called to the driver, and the cab stopped in front of the shop. When the detective had bought his cigars and come out onto the sidewalk again, his eyes fell on some books in a neighboring window. They were scientific works dealing mainly with modern developments in medicine. Muller paused for a moment, read several of the titles, then returned to his cab, which rolled onward through the streets. Before the station was reached, something peculiar happened. Muller took the burning cigar from his mouth and pulled off his hat. A wave of hot blood flushed his face up to his very hair, and his eyes gleamed brightly. It was but a few seconds, however, before he had regained his usual calm. He gave a short laugh, put on his hat again, and resumed his smoking. Soon his cab stopped at the station, and he walked up and down in front of the entrance, after looking at his watch and ascertaining that there was still 18 minutes before the departure of the train. A few moments later, his own carriage drove up to the sidewalk. Karl Tunner got out, looking very smart in his new clothes. He wore a turnover collar instead of the high-standing collar that he had put on early that morning. Muller and his young companion entered an empty compartment just as the train rolled out of the station. "I nearly forgot the collar," said Muller, looking at the young man with careful scrutiny. "Is it so very important?" asked Karl with a laugh. "Yes, it is very important to change the minor lines of one's appearance, as we cannot change the main contours. With your smooth-shaven face, the turnover collar, a different hat, and different-colored clothes, you look so different altogether that Maximoff is not likely to have the faintest suspicion that he has ever seen you before." When the train stopped at an intervening station, Muller changed compartments. He had looked about him on the station in Vienna and was almost certain that no one from Inzersdorf was on the train, still he thought it better that he and Karl should not be seen together. When he returned to the village, he went straight to the factory and spent an hour or so studying the ground plan of the works and investigating the details of the machine installation. No one in the works had any idea that he had made this hasty expedition to the city. If anyone had noticed his absence in the early morning hours at all, it was probably only to think that he had gone for a walk. Most of Muller's time in the factory was spent in Bauer's company. The latter had quite recovered from his upset of the day before, although Muller was still in the dark as to the reason for it. Finally, a little after 12, Hartmann bade goodbye to his instructor, saying that he had to take a train for the city to keep an appointment there at 2 o'clock. He reached his own house in time for dinner and sat there waiting until Karl returned. It was nearly 4 o'clock before the young man arrived. His visit with Maximoff had stretched itself out to such length because the doctor had invited him to lunch. The serious interview concerning the service demanded of him did not take place until after the meal. The Russian had evidently exerted all the spell of his very great fascination, perhaps with a design of binding this young man all the more closely to him. Karl was simply delighted with his new employer. He could not say enough about his wonderful cleverness, his deep learning, and his cordiality. As far as he could make out, the whole thing concerned a quite harmless little service, which, however, might not be without its difficulties. Maximoff had told his visitor that he was politically compromised and did not dare to return to Russia himself. He needed some documents from there which must be in his possession before his approaching marriage. There were personal papers only, a certificate of baptism, marriage certificate of his parents, and various more of similar kinds. Had it not been for his political leanings, he could have sent for these papers through the Russian embassy. But under the circumstances, he did not wish to draw the attention of the official representative of the Russian government to his whereabouts. Therefore, he needed the services of someone else, who must be discreet and quick-witted. He would pay a very large sum for the work, and it might be worth it. Bribes must be given, and complications might arise which would need a clear head and quick wits to meet them. But the principal thing, Maximoff assured the young man, was the matter of discretion. Even these preliminary revelations must remain a deep secret between them. The doctor did not wish the lady who was to become his wife ever to suspect even that he was in danger of arrest in his own country. As he was never likely to return there, he saw no necessity of putting her under the hanging dread of a danger that might never reach him. He would, he said, make the journey together with the young detective until they reached the Russian border. Before he left him there, he would give him the final details, which no one else was ever to know. In a hotel which he would designate in the little town of Oswiecim, they would meet after the work had been done. Maximoff would take his papers, Munzer receive his salary, and then they would part, never to meet again. This was the main content of the conversation which Karl Tunner had had with the Russian that afternoon. Maximoff evidently had not the faintest suspicion that he was talking to the man who had lived in the Plone house for a week or so as Mr. Hartmann's servant. The arrangements had been easily made, and Karl's engagement for the work was settled before the luncheon was over. Maximoff was pleased with this serious-minded, quiet young man who had such excellent manners and who spoke so little, who seemed also to attach so little importance to what might prove a dangerous errand. The young man's poise and ease seemed to show that he was brave and quick-witted, and the gleam that lit up his blue eyes when the Russian named the sum he was to receive for the work told the latter that his new employee would surely do his best. The two men parted in mutual satisfaction after arranging how they should meet the following evening at the northern station in Vienna. Muller listened carefully to what Karl told him, asked many questions, and finally announced that he would take part in this expedition himself. Karl was surprised at this, but greatly relieved. In spite of his careless manner, he felt the responsibility of what he was undertaking. Before he left his home, Muller had another little talk with Mrs. Tunner about the Napoleon miniature. She was firm in her assertion that it had been in Erlach's cabinet 2 days before his disappearance, and that no one had entered the house since then. Then Muller repeated his instructions about the telegram which Mrs. Tunner was to send to him to reach him at 6 o'clock on the afternoon of the following day. He did some shopping in the city, and he himself packed both his own and Karl's grips, and ordered them left ready in the hall. The next afternoon, a little after 4 o'clock, the usual group gathered around the tea-table in the Plone sitting-room. Maximoff was there also, and Suzanne sat at his side, apparently in a more tender mood than was her custom. She let her hand rest in his, and gazed up into his eyes more often than usual. When Mr. Hartmann joined the circle, he said to the doctor, "Do you know that I have just come from Rose Cottage? I dropped in there in the hope of seeing you, and asking you to lend me one of your Lombroso books." "Oh, why didn't you take what you wanted? Anything in the house is yours, as you know." "I didn't like to take any without telling you first," answered Hartmann, sitting down and taking his cup. "I'll send over all I have of Lombroso as soon as I get home," said Maximoff cordially. "Oh, no, don't think of it," replied Hartmann hastily. "I don't want to burden your brain with anything more today, for Mrs. Schober and your dear little girl told me that you are going away on a journey this very evening." "Yes, I am going, but—" "May I ask where you are going?" "Just think, he's going to Russia," interrupted Suzanne. "The very thought frightens me." Maximoff laughed and raised her hand affectionately to his lips. "Why should it frighten you, dear? I'm not likely to get in the way of any bomb-throwers. It's only the suddenness of this that has upset you. You see, I did not know until this morning that I would have to go." He turned to Hartmann as he said the last words. "Indeed. It concerns some papers which I need before we can be married. Unexpected difficulties in the getting of them have arisen." "Difficulties that require your own presence, I suppose." "Exactly. And as any hindrance to my wishes always makes me nervous—" "You want to lay them at once? I understand your impatience. I cannot endure the slowness of official red tape myself." "There you see, my dear Suzanne, Mr. Hartmann would do the same in my case." Yes, I understand. I know. But I can't help feeling so strangely uneasy." Suzanne's voice shook as she spoke. Then she smiled with a touch of mockery at her own fears, and continued, "My nerves seem to be playing me tricks lately anyway. There is a presentiment of evil hanging over me. But it's ridiculous, and I will not give way to it. Don't let my foolishness worry you, Sergius. I wouldn't for the world rob you of the good spirits you are in just at present. Get your business attended to as quickly as you can, and come back to us safe and well." The girl endeavored to give brightness to her tone, but underneath the forced cheeriness was a shade of anxiety quite unusual in Suzanne's well-poised nature. Her sister-in-law changed the subject in hope of cheering Suzanne's melancholy, and the men seconded her nobly. Suzanne herself sat quiet, listening with polite attention, but taking no part in the conversation. Shortly after 5 o'clock, Maximoff rose. "You're going already?" asked Suzanne, her eyes dimming. "Yes, I must, dearest," he replied tenderly. "I've had so little time for this thing, and as I do not know how long I will be gone, there is much I must see to in the house. I must get the 6:30 train from here, too, for the express from the northern station in Vienna leaves at 10:05, and the evening service on our slow little road here is not very reliable." "Yes, that's true. Then I see you must hurry," said Suzanne, accompanying him out of the room. When she returned, she sat down beside the others, but seemed still struggling with the unknown dread that was oppressing her usually calm spirits. Muller wondered at it, pondering again over the mystery of the intuition of those who love. The girl's depression awoke an answering melancholy in his own soul, and it took all his strength of will to keep up the conversation. The clock struck 6, and the telegram which he expected had not arrived. Mr. Hartmann continued to chat about all sorts of indifferent things, apparently careless and easy in his mind. 6:30 sounded. Mr. Hartmann was in the midst of an interesting hunting story, and one would not have thought that he had a worry in the world. And indeed Muller was not worried. He knew that his own carriage was waiting for him at the next crossroad, and that his horses, although quite ordinary in appearance, were speedy and reliable, and if necessary he could make the long distance from Inzersdorf to the northern station in Vienna in less than 2 hours. So he had quite some time yet, and could afford to be calm about it. At 6:45 the doorbell rang. There it is, thought Muller. But when the butler came in, it was only a package of books he brought. Maximoff had sent all the works of Lombroso that he possessed. Hartmann was delighted at this friendliness, and began to talk of the doctor's active interest in psychology. Plone spoke of the Russian as an expert in the field. In the midst of an eager discussion on this interesting topic, the clock struck 7. "I don't need to go really until 7:45, thought Muller. "I'll complain of my rheumatism and say that a cup of tea in bed and a good book will cheer me up. While they believe me in the pavilion settling myself for a quiet evening, my carriage will be on its way to the northern station. But I hate to think of the unpleasant surprise these dear people will have tomorrow morning." Just then the doorbell rang again, and the maid brought in a telegram for Mr. Hartmann. He signed the accompanying book, and the girl left the room. Hartmann opened the telegram. "From the Baron," he said. "Goodness! Well, what do you think? There has been a robbery in my house. I must go home at once. My housekeeper sent me word on a postal card. Did you ever hear of such stupidity? Fortunately, all my mail goes to the Baron's office, and he saw that at once and telegraphed me." He let the paper fall from his hand onto the table amid the general condolences of the family. "I won't be able to catch the train that our friend has just taken," he said, looking at his watch. "Must you leave this evening?" asked Mrs. Plone. "Indeed I must, kind hostess. My people appear to have lost their heads entirely, or they would have written more definitely what the trouble is." He took up the telegram again and read it aloud this time, with a tone of anger in his voice. The dispatch read, "Your people send word on postal card of robbery in your house. Ask you to return at once. Wouldn't you think they could have said a few more words? In an establishment like mine it makes considerable difference what part of the house is entered. Well, I'll have to pack up at once. I think I'll just throw a few things in a bag and leave the rest here, for I want to come again, if you will permit it. I feel that I need a little more time here for my work." His host assured him that he would always be welcome whenever he might come. "Too bad you can't be with Sergius on the train," said Suzanne, but Hartmann replied it would only be a case of going as far as the Prater with him. "I take the Northwestern Railway to reach my home, but I must hurry now, for I have only 40 minutes to pack my bag and take the next train. Many, many thanks for all your kindness to me. I shall miss this pleasant family group, particularly the dear children. But then I hope to see you all soon again. Now let me see when the Baron sent this telegram." Mr. Hartmann was quite indignant now in his excitement. He looked at the paper again. 3:10 p.m., he read. "Well, it took long enough to reach here, didn't it?" "I'll send Wilhelm to help you pack. In the meantime they will be getting the carriage ready," said Plone. "Oh, no, please don't bother about the carriage," replied Hartmann, "but I'll be very glad of Wilhelm's help. He can carry my bag to the station." Another warm handshake, and Mr. Hartmann left the house. He hurried through the garden, and when he reached his pavilion, he opened a window, and leaning far out, he gave a long, sharp, peculiar-toned whistle, which was answered from somewhere in the neighborhood. Then he closed the window and turned on the electric light. When Wilhelm entered 2 minutes later, he found Mr. Hartmann already busy at his packing. "Did you hear that whistling, sir?" asked the man. Mr. Hartmann replied that he had been so absorbed in his packing that he paid no attention to anything else. "There was a whistle, a long, queer whistle, and then it was answered from across the moor. That's no way for decent people to act after nightfall," said the servant, who, as Muller had already noticed, was not particularly valorous. The man was undoubtedly troubled in his mind about his coming back from the station alone. This suited Muller exactly. He closed his bag and locked it, locked the cupboards in which he had left his things, and put the key in his pocket. Then he turned out the light and left the pavilion, Wilhelm carrying his bags for him. "Run up to the house and give the key of the pavilion to Mr. Plone," said Muller. "Then you can follow me to the station." But when they reached the front door, they found Mr. Plone already there, talking to the driver of a carriage which stood in the road outside. "Here's a lucky chance for you, Mr. Hartmann. Here's an empty cab which will save you a few moments in getting to the station. The man has been to Laxenburg, and his horses are tired, but you have time enough, and it will be more convenient than walking. He's been paid for the journey, so he'll take you there for the tip." Mr. Hartmann got into the carriage, and the men parted with another handshake. The wagon rolled off, and Plone returned to the house, followed by Wilhelm, who was heartily glad to be spared the trip to the station. In the cozy, well-lighted sitting room, Mrs. Plone was reading the telegram which their guest had left on the table. It read just as he had told them. "Your people send word on postal card of robbery in your house. Ask you to return at once. Greeting, Stein." Then she laid the paper down and turned to her sister-in-law. "Did you see how his hand trembled?" she asked. "He seemed quite upset about it." "No wonder," replied Suzanne. "A message like that is apt to upset anybody. I feel so sorry for him. He's such a nice man." "Yes, we shall miss him," said Mrs. Plone. "It was a pleasing change in our quiet life." "Oh, dear, it'll be very quiet now that both Mr. Hartmann and Sergius are away. Goodness knows for how long." "They seem to be getting on so well together," said Mrs. Plone, taking up her sewing. "Yes, yes, indeed." Suzanne spoke eagerly. "Sergius told me that he had seldom met a man for whom he felt such an instant sympathy and liking as he did for Mr. Hartmann. Mr. Hartmann speaks very well of Sergius, too. Ah, yes, we'll be very lonely without them." One of the men of whom they were speaking rolled through the dreary country towards the little station, his mind quite at ease. As they neared the railway, he bent out of the closed wagon and called to the driver. The carriage stopped, and the man on the box sprang down and came around to the window. "You manage very well, Heberlein. Now you can give me my bags inside here, and then let me see what your watch says." 7:42, replied Heberlein, and Muller continued. 7:38 is the exact time. You must get me to a quiet, badly lighted place in the immediate neighborhood of the northern station at 9:40 at the very latest. You have 2 full hours to make it in. That will be easy. But you'd better be moving now. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14, Part 1 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Muller and Karl go on a journey. At 9:30 that evening, a 2-horse carriage stopped a few steps from a side entrance of the northern station, at the corner of an ill-lighted and little-used street. A quiet-appearing, slender man with heavy spectacles, long gray beard, and gray hair alighted from the carriage. He wore a light brown cape overcoat and a wide-brimmed soft felt hat. After a short conversation with the driver of the carriage, the gentleman took up his bags himself and carried them into the hall where the ticket offices were. Here he left his luggage with a porter and went to buy his ticket. The office had just been opened, and there was a crowd of people, 30 at least, who were pushing their way up to the narrow space in front of the window. The little old gentleman was interested in one person only in this crowd, and that person was Dr. Maximoff. He edged his way up until he stood in the line immediately behind the Russian, and heard the latter ask for 2 first-class tickets to Guernica. While he was getting his change, the old gentleman noticed that immediately behind him in the line was a very impatient lady. Just as Maximoff left the window, the old gentleman stepped back with a deep bow and let the lady go up ahead of him. She acknowledged the courtesy with a smile, bought her ticket, and hurried off. Then the old gentleman's turn came, and he bought a ticket for Guernica first class. He turned and followed Maximoff, who was leisurely mounting the broad steps that led up to the waiting room and the restaurant of the northern station. The old gentleman and his porter walked up equally leisurely. There were but a few people in the roomy, attractive restaurant hall of the first-class waiting room. Muller, who now looked like a man nearing 70, sat down at a table quite near the one at which Maximoff had taken his place and at which George Munzer was already sitting. There was a glass partition between the 2 tables, and Muller sat so that he could not be seen by Maximoff. The 2 men at the other table were talking in French. Easily as he spoke German, Maximoff preferred French, and Karl handled the language very well. This was one of the things which had so pleased the Russian and decided him in favor of the young detective. Their conversation now was quite unimportant. dealing mainly with the supper they had just eaten. Muller smiled at the ease with which his protege chatted about indifferent things, on the eve of what might prove a hazardous undertaking. He was greatly pleased at his choice of Karl for this work, but he was also pleased with his own disguise, for Karl, as he could see, had been quietly making a scrutiny of all the other men in the restaurant, and his eyes had once or twice rested on the old gentleman who sat beyond the glass wall, but there was no sign of recognition in them. When there were but 14 minutes left before the departure of the night express, Maximoff rose from the table. "They've probably put our luggage in our compartment already," he said, "but you might go and have a look at it. I'll follow you when I have bought some cigarettes. We have a long night before us, and I don't sleep well on the train." The Russian left the room, but Karl sat motionless for a moment or two, his eyes now openly making a tour of the hall. "Why that sigh?" asked Muller, who had risen and come up behind the young man. The latter wheeled around quickly. "Oh, I didn't recognize you. I was afraid something might have prevented you from coming with us," he exclaimed with a sigh of undeniable relief. "Are you in a corridor car?" asked Muller. "Yes, we have a small compartment reserved for us." "You'd better go now. I'll follow you and try to get a seat as near you as I can. At all events, I'll be in the same car." Karl went out in the direction towards the trains, and Muller followed him, picking up the porter with his luggage outside the restaurant. A few minutes later, Muller had secured a seat in the compartment immediately adjoining one on which hung a card, "Reserved," the compartment into which he had seen Karl disappear. Muller's compartment was also a small one, with room for only 3 people altogether. When the train left the station, he was glad to see that he was still alone. He drew the curtains over the 2 windows that looked out into the corridor, and when the conductor had punched his ticket, he also drew the shade over the lamp on the ceiling. It was a very heavy shade, and the little compartment was now completely dark. The corridor outside was brilliantly lighted. Muller could easily see Maximoff's face through the crack where the curtains met on the windows. The doctor was leaning against one of the outer windows in the corridor and smoking. He was talking to Karl, who stood so that Muller could only see his one shoulder. They were not talking loud enough for the listener to understand what they said, but it must have been something pleasant, for Maximoff's face was merry, and both men were laughing heartily. A few moments later, Karl's shoulder disappeared from Muller's range of vision. The young man must have gone back into the compartment, for Maximoff evidently felt certain that the other was no longer looking at him. How did the old ferret in the dark compartment know this? Something odd that happened just then revealed it to him. Maximoff's face had changed suddenly and remarkably. There was a peculiar, set look to it, although his mouth still smiled and his eyes shone. It was a victorious smile, and the brilliancy of his eyes suited it well. Was this merriment called forth by the conversation just closed? Muller had not heard the words, so he did not know. But for that fleeting moment the brightness and the laughter had taken on something that made them terrible, an ugly gleam as of mocking cruelty. Before the old detective had time to know whether he really saw it, or only thought he saw it, Maximoff's face regained its former expression. Karl had returned from the compartment and stood now so that Muller could see his face also. It was smiling and content. The great train thundered on through the night. The 2 men left the corridor and went into their compartment to make themselves comfortable for the hours of rest. Muller followed their example, for he did not intend to stay on watch that night, as he knew it would be quite unnecessary. It was some time, however, before he could lose himself in sleep. For ever and again there arose before his mental vision the picture of the sudden change on Maximoff's handsome, smiling face. It was a change so subtle, so quickly come and so quickly gone, that only a trained eye such as Muller's, watching this man with intensity, could have seen it. And yet even he asked himself again and again, "Did I really see it, or did I mistake? Is it possible that I have at last caught a glimpse, through the weak spot in this man's armor, of the horrors that may lie beneath his charm and fascination?" Before Muller finally fell asleep, he started up once more with a jerk. He had been dozing and had lost the consciousness that he was in a moving train. A sudden swaying of the car aroused him. "What am I doing here? Why am I on a train?" he asked himself. Then the cloud cleared from his senses, and he remembered where he was and why he was there. "I don't like this idea of Maximoff going with Karl," he murmured, "and still less do I like the plan for them to meet in Oswiecim and finish up their business in this out-of-the-way, obscure little place. There's something decidedly suspicious in that scheme, and that's the reason I'm going along with them. But there's no reason why I shouldn't sleep quietly tonight. There's no danger for the boy thus far, because this mysterious doctor wants his papers, and he hasn't got them yet. So why not sleep as long as I can?" Having thus reasoned himself back into a drowsy frame of mind, Muller tried his door again to see that it was locked, put his head down on the cushion, and soon fell fast asleep. He slept so soundly that he did not wake up until the train stopped in Oderberg. He looked at his watch and saw it was 3 o'clock. From then on he did not permit himself to do more than doze, and heard the names of various stations called out, Petrovich, Jejisa, and Oswiecim. When they got to the last station, Muller rose from his couch and looked out into the landscape, still indistinct in the gray morning twilight. Only a few isolated points of light showed where the little town lay. But against the nebulous horizon rose the outlines of the ruined castle which overlooks the town. A great factory which Muller remembered from a former journey shone out at the foot of the hill with its rows of lighted windows. "And this is the place where Maximoff intends to wait for Karl and pay him off?" thought Muller with a look back at the little town as the train rolled on. "Why doesn't he pay him in Vienna? I don't understand this thing at all, and I don't like it." On and on through the brightening twilight, through the early gray of a foggy morning, the heavy express thundered, rocking and swaying. Lazy white streaks of mist hung over the many little ponds and lakes, lying with their still waters like uncut jewels between the dark fringe of the forest. Muller dressed slowly, making sure that the curtains of the corridor windows were carefully drawn. It took him some time to complete his toilet, and he spent considerable care in the combing of the long gray beard which had apparently grown during his drive from Inzersdorf to the northern station in Vienna. He smiled to himself as he saw his own slender figure in the glass, for he had left Mr. Hartmann's comfortable curves in his carriage. Long before they reached Guernica, the Russian border station, where the train was timed to arrive at 6 o'clock, Muller had completed his disguise as the quiet elderly gentleman. He was the last to leave the train in Guernica. The inspection of baggage and passes of those travelers who were going on into Russia took quite some time, although it went off smoothly enough. Muller kept at a distance from the 2 men he was following. He did not need to be near them now, for he knew what the next move was to be. As Karl went past him in the wake of Maximoff, he utilized a moment of crowding pressure on the part of a group of passengers coming through a doorway and thrust a bit of paper into Muller's hand. On the paper was written the word Riga. A meaning glance from the young man's eyes seemed to say that he had heard something of importance which he was anxious to communicate. Karl had indeed heard things which interested him greatly and which he was desirous of talking over with his wise friend and mentor. Shortly after Maximoff and George Munzer had retired into their compartment the evening before, the young man gently reminded his employer that the latter had promised him important details of the work during this first part of the journey. The brightness vanished from the Russian's face at this, and a melancholy gravity took its place. He leaned back in his corner and let his eyes rest in serious, sharp scrutiny on the young man opposite. He did not speak for some time. "Does it not occur to you that I am paying a very high sum for what appears to be a simple service?" he asked finally. Munzer nodded. "You spoke of possible complications," he replied. "I judged that you took these into consideration, and therefore I was not surprised at your generosity." The young man made his reply easily with a careless little smile. Maximoff laid down his cigarette and leaned forward. "You need not be surprised at it," he continued in a low voice, "for I took into consideration that you might have to overcome very great difficulties." "That is what we are here for, to overcome great difficulties," answered the young man, thinking to himself that it was not he who could be depended upon, but the quiet little man in the neighboring compartment. But he continued calmly, "Please, Dr. Maximoff, do not be afraid to tell me everything. I am here to do your bidding." The Russian leaned over, looked at him keenly, and whispered, "Are you ready for anything?" Munzer answered the gaze with steady eyes, and after a moment's pause replied, "Yes, for anything." Maximoff's eyes gleamed. The set look which had given his face the appearance of a mask for a moment vanished. "That is good. That is very good. It is a good thing for you, too," he said with a peculiar smile. His words and his smile struck Karl, and he wondered at them, but he did not let the other see it. "Tell me what it is you want," he said again, and Maximov's peculiar smile faded. "Listen to me," he began. "My name is not Maximov. I borrowed this name from a relative, who in all probability has been dead many years. I say in all probability, for I do not know for a certainty that the man is dead. Now, there are 3 possible contingencies for this case of ours. The one that will make it easiest for you is that in the city of this man's home they have had no news from him whatever, and will therefore hand you out the papers without any trouble. The difficulty will arise if he should by any possibility have returned to his home, or if a certificate of death has reached there. Will you know how to manage the matter in either of these cases?" Munzer paused for a moment as if he was thinking it over. Then he gave the answer that he had been ready at once to give. "Everything can be had in Russia for money, and as you are willing to spare no expense—" The doctor nodded as if satisfied. Then he said, the tone of his voice as chill as steel and his eyes shining oddly, "For money, yes, or with cunning, or by force." But before the other could wonder at the words, his voice was gentle again, and he continued calmly, quite the amiable companion as before. "Of course, it goes without saying that you will be provided with sufficient money to buy the documents if necessary. Ah, how true it is that one can never know until life is over into what queer situations one may come. Not so very many years ago I should have been greatly astonished if anyone had told me that it would be necessary for me to steal my cousin's name in order to live a comfortable life undisturbed by the Russian government." Munzer nodded meditatively. "Did you borrow his professional title also, or have you a right to it?" he asked finally. "I am a doctor of medicine in my own right. Sergius and I studied and graduated together at the university in Vienna. Then he went to South Africa and has not been heard of since. I married, became a widower, and settled in Austria. It is 8 years now since I had the last news of Sergius." "I don't believe he can have any objection to your use of his name, as he is doubtless dead," remarked Munzer, and Maximov replied eagerly, "Yes, don't you think so? Even the most honest man can find himself driven into deceit at times. When I fled from Russia, hounded by the spies of the government, and hid myself in Austria under the cloak of my cousin's name, I never dreamed that I would marry again, never dreamed that my life's happiness would depend on those papers that I want you to get for me, papers without which the ceremony cannot take place under the laws of my adopted land." With a sigh, he sank back into his cushions again. "I can't see anything wrong in what you are doing," declared Munzer calmly. "You do not harm anyone by using this name. You can depend upon me. I will do all that lies in my power, in your interest and in my own, to get you the papers. I feel sure that it can be done. You say that I can get along very well in the places where I have to be, with German or French?" "Yes, it was not necessary for me to find someone who spoke Russian," answered Maximov. "But you want to ask something else. I can see it in your face. What is it that you still want to know?" "I merely wanted to ask you why you didn't tell me what you've just told me now, when we were together in Inzersdorf." Maximov made a considerable pause before he answered. "I feared that if you knew the truth about the matter you might not undertake the job. Once started on the journey, you would not care to break it off and turn back." Munzer felt that the doctor was not telling the truth now, and it made a disagreeable impression upon him, an impression that was not removed by anything that was said further. For Maximov declared that he was sleepy and made his preparations for rest, rather hurriedly it seemed, to his companion. He really did fall asleep very soon, into a sleep that was so deep and sound that Karl could have no doubt as to its reality. The young man sat for some time looking at his companion, and it was not the regular deep breathing nor the loosely hanging arms that told him that the man on the other seat was really asleep. It was the expression of his face. Maximov was dreaming. His soul, untrammeled, went on its own free way through the ether. Through what paths did it wander? Karl drew back into his corner, and young and strong as he was, he shivered as if with a severe chill. The Russian had smiled in his sleep, but the smile that drew his lips apart and distorted the usually agreeable lines of his face was the smile of a fiend incarnate. "Do I only think so?" thought Karl, shuddering. "Is it the wavering light on his face and my own imagination that makes me think so?" He could not come to a decision about it, for Maximov turned over suddenly, and his face was hidden from his companion. It was long before Karl could fall asleep. He did not know the reason of Muller's interest in the Russian doctor. His patron had told him no more than that they must keep an eye on Maximoff. And before they parted he had reminded him to watch every movement, every expression of the other, and to remember every word of the conversation. The veteran detective had not given his young protégé the faintest hint of his belief, of his suspicion, rather, that Maximoff was the man who had fled before him that night in the greenhouse, and who had followed them in their wanderings over the moor back to the gate in front of the pavilion. And yet Karl in his heart had an inkling of Muller's suspicion, and of the fact that this suspicion was the reason for their present journey. But he too asked himself why this mysterious and terrible man with the black cord, who now knew for some time that the supposed Hartmann was a detective who was on his trail, could have left them so undisturbed, and he too found no answer to the question. The young man sat for hours watching the sleeping Russian. Again and again a shudder ran through his frame when he recalled the mysterious words the other had said, accompanied by a smile that was equally mysterious. The words, "That is good, that is very good, that is very good for you also." And more did the certainty come to him that he himself would have been in great danger after hearing the other's secret, if he had not declared himself ready for whatever might happen. It was some time after midnight before the young man fell into an uneasy slumber. When the train rolled out of the station at Chebinya, he sprang up again and saw Maximoff standing in front of him, smiling cheerily down at him. "Had a good sleep?" asked the doctor, who was already fully dressed and just about to take a roll of banknotes out of his pocketbook. In spite of the varied experiences of his life, Karl was still too new at his present work not to be surprised at his own changing sensations. At the present moment he could not understand how, in the stillness of the night on the sleeping train, he could for one moment have imagined that Maximoff and that terrible unknown were one and the same person. How was it possible that these great melancholy eyes, this sympathetic face, so serious and yet so cordial, should belong to such an unscrupulous criminal? It was quite impossible. With a feeling of remorse, the young man pressed the hand the other held out to him. "We will soon part," said the doctor with a sigh, "and when we meet again I hope you will bring to me the papers that I need so greatly, the papers upon which the happiness of my life will depend. You are young yet, Munzer. Your heart beats warm with sympathy, as the heart of youth should beat. I hope that you really understand what your success in this matter means to a man who has gone further along life's weary pathway than you have, and I hope that you will have the courage, if need be, to force fate and put through your will, no matter what difficulties may occur." He pressed the young man's hand firmly as he spoke and looked at him with a glance of ardent pleading. Then, straightening himself up, he continued in a calm and businesslike tone. "Here are 4,000 rubles in notes, and in this little bag you will find a large sum in gold and silver, Russian currency. I know the conditions into which I am sending you, and I know that the money I am giving you will be sufficient. I am relying on your intelligence and your discretion, and I hope to meet you in less than a week in Oswiecim. I will not appear to know you in the station in Geiringer. It is better that we should not be seen together there at all. I will wait on the street outside the railway station, and you can wave to me from the train. This will show me that you have passed the frontier without trouble. In Riga you must buy yourself another ticket to Wenden, your last destination. And now, good luck to you." Another warm clasp of the hand, then the doctor took his grip and went out into the corridor. 2 or 3 minutes later the train halted in the frontier station of Geiringer. When the luggage and the passports had been examined, the passengers who were crossing the border into Russia were allowed to enter the waiting train. Muller and Karl were together in a compartment. The latter stood at the window watching Maximoff, who, plainly visible, was strolling up and down the street. When the train began to move, Karl waved his handkerchief, and Maximoff took off his hat and whirled it around his head 2 or 3 times. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Muller and Karl go on a journey. Continued. "Well, what's your report?" asked Muller as Karl sat down opposite him. The young man gave him a detailed account, reciting word for word what had happened since he and the doctor set forth on their trip the evening before, and everything that had been said between them. He showed Muller the papers and the money which had been given him. The veteran detective took charge of both. There was only one document of importance, an official paper stating that the physician and house owner, Sergius Maximoff, had been a member of the community of Inzersdorf for 6 years. Muller was not surprised at the important points in Karl's report. He knew already that there was something wrong in the doctor's past, and now he felt certain that it was not a political matter. There must be some other reason why Maximoff did not dare return to his own country. The remark, "That is very good for you also," that Maximoff had made to Karl seemed to corroborate Muller's suspicions. What would have happened if Karl, once started on this mysterious journey, had not been willing to agree to any schemes the other should unfold? In all likelihood, he would never have returned to Austria, would have disappeared somewhere en route. Was it not possible that Maximoff intended to let him disappear when he handed him the papers in Oswiecim? Was it for this reason that an obscure little town near the Polish frontier had been chosen for a meeting that might just as well take place anywhere else along the route, or better than all, in Vienna? A great many things can happen in these obscure little Polish towns. A stranger, particularly when registered under a false name in a hotel, can disappear and never be heard of again. Muller thought of all this and remembered the peculiar fleeting change in Maximoff's face the evening before when the Russian was alone in the corridor. The travelers took a short rest in Warsaw. When they entered the train to continue their journey to Riga, Muller had already laid aside his false beard and wig. They spent the night in Riga, and the next day about noon they arrived in the little county seat of Wenden. They took rooms in the best hotel in the place, freshened themselves up a bit, ate dinner, and then walked over to the principal square of the town to make inquiries in the main post office for the address of Dr. Sergius Maximoff. But there was no Dr. Maximoff in this little town of about 5,000 inhabitants. The friendly official behind the window, an elderly man who had served at his present post for many years, told them he was quite certain that in all the city of Wenden there was only one Maximoff, and this was not Sergius Maximoff, but Andreas. Also, he was not a doctor, but an elderly retired government official who lived with his wife on the edge of the town near the great park belonging to the palace of Count Sievers. But the postmaster remembered now that some years ago letters were sent to Pretoria in Africa. Yes, it was Pretoria, letters addressed to a Dr. Maximoff. He supposed this to be the son of Andreas Maximoff. Letters had come from this faraway son, and he had noticed them because of the postage stamp. But it was some years since any of these letters had come, and in fact, as far as the official knew, the correspondence had stopped altogether. This was all he could say about the matter, and it was all that Muller wanted to know. The worst contingency, the possibility that the real Sergius Maximoff was alive and in his home, had not occurred. The only danger now was that there might be a certificate of his death in existence in Wenden. This possibility did not worry Muller much. He knew that he would be able to cope with it, as he had funds at his disposal and his own quick wits to rely upon. It was his intention really to obtain the papers for Maximoff, even if they would never be used in the way the Russian wanted to use them. They would be ready for Karl to hand to him in Oswiecim as arranged. Muller was very anxious to know what would happen then, and he did not intend to lose the opportunity of finding out. Possibly nothing would happen at all. It may have been a mere chance that this obscure little town was chosen as the meeting place. Maximoff had to stay away from his home for a certain length of time anyway, as those he left behind supposed him in Russia. He would have to meet his representative somewhere along the line of the journey, so why not Oswiecim as well as any place? Whether this was the case, or whether Muller's darker suspicions were justified, well, he would be on hand if necessary to protect the young man whom he had sent forth on this mysterious errand. "And now," said Muller to his pupil as they left the post office, "what would be your next move?" "Why, I think that even if the government offices are open at this hour and the papers could be obtained, it would be better not to go there first, but rather to make the journey to the outskirts of the city, to the park of Count Sievers," answered Karl. "Quite right. And then I would have a chat with Mr. Andreas Maximoff if I could find the gentleman at home." "Quite right," repeated Muller. "That would be the best thing to do. But now, as I am taking for granted that you will have more interest in looking about you in a strange town than I have, suppose you play the part of a distinguished tourist today, and take a stroll through this place with your Baedeker, very much in evidence. I will meet you in our hotel at 7 o'clock. There's no need for more than one of us to call upon Mr. Andreas Maximoff." Muller handed Karl the red-covered book, raised his hat, and walked on down the street. It was not a long walk to the outskirts of the little town. One or two inquiries along the way, and Muller soon found the park and the home of the elder Maximoff at its gate. It was a pretty little house, set in a pretty little garden. Its walls were gray with age, and its overhanging roof, darkened by wind and weather of decades, made it look like some old bird spreading out its wings and crouching close to the ground to escape the cold. A couple of fine old pine trees towered above it, and although it was still October, the frost lay thick on the ground in this northern land, and the attractive scenery wore its winter dress. Muller rang the bell, and when the door was opened by a simple-looking peasant woman, he asked if he might see Mr. Maximoff. The card he handed the girl bore the name of George Munzer. The master of the house, a comfortable-looking elderly gentleman wrapped in a voluminous woolen dressing-gown, came to meet him cordially. Muller announced himself as an Austrian who had been a college mate of the old gentleman's son in Vienna 12 years before. He had found himself in Wenden on business and stopped in to see Sergius in case the latter might be at home. The old man shook his head sadly. He could not tell his visitor, he said mournfully, whether his son was still alive even. Sergius had been lost to him for many years. No news had come of his fate anywhere. The last he knew was that his boy had gone to South Africa to the Boer colony, and then he had heard no more. Muller's sympathy with the kind old man's sorrow was quite genuine, and was so soothing to his host that the latter was evidently anxious his visitor should remain for a more lengthy chat. Interesting strangers from elsewhere, particularly those who had known his son, were a rarity in old Maximoff's quiet existence. Fortunately for Muller, however, the garrulity of old age, and of those who live in the country, was stronger than the natural interest to hear tales of the college life of his lost son. The old man wanted to talk, not to listen. So it was easy for Muller to get him started on family affairs, on a discussion of his few other relatives. Among these was a nephew by the name of Nikolai Simarenko, of whom the old man seemed to have a good deal to tell. What he did say about this nephew was so interesting that Muller kept the conversation confined to this topic for the rest of his visit, for the better part of an hour, in fact. Twilight had fallen as Muller returned to the center of town. He walked through the quiet streets, wrapped in the hush of the early northern night, his own thoughts spreading a cloud about him heavier than the leaden pall on the sky above. When he met Karl and they had retired to their own rooms after supper, he told the story of his afternoon. The recital of what he had learned so excited the young man that he tossed restlessly for the greater part of the night. Before noon the following day, Karl handed Muller the 3 documents that were the official reason for their journey. There was no difficulty in getting them, and it was only to hasten the deliberation of governmental procedure that Karl was obliged to expend some of the money Maximoff had given him for the purpose. The 2 men left Wenden that same afternoon, taking the express to St. Petersburg. But Karl arrived alone in the imperial city. His patron had given him 2 days' leave to look about him in this famous town, the second city of importance in the Russian Empire. Muller himself left the train at Dorpat after arranging that Karl should meet him there on the 3rd day following. Left alone, Muller went to his hotel and retired early. Next morning a 2-horse carriage which he had ordered was waiting for him as soon as the tardy northern day had broken. Far out into the country he drove, all through the short hours of daylight, past many little villages and wayside lakes, with quiet black waters, over rough wooden bridges crossing streams already quieting down for their winter sleep, through miles and miles of dreary moorland and gloomy pine forests. Finally, as the sun was already setting in the west, the horses stopped their tireless trot in front of a modest little wayside inn, where Muller spent the night. Next morning the journey began again. This time, however, the drive lasted only 2 hours. Then a halt was made at another wayside inn, where the horses were unharnessed and led to the stable to rest, and Muller went on foot. His destination was a large building, almost a castle in size and appearance, which lay in the midst of a beautiful, wide-stretching park. But in spite of its impressiveness, there was a gloom about the handsome structure. High brick walls and heavy iron gates surrounded the carefully kept park, and on all the windows of the great house massive iron bars were firmly set in the stone walls. Muller remained here for a long time. Then he returned to the inn, took dinner there, and drove back to his quarters of the night before. He slept uneasily, waking from time to time and murmuring incoherent sentences. The old detective chided himself for his distress of mind, for he knew that he should have been greatly satisfied with what he had discovered. He knew that he was about to add another achievement to his record, one which perhaps would be counted among his finest. Then the following day the long drive began again, all through the hours of daylight until Dorpat was reached. By this time the conflict in his heart had calmed down, and he knew that he would do as he had always done, resign himself to the inevitable and accept the success which he purchased with such a wrench to his nerves and to his soft heart. He slept quite well that night, and next morning Karl arrived punctually at the prearranged hour. The young man was fairly bubbling over with the enjoyment of his 2 days' sightseeing in the beautiful Russian capital. Muller let him have his say about it first, because he knew that what he had to tell would darken his young friend's mind as it had his own. And indeed it did. Muller told his story as they sat alone in the compartment on their way to Riga, and Karl sat quiet, subdued, and depressed by the terrible narrative. When they reached Riga, they dispatched a telegram at once. The message read, "Will arrive tomorrow morning, 8:39. Should recommend immediate continuing of journey. G.M." The telegram was addressed to Adam Kaczynski, Station Hotel, Oswiecim, Galicia. Then the travelers sought a comfortable hotel and did not resume their journey until the following day. They stopped in Warsaw long enough for Muller to disguise himself as a heavily bearded elderly gentleman. This time, however, his cape overcoat was not light brown, but dark gray. It was buttoned its full length, so that a willful breeze could not reveal the fact that its lining was light brown. The majority of Muller's outer garments were arranged in this way to play a double part. The hair, beard, and hat he wore now had all quite another color than those in evidence on the hitherward journey. His eyes were covered with smoked glasses, and it would have been quite impossible to recognize him as the white-haired tourist on the Viennese Express 2 or 3 days back. When they were on the last stretch of their journey, Muller rose from his seat, gathered up his luggage, and said, "Now, my dear Tunner, I shall have to leave you to yourself. It is a difficult game you will have to play, a game in which your very life may be at stake. You must carefully calculate every word you say, every expression of your face, and be ready for even the most cleverly put questions. If this man gets the faintest suspicion that you know about his past, then your life is in the greatest possible danger, even if you do not leave the train in Oswiecim. I will be in the next compartment, but even then, if he knew the truth, I might not be able to reach you soon enough to save you." He pressed Karl's hand warmly and went into the next compartment, which already bore a placard, "Reserved," on its door. As the train drew in, Maximoff stood on the platform, his luggage carried by a porter behind him, ready for the journey. George Munzer waved his hat from the door of the train. "Everything all right?" cried Maximoff as he saw him. "Everything all right," answered the young man. "Come aboard. I have a reserved compartment." Maximoff jumped on the train, paid off his porter, arranged his luggage, and then shook his employee's hand warmly. "Your wish is fulfilled," said Munzer. "Settle yourself comfortably, and I'll tell you my story and give you the papers." "Did you have any trouble?" Maximoff was so eager to ask this question that he did not even wait to take off his overcoat. Munzer helped him make himself comfortable in the corner of the seat, and then handed him the documents and the rest of the money. He reported that there had been no trouble about 2 of the papers, but that the usual bureaucratic deliberation had made it necessary for him to wait 3 days in Wenden before he could come into possession of them. He had utilized his spare time in a careful inquiry as to whether Sergius Maximoff had returned home, or whether it was known that he were married or dead elsewhere. When the 3 days had passed, he got the papers. But there had been a lot of red tape and bother about it, particularly about the fact that Maximoff had not come himself, or taken the usual political routine through the consulate. "In short, I had to dip into your purse a bit and relieve it of some of its contents," the young man concluded. "But you were ready for that contingency, and the main thing is that you have your papers." "And a great burden is lifted from my mind," said the doctor cheerfully. "I cannot tell you how happy it makes me. Thanks, hearty thanks, that you carried out the affair so cleverly." Here is the money you were to receive for your services. But now tell me, why did you want to continue the journey at once? Why didn't you want to stop overnight in Oswiecim? Why, I suddenly remembered that if I went right on, it would give me time to stop off at Prerau and visit dear friends of mine whom I haven't seen for some time. Business calls me back to Vienna, but if I saved 24 hours now, I would still have a little time with them. That was a good idea, observed the doctor. Then we will part in Prerau. Forever, probably. That will be entirely as you wish it, sir, replied Munzer modestly. Then they lit their cigars and chatted for a while about indifferent subjects. But Karl noticed that Maximoff seemed uneasy about something. Knowing what he did, it was not difficult for him to guess what was troubling the other. He was anxious to get the dangerous moment over with, so he began himself to speak of the subject that might lead to the question he was waiting for. He began to talk of Wenden, what a quaint little town it was, and how there wasn't much to see there, but that the country was pretty, and that the days spent there had not been unenjoyable. Then he paused, puffed lazily at his cigar, and waited. The doctor made some remarks about Wenden, then continued casually. Oh, by the way, didn't you say that as you were making inquiries about Sergius, you learned that his parents still lived in the city? Yes, that's what they told me in Wenden. Well, then, it seems to me that a simpler method of getting the information you wanted would have been to visit the old people and ask about their son. Surely, replied Munzer, that was my intention. But Andreas Maximoff was on a trip to St. Petersburg, was not expected back for a week or two, and his wife was ill in bed. Under the circumstances, I thought it better not to disturb the old lady, particularly as I gathered all the information necessary from other sources. Yes, that's true. It was quite unnecessary. You are right. The relief he could not control gave a brightness of tone to Maximoff's voice and cleared the shadow from his face, the look of anxious cunning from his eyes. Karl, on the watch for every little sign, recognized this and felt a corresponding ease at his own heart. He was not lacking in courage, but he knew that if he failed to recognize the proper moment, or to give the right answer to this question, even the few years of youth in which he had the advantage of Maximoff might have availed him little against the other's remarkable quickness of brain and physical strength, and against his almost devilish ingenuity in mischief. The parting in Prerau was most cordial. Maximoff remained at the window of his compartment, waving his hand to the young man, who himself stood on the platform until the train was out of sight. Left alone, Maximoff took out the documents again and read them through. A tender smile illumined his eyes and curved his lips. As he put the papers back into his pocket, he murmured gently, "Suzanne, my darling Suzanne." His heart was light and free. 1,000 rosy visions flashed through his brain. Life was opening out before him at its fairest. And yet only a thin partition lay between him and his fate, for in the next compartment sat Joseph Muller. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. On the eve of action. One beautiful moonlit October evening, brilliant with the clear atmosphere of late autumn, a jolly company sat together at the supper table in the Plone House. The guests who had been together at that hospitable board so often were all there again. Bauer and Gebhardt, Maximoff and Hartmann. The doctor had returned 2 days before, but Hartmann did not reach Inzersdorf until that very afternoon. During the early part of the meal, Maximoff gave a witty account of how he had discovered on his journey to his home country that he had grown completely out of touch with the habits and customs there, that even the food did not taste the same to him. As he intended to spend the rest of his life in Austria, he was glad to recognize that he had become such a thoroughly good Austrian. He also told them that he was sending Mrs. Schober and Sonia to Vienna the following day to have the little girl fitted for a coat made from some valuable sealskins he had brought with him. The latter half of the supper was devoted to a report by Hartmann of the robbery in his house and the damage done there. The Polish landowner had recovered from the depressing effect of his loss and was ready to look at the matter from the humorous side, more especially as he had recovered most of the really valuable property that had been taken. "And since they found the robber," began Gebhardt slowly, and Bauer, who seemed greatly interested, interrupted and finished the sentence himself. "Then there's nothing more to be done in the matter." "No," replied Mr. Hartmann, "there's nothing more to be done in the matter. It's all quite clear now. Absolutely clear." He said the words very slowly and very thoughtfully. There was a sad gravity in his eyes, for which the amusing account he had just given did not supply the motive in any way. These sad dark eyes rested quietly on the charming group of Suzanne and Maximoff. The man was bending gracefully forward as the girl turned the soft oval of her cheek up to him, and he fastened an earring into the delicately tinted lobe of her ear. They were a pair of unusually shaped ornaments which Maximoff had brought his betrothed as a reminder of his Russian journey. One of the earrings would not stay closed, which was the reason of the doctor's present occupation with it. Muller's eyes, dimmed and darkened by the thoughts within as he looked at the attractive couple, suddenly grew sharp and keen and focused immediately on the ornament in Suzanne's ear. He realized first that he had seen these earrings in Maximoff's cabinet of curiosities, and wondered that Suzanne had not seen them too. They were a rather peculiar setting, the French fleur-de-lis in diamonds hanging from a single jewel of considerable size, which was inserted in the ear. He knew, of course, that Maximoff had not been to Russia, but that he was obliged to make those around him believe that he had taken the journey. This first little deception about the earrings was clear to Muller, but under it was a dim memory of something else connected with the jewel. Suddenly he knew what it was, and the quick vibration of every nerve through Muller's frame translated itself into such a violent movement of Mr. Hartmann's left hand that he had almost upset his wineglass. Fortunately, only almost, otherwise the claret in the glass would have made an ugly stain on the snowy cloth. The hand lay quiet on the table now, and the fingers, which had been drawn together as if in a cramp, slowly straightened themselves out again. "You are not well?" asked Mrs. Plone gently and sympathetically, so that he alone could hear. "Or have you lost more than you are willing to tell us?" Mr. Hartmann bowed his thanks to the gentle hostess and replied, "No, that is not it, kind friend. But it was a sudden shock, a painful surprise, that upset me for a moment." "Why, how strange," said the lady. "A painful surprise? Here? Now?" Mr. Hartmann drew her hand gallantly to his lips. "Don't let us speak of it," he pleaded. "Some little incident, unimportant in itself, will often bring up a painful memory. I need not assure you that whatever I said a moment back had nothing whatever to do with—" Hartmann stopped as if seeking for words to finish his sentence, and turned his attention rather too markedly to the dish of fruit handed him at this moment by the maid. "Oh, how beautiful!" he exclaimed. "What a charming arrangement of form and color!" It took him some time to sufficiently admire the attractive dish and to choose what he wanted himself. This enabled him to forget to finish his sentence. "Then you, too, are nervous sometimes?" said Plone, who sat at his other side. "Even you cannot always control your feelings. I thought you one of the most perfectly poised natures I have ever met." "I'm afraid you overestimate me," returned Hartmann, smiling. "Although, of course, you could not know the struggles I have had to learn outer composure, at least." "Only outer composure? Then you are upset sometimes, even if you have learned how to conceal it? Then your soul can lose its poise?" It was Maximoff who spoke now. He looked into Hartmann's eyes with kindly interest as he continued. "It is as psychiater that I ask, and also as such that I would really like to know what excited you a moment back. For I know it could not have been a petty or unimportant matter." "No, it was not a petty nor an unimportant matter," replied Hartmann, and his eyes, again deepened by melancholy gravity, rested sadly on the doctor's handsome face. "The thing that suddenly came to my mind that so upset me concerns the downfall of a human destiny. You are a psychiater. I can well believe that you would find my mental trouble of a few moments back interesting as a study. If you wish, we can talk it over tomorrow. Will it be convenient to you if I come at 11 o'clock? I have important business to attend to later." "Oh, please come, surely," said Maximoff. "I am glad to see you at any hour." "Then he is to know the secret?" pouted Suzanne. "But we aren't worthy of it? I don't think that's nice of you." "You'll hear it later, Miss Plone," replied Hartmann, "but not now. It's too long and sad a story to tell at such a time." The girl's eyes met his as he spoke. Suddenly the smile on her lips faded, and her eyes widened while she gazed as if hypnotized into the intelligent, keen gray eyes of the man who had spoken. A shudder ran down her spine. All unconsciously something in her heart asked the question which his eyes feared to answer, and he turned away. Suzanne shivered, then laughed a forced laugh, and made some indifferent remark. No one had noticed the little scene, but Muller was startled to his very heart by it. It was as if his thoughts had taken visible form and shape in his eyes. and this sensitive woman's soul had seen the picture, the doom that would so terribly change her own life. Mrs. Plone rose from the table, and her guests followed her example. Still under the impression made by the conversation of a moment or two before, the company bowed to one another silently, as if not in the mood for the usual spoken greetings which are a pleasant habit of the close of a meal in all Teutonic countries. One person alone, Bauer, not quite fine feeling enough to recognize the mood of the others, broke the little pause with a loud, harsh Prost Mahlzeit. Then something happened which gave a second and more severe surprise to the little gathering. Mr. Hartmann lost control of his nerves again, and this time Bauer's remark was the cause of it. The bookkeeper was in the habit of joining in the usual Austrian expression used on such occasions, but once in a very great while, and this happened to be one of the times, he would affect the travelled man and use the North German Prost Mahlzeit. Hartmann wheeled around as he heard it, stared right in Bauer's face, and then gave a loud, short laugh. It was a laugh full of scorn, and the glance of Hartmann's eyes, which seemed to run the bookkeeper through and through, was equally scornful. The two ladies were startled out of their usual composure by this astonishing impoliteness on the part of their polished and considerate guest. Gebhardt shook his head, and Plone and Maximoff exchanged surprised glances. Bauer flushed and moved a step forward towards the man whose laugh had sounded like a deliberate insult. "What do you mean?" he said in a tone that was like a hiss of anger. Then Hartmann laughed again, but this time quite naturally and cheerily, as he replied, "One who knows had to laugh at your Prost Mahlzeit." The others exchanged glances again. They would have begun to doubt Hartmann's sanity had not Bauer's changing expression proved that he at least understood the sense of these incomprehensible words. The bookkeeper's angry surprise had given way to a start of embarrassment. His face was deadly pale, his lips drawn back, and he looked as he wished the ground would open and swallow him up. "Well, you needn't lose your head about it completely," said Hartmann with a somewhat forced gaiety. "We can talk over the matter in all calmness tomorrow morning. You'll honor me with a visit to my charming retreat, will you not?" Then turning to the others, he continued easily, "Dear friends, you will forgive me if I leave you now? My nerves seem to be quite out of my control tonight, and I think it will be better for me to retire and get a good sleep. I will be no loss to you, the way I am feeling now." He bowed again and left the room. A few moments later he locked himself in his pavilion, and without turning up the light, walked to the window and stood looking out on the moonlit moor beyond. "I'm glad to hear that Sonia and Mrs. Schober will be in the city tomorrow," he murmured. "I believe I have a fever tonight. My pulse is beating at an unnatural rate. It's the same old story. No matter how old I grow, I cannot control my excitement at this stage of the game. And this case. But I want to hear from his own lips the truth about his own condition, and therefore I must be calmer and more clear-headed than ever tomorrow. It is not only that my success will be in doubt, but my very life will be in danger if I do not play my part well. About noon tomorrow, my life will be hanging on a thread. There isn't an insurance company in the world that would take the risk if they knew the particulars. But even at this price, there is nothing in the whole world that would compensate me for the loss of that hour that is to come. It will be the most interesting experience of my life. And he lets her wear those earrings. When I suddenly realized where they came from, it upset me completely. I must be growing old to lose my grip on myself like that. And then this Prost Mahlzeit. Such a ridiculous, such a silly affair as that other is. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. I don't know what those dear people will think of me. Well, we'll get through somehow till tomorrow, and tomorrow the bomb will burst. Tomorrow. And those enormous footprints that I saw down there by the gate? They have added another sensation to this case. Every day I ask myself why he does not kill Mr. Hartmann, for he must have recognized the latter as his enemy. That is the biggest riddle of all. I hope that tomorrow I will find the solution for it also. Provided I am alive tomorrow, that is, for it's not at all certain. My conduct was foolish tonight under the circumstances. Why, I directly challenged the man to end it all himself. It would be easy enough to put a bomb under this little house here. Still, the man's recklessness and audacity are so great that it probably affords him the keenest pleasure to play with me as a cat plays with a mouse. No, on second thoughts, I doubt if my sleep will be disturbed tonight." All these thoughts passed through the old detective's mind as his eyes wandered over the dreary sweep of the black moor to which the moonlight gave a veiled charm it did not possess by day. Muller's pulses beat hastily, the blood throbbed at his temples, but his inmost soul was calm, and the brain behind the quiet gray eyes was keen as steel. Suddenly he started back from the window, for he had just heard the sound of a footfall outside. Someone was walking about the pavilion inside the wall. Muller listened for a moment, then crept out of the room and opened the front door softly. He slipped down the steps unseen and hid himself behind the bush that stood at the foot of the stairs. But he had scarcely found his position before he left it again and came out into the moonlight, saying with a light laugh, "Oh, it's you, is it? Then you couldn't wait till tomorrow? You absolutely had to know today how I found out your secret?" The man who stood before him was Bauer, the moonlight lying full on his pale, ugly face, which was less repulsive than usual because it bore so clearly an expression of fear and shame. The soft heart of the old detective awoke again. "Poor soul, what a petty coward it is, anyway," he thought to himself. Then he said aloud with a calm, severe voice, "But you are quite mistaken if you think that I intend to answer any questions of yours. It will be quite the other way around." I am ready for anything you wish," stammered Bauer. "I will answer any questions, and give any satisfaction that may be demanded of me." Muller smiled scornfully. "All that is demanded of you is that you make a humble apology, a written apology, stating that you were the sender of the 2 stupid and malicious anonymous letters received by Lieutenant Erlach. If you do this, I'll promise you that the affair is closed forever." I'll do it," stammered the poor coward again, and Muller answered, "Very well, then. And now you can go home and go to sleep." He turned towards his own door again, but Bauer threw out a hand to stop him. "Well, what more do you want?" grumbled the detective. Will Nellie Cornelia read my letter?" gasped the bookkeeper, his face flushed. "Miss von Feldern, you mean?" corrected Muller. "Miss von Feldern," repeated Bauer obediently, "who now, I hope, will never be annoyed again by your poems and flowers." "Never again," declared Bauer, hanging his head. He looked so entirely repentant and miserable that Muller's anger was lost in pity. "You know Lieutenant Erlach personally, do you not?" asked the detective. Bauer nodded, and Muller continued. "And you didn't realize that you could have no possible chance to supplant him in the affections of the lady?" "Miss von Feldern did not know from whom the letters and flowers came." "But you knew her personally?" "Yes, I met her in my mother's house." "Did she ever notice you particularly?" The amorous bookkeeper sighed deeply as only answer. "There, you see," said the other more good-naturedly, "when a man knows that the lady has no interest in him whatever, then if he is a man he will not annoy her with his attentions and only make himself ridiculous by doing so. And above all, it is an unmanly thing to play an ugly trick on the more fortunate one who has honestly and fairly won the lady's heart. There, that's all I have to say. Is there anything more that occurs to you?" "Why, Mr. Hartmann, I would like to know how you—" "Oh, how I recognized you as the writer of those wretched letters? Well, I'll allow you to suppose that I know Lieutenant Erlach, that he showed me the letters, that I suggested jealousy as a motive for writing them. Furthermore, that Miss von Feldern was questioned and told us that some unknown admirer sent her poems and flowers while she was living in the country, also that her landlady there had a son who appears to have been something like you. Furthermore, you may also suppose that Mr. Plone happened one day to mention that you are a poet in secret, and that you send flowers to a lady whose name he does not know. I scarcely noticed what he told me about you, for my head was full of a more important matter. Besides which, your name is Bauer, and the mother of the man Miss van Feldern mentioned is a Mrs. von Probst." "Was," interrupted the bookkeeper. "My mother has been dead for nearly 2 years now. Mr. von Probst was her second husband." "Oh, indeed." Now it was Muller's turn to blush hotly as he realized that he had been caught in a bit of carelessness. He should have known long ago that Bauer was the writer of those 2 letters. A few simple questions or one look at the police records would have told him what he wanted to know. Of course, from the very beginning he had treated the matter of the letters as of little importance, and it had had nothing whatever to do with his coming to Inzersdorf. But it was a mistake on his part to forget any detail that might in any way be connected with the principal matter in hand. Muller was very much dissatisfied with himself, and whenever this happened he was always extremely considerate of others. He laid his hand now on Bauer's arm and spoke in a tone of fatherly kindness. "We are all liable to err," he said, "but try not to let yourself be dragged into any such meanness again. A repentant apology will make good what you have done. That is all that anyone can demand of you. But do not be offended if I warn you that you will not gain your own respect, nor any inward peace, if you go on in this way. And self-respect is what every man needs who would be a man worthy the name. Oh, one thing more. Why did you run away that night? You know, when you had the headache several days ago? I thought it was Erlach in the parlor. I could only see his shoulder, his arm and back. It was the same uniform. Oh, said Muller. Very well, then. Now, good night. I am very sleepy. Remember what I have told you. You will find it is for your own good. Bauer stood motionless, his head drooping, his arms at his side. He looked very unhappy. When he realized that Muller was no longer speaking, he raised his head heavily and with difficulty and looked at the older man with dim eyes. Well, won't you give me your hand for good night? Muller's tone was quite gentle and friendly. Bauer started, stretched out both hands, and a sob wrung itself up out of his heart. Muller's eyes were dim in sympathy, and for quite some little time he endured the heavy pressure of the bookkeeper's strong hand. Finally he said, with his usual great good nature, "Hadn't you better go now? I think one thumb is gone. And besides, you know we really can't stand here all night like a couple of women saying good-bye after a coffee party." Bauer dropped the other's hand. "Oh, how kind you are," he stammered. "You are so gentle with me. You even give me your hand. You don't think I am quite impossible. I thank you, I thank you for what you have done. Oh, come, what a very romantic-minded person you are." Bauer set his teeth hard and spoke haltingly, but more as if trying to hold back the words than as if forcing them out. "If only any human being in all the world had ever really loved me, then I wouldn't be so filled up with envy and hatred and bitterness and malice. Even my own mother never loved me. She was always cold and hard and perfectly pitiless towards the very faults that I had inherited from her, and the rest of the world paid no attention to me, or if they did, it was only to laugh at me." "Oh, no, you are mistaken," interrupted Muller. "Have I not seen every day now how kind the Plones are to you, and how they appreciate your good qualities?" Yes, that is really true," murmured Bauer, and his face brightened as if he had made a pleasant discovery. Then he asked another question. "But how did you ever recognize me just from the Probst Mahlzeit?" "That's not so astonishing," replied Muller with a smile. "We use the phrase very little in this part of the country, and it just so happened that I haven't heard it since I saw it in your letters. Then I suddenly recollected, and although the name was still wrong, I remembered the signature of your letter, and your fright showed me that my conclusions were justified. But don't let us talk about it any more, and don't look so unhappy. You realize that the Plones are fond of you. Is it not a good deal, when kind, intelligent people, such as they are, think well of you? But you'd better go now. They might notice your long absence. Tomorrow they will see that the little difficulty between us is quite settled. I give you my word no one will ever know what the reason for this little difference was. Oh, and please remember that no one here must suspect I am acquainted with Lieutenant Erlach. Do you understand? You must never give even a hint of it." Bauer looked at him seriously. The peculiarity of this circumstance, that Hartmann knew Erlach well enough to have seen the letters, and yet that he had never mentioned the fact of his acquaintance with the young officer in the house of mutual friends, suddenly struck him as odd. He stood silent for a moment, thinking it over. Then a flash came up in his eyes as if he had realized the significance. A question rose to his lips, but he did not dare utter it. He held out his hands again, saying gravely, "I will not mention it. Good night." Then he walked slowly back through the moonlit garden to the house. When Muller returned to his own room and went to bed, his sleep was deep and untroubled. The little diversion from the more strenuous current of his thoughts had done him good. When he awoke the next morning, his pulse was calm and regular. He was in excellent condition, mentally and physically. The maid who brought his breakfast tray at 8 o'clock found him standing at the open window, gazing into the sunny morning landscape. In Fanny's opinion, there was nothing particularly inspiring about the Black Moor, but it seemed to have put Mr. Hartmann into the very best of spirits as he came up to the table on which he had just set the abundantly spread tray. "Why, my dear child," he laughed, "you bring me more every day. Do you expect me to eat all that? What would happen to my waistline if I did? You're too kind to me, you and Mistress Cook. It's time I showed my gratitude. Here, this is yours, and take the other to the presiding goddess of our kitchen." Fanny blushed in pleasure as she took up the 2 20-crown notes that the guest laid on the table. When she had shut the door behind her, Muller said to himself, "Well, that's settled. Now I'll put something for Wilhelm under the brush there. When you're going into battle as I am, it's best to arrange these little things beforehand." Muller enjoyed his breakfast thoroughly, then packed his trunk and his grip, looking out of the window from time to time as he did so. When everything was in its place and there was nothing more to be done, Muller could devote himself entirely to the inspection of the surrounding scenery, and it appeared to interest him more than ever that morning. It was nearly 10 o'clock when he saw a peddler coming towards him along the street, quite an ordinary peddler, such as might be seen anywhere along the country roads. Muller's eyes watched this peddler carefully. When the man came along the road to a point right under the window of the pavilion, he stopped, doffed his hat, and said respectfully, "Can I show the gentleman some cuff buttons or an eyeglass cord? And I have some fine new suspenders, too." Muller replied that he did not need anything just now, and asked the man how business was these days. "Very good, thank you, sir. Everything is in order, and arranged as well as anyone could wish." Muller seemed pleased to find someone who did not complain of poor business, for he waved a friendly hand to the man before he left the window. As he turned back into the room, he smiled as if content. "This former ne'er-do-weel is turning out quite a useful lad," he thought, and he repeated the words with sudden gravity. "Everything is in order, and all is arranged. I can leave here in 3/4 of an hour." For a span he stood motionless, lost in his thoughts. Then, seeming to awake again to the exigencies of the present, he walked over to a little table that stood between the windows, and took up 3 articles that lay there. They were a small but wicked-looking revolver, a little silver whistle, and a small bottle with a very wide mouth. The bottle was closed with a metal cap, and contained a clear liquid. Muller put the revolver in his right coat pocket, and hid the whistle in his vest. Before he put the little bottle in its place, he tried its stopper. This was, as has just been said, a metal cap. A rather deep cap for the size of the bottle, and its outer surface was roughened to make it the more easily handled. With a single, scarcely perceptible turn of his fingers, Muller opened this cap, but he shut it again equally quickly, for in the fleeting instant it was open, the sharp fumes that arose with deadly vigor betrayed the fact that the bottle was filled with chloroform. When Muller had assured himself that the cap was in good working order, he put the bottle in another coat pocket. The pockets of Muller's coats were all of unusual capacity, were lined with leather, and had little inner compartments, so that heavy objects carried in these pockets could not move about as he walked and attract attention from the outside. Now that he had equipped himself for the serious business of this day, he left his room and went over to the factory. He sought out the manager, chatted with him a while, and asked casually whether Plone intended to remain in his office the rest of the morning. Plone replied in the affirmative. While Muller was in the office, Bauer entered on some business errand. "Say, what was the matter with you two last evening?" Plone asked at once. Bauer blushed hotly, but Hartmann answered calmly. "It was a little matter that concerned no one but ourselves. Mr. Bauer came to my room last evening, and we talked it over and settled it quite satisfactorily." This might not have been an explanation, but it was a decided hint in protest of further curiosity. Plone understood, but he was not offended, for he knew that Hartmann was saving Bauer some embarrassment. The bookkeeper's expression of the evening before had plainly shown that whatever it was, he was at fault. Muller stayed in the office until 11:15, then he bade farewell to the manager and walked down the road to Rose Cottage. He walked slowly, his head bowed, and at times a deep breath that was almost a sigh welled up from his very heart. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I am the man with the black cord. Rose Cottage lay on a main road, and not far from it was a neat little country inn. The inn was an old building with a wide courtyard and a large garden stretching far away from the back of the house. One end of this garden, with its fencing of high green hedge, was separated only by a small strip of grassy meadow from Maximov's property. Just as Muller passed the inn, 2 closed cabs drove in under the archway of the old-fashioned building. There was nothing remarkable in this, for although the inn was little used by the more well-to-do inhabitants of the neighborhood, it was quite a gathering place for cabmen who had brought a fare out into the country and were resting a bit before returning to town. One thing, however, was noticeable on this occasion, and that was that the two wagons did not stop in the courtyard as usual, but drove right through down to the furthest end of the garden. Also, the observer might have seen that the curtains on all the windows of the cabs were drawn. But there was no one to notice this, for there was no one in the courtyard of the inn except the host of the Eagle himself, who stood in his doorway. "Drive right on in, there's no one in the courtyard nor in the garden, and the key is in the gate." This was what he said to the leading driver. The two cabs drove on unseen, down to the gate in the fence, which was hidden by a thick hedge. Through this gate one could pass out onto the meadows which lay between the inn and Rose Cottage. The latter was protected from the outer world by a very high brick wall, having a handsome entrance gate on the street side. But there was a smaller gate at the back, opening onto the meadow. No one living in Rose Cottage knew that this back gate had been unlocked since early morning, that it had been opened from the outside, and that the garden was now accessible to anyone. When the cab stopped in front of the inn garden gate, 5 men alighted from the closed wagons, slipped through the gate, across the grassy lane, and into the garden of Rose Cottage. One of these men was Constable Kern, a second wore the uniform of a city police official. The 3 other men in plain clothes were heavily built individuals with calm eyes and indifferent mien. The 5 men slipped from one bush to another, safely hidden from the house, until they had come several yards from the gate. Here they stopped on the near side of the circle of a peculiarly cut box which surrounded a young cedar. One of the men carried a spade and immediately began to dig at the earth with it. The 2 other men in plain clothes continued their creeping progress toward the house. With a little care, they could come quite near the dwelling without being seen, as Maximov's fondness for arrangements of evergreens gave them sufficient cover. There was no dog in Rose Cottage, and the 2 maidservants were busy in the house. When the 2 men had come quite close to the dwelling house, they stood, watching and listening, without going further. The bell of the front gate shrilled through the quiet air. The long window opening onto the terrace was thrown back, and a carefully dressed gentleman came out, whistling a merry tune. He laid down the magazine he carried onto a little table and walked on down the few steps from the terrace. "That's him," whispered one of the listeners to his companion. They crouched down the more carefully behind the evergreens. Maximov turned on the top step and looked back at the house. "Stay where you are," he called to the woman who appeared at the door. "I'll open the gate, but don't forget to bring us in something to eat. I am very hungry." "No, sir, I'll attend to it. Mrs. Schober told me what to get for you," answered the woman, who was evidently the cook, before she disappeared from the doorway. The doctor had turned the corner of the house, and the men behind the evergreens could no longer see him. But in a few moments he returned, arm in arm, with his guest. "Don't you want to look at my newly blossoming chrysanthemums?" asked Maximov. "They are white as milk, and most unusually beautiful." He pulled his guest gently in the direction of the conservatory, but the latter did not follow the pressure. "No, my dear doctor," he said. "I want to talk to you about something much more serious today. Can't we go into the house? It will be easier for me to talk to you in your attractive study. And I have something to tell you that will surprise you greatly." "Oh, indeed." "Yes, it is the physician I came to see today, not the friend alone." The 2 men stood on the terrace now, in front of the long open window. "You aren't well?" the men behind the bushes heard Maximov say. "I noticed it yesterday. At least you are not as calm as usual." "No," replied Hartmann, leaning on the railing as if for support. "I was very restless yesterday, as I have been for several days. There is a crisis coming on again. I know it in this unnatural excitement, this fear that is on me. Can't we leave this window open when we are in the room? I need the air." Hartmann passed through into the study as he spoke. The doctor followed him with a shake of the head. But he hospitably fulfilled his guest's wishes at once, threw open the other half of the window, drew a light table and 2 comfortable armchairs up to the threshold, and invited his friend to make himself comfortable. "Well then, doctor," began Mr. Hartmann. Then he paused and looked about distrustfully. "No one can overhear us." "No, no one." "Could not Mrs. Schober or Sonia suddenly come in?" "They are in Vienna today." "Oh yes, you told me about it. I remember now. But your servants?" "The coachman is in the city with the ladies. The cook has just returned to the kitchen, and the other maid is busy upstairs." The doctor smiled at his guest's nervousness. "Well, if you are really sure that no one can hear us." Mr. Hartmann looked very anxious and nervous. Maximov's face grew grave. He laid his hand on his visitor's arm and spoke gently and soothingly. "You are really very nervous today, dear friend," he said. "We all have these little troubles now and then. Tell me frankly what the matter is. But first of all we will quiet your nerves by giving you something good to eat. It's the best thing in the world." He touched an electric bell on the wall near him. "The cook will bring us a light lunch, and when she has gone we can lock the doors behind her, draw our chairs quite close together while we are enjoying the refreshments. Does that program appeal to you?" Mr. Hartmann took the hand that was stretched out to him and pressed it warmly. "There's no reason why it shouldn't," he said. "I feel calmer already. You have something that is almost like hypnotism in your strength. I feel as if you could force me to believe you, whether I wanted to or not." "Is that really true?" asked the doctor, and his eyes gleamed. "But here's our lunch," he said as the door opened. He rose from his chair and examined the contents of the various plates and dishes on the big silver tray. "There, this looks all right. Now bring us over those cigars," said the doctor to the cook, "and then you can vanish again. And see that I am not disturbed under any circumstances. I am not at home to any one now." "Very well, sir." When the woman had brought over the cigars and cigarettes and had left the room, Maximoff locked the 3 inner doors of the study and came back to the table. He sought out the choicest morsels for his guest, but Mr. Hartmann seemed to have very little appetite that morning. He had scarcely taken a few bites when he pushed back his plate and said in a voice that was not natural with him, "You are very kind, doctor, but I cannot eat. I really cannot. My throat seems closed up." This was the actual truth. The soft-hearted Muller was really suffering from some of the symptoms of excitement and anxiety which he had described. Maximoff himself was quite alarmed now. He put down his knife and fork, took a hasty swallow of brandy, then reached over the table and caught at his guest's hand. "Why, your hand's like ice," he said, "and your pulse is beating unnaturally fast. It's time we looked into this matter. Do you think you would have confidence in me as a physician? Although I have practiced general medicine very little, I am really only a specialist in mental problems." Mr. Hartmann wiped his brow, which was bedewed with sweat, and answered hoarsely, "That is why I came to you." "What? I do not understand." The doctor looked up. "It is not my body that is sick." "But I never should have thought—" "That my soul is sick?" Hartmann straightened up in his chair with a short laugh, while a look of cunning brightened his eyes. His arms lay on the side rests of the chair, and his fingers drummed the measure of a merry march, as if he were in the very best of spirits. He looked just a little malicious and decidedly mischievous. The doctor was leaning towards him and looking at him with the greatest interest. Finally he said slowly, "And now, Mr. Hartmann, tell me all about it." "That's why I'm here." "Well, then, you'll probably think me a fool." "No, you are quite mistaken." "Oh, yes. Yes, you will," insisted the guest, with a threatening look. Maximoff had spent years in the study of mental alienation. It had been his chief interest since his youth. The unbalanced mind, the sick soul, was the one thing which absorbed all his mental powers. He possessed almost every important work written on this subject, and had had many an opportunity to study actual cases. It was natural, therefore, that he should be most curious at this sudden turn in the behavior of a man whom he had known quite intimately now for several weeks, and who had always appeared to him absolutely normal and sane. And now this man came to him acting in a way that was decidedly not normal, telling him himself that there was something wrong with his mind, and certainly looking it. Maximoff knew all the symptoms, particularly this sudden cunning, this unmotivated merriment. He was certain that he was in the presence of a man whose mind was affected. He was very sorry for Hartmann, whom he had grown to like. But his love for the study of the sick mind overcame his pity for his friend. He pulled his chair nearer to his visitor and began his questioning. "Well, suppose you are right," began the doctor with a delicate smile. "What do you say now?" "I say that you are still mistaken." "Indeed? Then you mean to say—" "I mean to say that I know what the matter with me is and who I really am. And I know that there are moments like those yesterday when I come near betraying myself." "Oh, I see. You are afraid that although you are mentally quite normal, others will think you insane?" "That is it exactly." "And why do you fear that?" "Because I cannot always control myself. Because every now and then I am forced to do what they insist upon." "Who are they?" "Had I better tell you that?" Hartmann's eyes took on a renewed look of sly cunning. "You are quite safe in telling me," said Maximoff, lighting a cigarette and handing his guest the box of cigars. Hartmann took one and smoked so hastily that he was soon surrounded by a pale cloud. The doctor pulled his chair still nearer. He did not want to lose the changing expressions on the other's face. "Well, aren't you going to tell me?" he said, as Hartmann sat staring ahead of him and smiling weirdly. "I can't tell you," he murmured finally. "Why can't you?" "Because they have no names." "I don't understand." "You'll understand as soon as I tell you more. But first I want to know if you can give me some medicine." "What sort of medicine do you want?" "I want something to quiet my nerves, something to give me back the control over myself, so that I do not draw people's attention to me by some ridiculous stupidity." "What stupidity do you mean?" "Why, yesterday, for instance. You saw how absurdly I acted, and didn't you notice how they all looked at me when I nearly upset the wine-glass, and then when I laughed at Bauer's remark, and said such stupid things?" "Yes, I did notice it." "Well, there you see, and I do not want to draw people's attention to me." "Why not?" "Because if I do attract too much attention, then I'm done for." "Now I don't understand you at all." "I believe that. You haven't the faintest idea of who I really am." "Aren't you Robert Hartmann, landowner from Poland?" Maximoff's guest laughed heartily. He beat his hands on his knees and choked in the violence of his merriment. "Robert Hartmann," he repeated, and could scarcely say the words clearly, so shaken was he by his fits of laughter. Finally he had controlled himself, and now it was he who pulled his chair nearer to the other. "You are quite sure no one can hear us?" he whispered. The doctor shook his head. "No one. We are quite undisturbed here," he replied soothingly. "You are such a versatile man," continued the other. "You are not only a physician, you are a philosopher as well, and I understand you are interested as a philosopher in every phase of mental abnormality." "Yes, certainly, certainly." "And among other things, in one branch of the science of the soul which is most illuminating." "What do you mean by that?" "I mean you are greatly interested, or I have understood that you are, in crime and criminals. Or rather," Hartmann punctuated his remarks with a scornful gesture, "or rather in that which the weaklings and the cowards call crime." A golden gleam shot up in the doctor's dark eyes, and a peculiar smile curved his well-cut mouth. "A great many of the books in your splendid library concern this fascinating chapter of human existence." Hartmann continued to speak without waiting for any answer. "And I notice that for years you have been collecting all those copies of our leading newspapers which give reports of important criminal cases of recent times." "Yes, you are right. But why do you speak of that now?" "I will explain in a few moments. You believe, then, that I am Robert Hartmann from Poland, landed proprietor and respectable house owner?" "Well?" Maximoff's face expressed great interest. The golden gleams in his dark eyes clustered to brilliant points of light. "But I'm not. I'm somebody else," said his guest, looking about anxiously. "But you're the only person I shall tell the truth to." His eyes closed to narrow slits, and his voice took on a threatening tone as he continued. "Professional etiquette demands that you should hold my confidence an absolute secret. Therefore I am going to make you a confession that I must make to someone, or I shall go mad. I know that I would really become insane if I could not tell somebody who I am." The doctor breathed quicker. His face flushed, and his voice was hoarse as he asked, "Who are you, then?" His guest bent over until their faces almost touched, and whispered, "If you look over the files of your newspapers from 1892 until 1906, you will see that during these years 31 murder cases occurred in Vienna, murder cases of which robbery was the motive. 24 of the criminals were caught. Notice this, only 24. 7 remained undiscovered and free. On the 15th of April, 1892, the woman Schramm, keeper of a little tap room in the 15th district, was murdered. On the 8th of August, 1897, Thomas Brabenek was discovered stabbed to death in a grove outside the city. On the 26th of May, 1904, an old woman by the name of Farron, widow of a railway switchman, was found dead in her house. Please notice how easily these figures come to me. There are certain dates one does not forget." "Well, go on," said Maximoff eagerly. His face had regained its usual clear pallor, but the gleam in his eyes had grown wilder, and a wicked smile played about his half-open mouth. His strong white hand held his guest's arm as if in a vice, and his voice sank to a hoarse whisper. Mr. Hartmann smiled also. He was now quite calm, and seemed absolutely cold and indifferent as to the effect of his narrative on the other. There was a tone of scorn in his voice as he took up his story. The murderers, or rather the murderer, of these three unfortunates has never been found. The police and the public are still laboring under the delusion that it was a case of murder for robbery. Maximov's guest laughed aloud as his eyes, bright with mocking merriment, met the Russian's wild gaze. Absurd, isn't it? As if we, who can make thousands by one blow if we want to, would murder for the sake of a few crowns. Why, I can tell you that the Schramm woman had exactly 7 crowns 18 hellars in her till. Brabenek had less than 6 crowns in his pocket, and the poor old Farren creature hadn't enough money in her whole little hut for me to pay the cab back to my home. But the rest of the world don't understand. The herd of ordinary weaklings can't understand the keen sensation that lies in killing for the sheer sake of killing. Maximov's hand tightened on the arm of his guest with a grip of iron. His face was terrible. It was frozen into a smile that might have expressed the evil of a fiend in hell. His eyes alone were alive. They rested greedily, with a sort of devilish satisfaction, on the man who sat there telling him these things. Muller's hand still held the cigar, which had gone out. "My dear doctor, won't you give me a light?" said the detective calmly. In spite of his self-control, he was anxious to get rid of that deadly grasp on his arm. He lit the cigar again, took a few puffs, and continued. "Now you know my secret, but you don't know my name yet. It isn't really necessary that you should know it. It's enough that you know now that I am the mysterious murderer who has given the authorities so many difficult riddles to solve, riddles they have not yet solved." A smile of easy self-satisfaction illumined Muller's face. It was reflected from Maximov's eyes, although the Russian had now become noticeably uneasy. The sympathetic objectiveness with which he listened to the beginning of his guest's recital had vanished entirely. His lips moved as if to speak, and yet he did not speak, while his mouth twitched and his hands clenched and unclenched nervously. The veteran detective, on the other hand, had now regained his habitual self-control, and he was so calm that it was easy for him to continue to play his part thoroughly well. "What worries me now," he began again, "is the way my nerves are going back on me. As you saw yourself, I draw people's attention to my stupid behavior. I was very much annoyed that it should have happened yesterday in a house where I wished to remain unknown." Maximov started as if a sudden thought had occurred to him. "What are you doing there?" he exclaimed suspiciously. "You forced your way into that house under a false name, and it can't be for a good purpose." "Oh, be easy about that," replied the other. "No harm will come to any of the Plone family, particularly not to Miss Plone, if that is what is worrying you, through my presence there." "But what do you want there, anyway?" repeated Maximov. His guest smiled and sank his voice to a whisper. "I want to look on the bunglers who are still fussing about, breaking their stupid heads over my last deed. And, naturally, not finding out anything. Why, they haven't even found the—" "What last deed do you mean?" interrupted the doctor vehemently. For the last few minutes Muller had held his cigar in his left hand. Now, with a casual, unobtrusive movement, he dropped his right hand into the coat pocket which contained the bottle of chloroform. Then he answered in a tone of astonishment. "Why, haven't you understood yet? Of course, it's the Erlach case, I mean." Maximov sprang from his chair, a hot wave of blood rushing up to his very temples. He looked dazed, bewildered. He pressed both hands to his forehead, measured the length of the room a few times with long strides, then halted suddenly in front of his guest and burst into an uproarious fit of laughter. He put out his hand to a chair as if for support, so greatly was he shaken by the violence of his merriment. Hartmann looked up at him in indignant surprise. "Have you gone mad?" he exclaimed. Maximov pulled himself together and controlled his laughter with an effort. "No, I am not mad, my dear friend, but now I know what's the matter with you." Now it was Muller's turn to spring up. "What do you mean by that?" he cried harshly, but the doctor patted him on the shoulder and answered soothingly. "Oh, nothing at all to offend you. I was simply overcome by the idea that you, Erlach's murderer, should deliberately come here to watch the people who are hunting for him in vain." Muller bowed as if flattered. "The best joke of all happened on a Sunday 2 weeks ago," he began again. The doctor went back to his chair and sat down. The inward merriment against which he was still fighting shone from his eyes and played about his handsome mouth. "Oh, please do tell me about it," he asked, biting his lips to keep back the laughter. "What happened 2 weeks ago, then?" "It was Sunday night. I went back to the greenhouse, as I did several times before. And what do you suppose? One of those spying bunglers was there also. A detective, I mean. Must have been the detective you mentioned a little while ago." "Oh, that was a detective, was it?" "I put him out in short order, I can tell you. I fired at him twice, but I'm sorry to say I didn't hit him." "Oh, then it was you who did the shooting that night." "Then my valet, who came to my help, and I walked back and forth, twisting and curving about the moor. I wanted to cover our trail, for I knew that the fool would be waiting for me, and I didn't want him to see where I was living. But I must say he was cleverer than I thought. We didn't see him again, but he must have followed us." "What? Why do you believe that?" cut in Maximoff, greatly surprised. "I found his footprints in the mud outside the garden gate next morning. Since then I have been in a constant state of surprise, that I should have been left so undisturbed." "I don't believe that you would have been left undisturbed if the man had come there in pursuit of you," replied Maximoff, emphasizing each word sharply, with a rolling anger in his voice. Then he said, more brightly, "I give you my word the man was there by pure accident. But now I want you to tell me how you did that trick in the greenhouse. The whole thing is such a mystery, and I am naturally very curious to hear the explanation of it." He smiled at Muller ironically as he spoke. "It took me many weeks to think it out, to plan it all beforehand, as you may imagine," began the detective. "I hung about the garden wall in the disguise of a peddler and took a wax impression of the 3 keyholes which barred the way to Erlach's room. The garden gate and the 2 front doors, the iron one and the inner one. Then I waited for a stormy evening, when the noise of the wind should deaden everything else, climbed over the garden wall, opened the gate from the inside, and opened the house doors. I entered the house and Erlach's study, the door of which I knew was never locked, for the old gentleman might at any moment need the help of his housekeeper. He was aged and feeble, and worried about his health." Muller stopped talking and took a long puff from his cigar. "Well, go on, tell me about it," insisted the doctor. Muller's eyes lit up again in cruel cunning. "Well, then I shot Erlach," he remarked with a smile. The doctor gave a short, hard laugh, then spoke gently. "Well, my friend, go on, tell me the rest." "Then I carried the body out onto the moor," narrated Muller, losing himself again in the enjoyment of his cigar. But Maximoff bent over it and almost tore it from his hand as he said, "I want you to talk, not to smoke." "Why, what else is there to talk about?" "The greatest mystery of all, the mystery that no one has yet solved." Maximoff was quite calm as he said this. His only sensation seemed to be an overweening curiosity. "Oh, you mean the garden door bolted from the inside? Well, when I carried the body out, I went back into the garden, locked and bolted the door, and climbed over the wall. That's simple enough." "Yes, that, and the strangling of an old man. That's all very simple," mocked Maximoff. "Any fool can do that." "Oh, now, see here!" exclaimed Muller angrily. "Any fool," repeated Maximoff sharply. Then, with kaleidoscopic suddenness, he was once more the friendly, soothing physician. "Of course, I don't mean you when I say any fool," he continued, "for you have outdone the cleverest criminal I know, the man with the black cord. He himself might be proud of this crime." The doctor's eyes fairly sparkled, and his smile was triumphant. "Why, yes, I am the man with the black cord," remarked Muller, his eyes shining also, and his lips curved in a victorious smile. The doctor sprang up from his chair, ran back and forth through the study with his hands pressed to his temples, then halted again before his guest, and again his uproarious laughter echoed from the walls of the handsome room. "Oh, that's great!" he cried merrily. "That's the most delicious thing I've heard in many a day. You, then, you are the genius of this crime, the unknown whom you yourself first called the man with the black cord?" Again his laughter rang through the room. Then, with another one of his sudden changes, his voice quieted down to gentleness, and he continued, "Well, then, you great man, do explain to me the riddle of the doors locked from the inside, and the disappearance of the strangled victim from the closed room." "Of the shot victim, you mean?" "No, he was strangled. First chloroformed and then strangled, if you want to know the particulars," declared Maximoff in a tone of conviction. "All right, just as you like," replied Muller, with a smile as of satisfied vanity. "Well, first I underscored the 3 words in the old book on the table, Then I left it open there and locked the bedroom from the inside. Then I turned the key in the lock of the study door in such a way that it only needed the least little touch to snap the lock." "Well, and then?" Maximov's breath came quickly, and Muller's hand was clasped tightly around the neck of the chloroform bottle in his pocket. "Then," he went on, "then I took a long thin iron rod with a hook on the end, which I had brought with me, and when I had left the house, locking both front doors, I went around in front of the sitting-room windows and stood on the bench that is there. I pushed the rod into the room through the open window, and with its hook I could easily catch the key of the door and turn it, snapping the lock. So that you see, in this way both doors were locked from the inside, and their keys were in the proper place. That was no such great trick, but I committed a blunder here. I had to leave a burning candle on the little table, so that I could see the lock distinctly. I wanted to put out this candle with the end of the rod, but it was difficult to manage it, and I hit the burning wick with such violence that the wax splattered all over the table. Well, doctor, why don't you say something?" Maximov had sunk down in a heap in his chair, completely absorbed in his thoughts. Finally he raised his head, doubt, anxiety, and scorn striving for the mastery in his face. "And that's why you claim to be the man with the black cord?" he murmured, rising and beginning again his uneasy pacing of the room. Muller rose also. He pushed his chair back so that the door onto the terrace was free, and the heavy armchair stood between him and Maximov. He had already taken the little bottle of chloroform from his pocket and held it in his closed hand, thumb and first finger in place on the nickel top. Then he waited. At first, Maximov's anger seemed to gain the victory over his warring emotions. Then, a moment later, he controlled himself, and his scorn came uppermost again. He stopped still in the middle of the room, both hands in his pockets, his voice hushed to a quiet, calm tone, while his eyes rested mockingly on those of his guest. "But you haven't finished your story. Where did you hide Erlach's body?" Muller pretended embarrassment. He stared at the doctor as if quite bewildered. "The body? The body? Where did I hide it?" he murmured. Then, after a pause, I hid it." "Well, where did you hide it?" came from between the doctor's set teeth. Muller looked quite helpless. I don't know. I can't remember." "Then hold your tongue!" screamed Maximov. But Muller persisted obstinately. "All the same, I'm the man with the black cord. Here, look at this. I carry a piece of it with me wherever I go." He held out the bit of cord he had found on Erlach's bed, so that the other could see it. Maximov stared at it, his face reddened, the veins on his temples pulsed audibly. "You are a fool," he cried. "An impertinent, insolent idiot! How dare you usurp the credit for a genius that you never possessed? Why, you fool, I am the man with the black cord. And I'll crush the life out of you. He could get no further. He choked and gasped and bent forward towards the slight figure of the man who stood opposite him. His powerful hands clenched threateningly, the great muscles of his shoulders stiffening visibly through his coat. Muller made a sudden movement of his right hand, then slipped through the open door onto the terrace. In the same instant a sharp whistle rang out, and the two men from behind the fir tree dashed into the study. They found the room full of the odor of chloroform, and Maximov already half overcome by the fumes. He still raged and screamed, striking out with his hands and snapping at his captors with his teeth. But the chloroform had already robbed him of most of his great strength. The frightened women servants rushed to the window and stood there cowering in terror at the noise and at the unexpected sight of several uniformed policemen in the garden. The Viennese official and Constable Kern entered the study, while Mr. Hartmann walked rapidly towards the lower end of the garden. The terrifying shrieks still rang through the house. Then finally all was still. Sergius Maximov, bound hand and foot, was thrown down into an armchair by his captors. Even then it took all their strength to hold him until the violence of his outbreak spent itself in the reaction of utter exhaustion. He sat quite still. A sly smile wreathed his lips, and in his eyes shone a satanic determination. The police commissioner stood before him. "Doctor, we are here to arrest you. We have a wagon waiting back of your garden. You can be driven away quietly without being seen. I am taking for granted, therefore, that you will come with me voluntarily, that you will walk there yourself." "If you will take these cords off my feet," replied Maximov proudly, "I will follow you wherever you say. But you will find, my dear sir, that before this day is over, it will be up to you to ask my pardon humbly." You have made a mistake in your prisoner. The man you are looking for has been living in Mr. Plone's house under the name of Hartmann. It was I who discovered his identity, and I was about to take him prisoner when he overcame me with chloroform and escaped." "We'll find him," remarked the commissioner calmly, and Maximoff continued, "But you must lose no time. I will hold you responsible if he escapes entirely. You may better understand the importance of what I say when I tell you that this Hartmann is the man with the black cord who has Erlach's murder to his credit, as well as the others." The commissioner bowed in silence. At a gesture from him, the attendants loosened the fetters on the Russian's feet. "Very well, we can go now," said Maximoff, rising from the chair. He was so exhausted that the attendants had to support him as they walked from the house and through the garden. A weird smile brightened the Russian's gloomy face as the little group moved slowly over the lawn towards the rear fence. Then they turned the corner of a group of fir trees, and the quiet of the pleasant spot was broken by a terrific scream. Maximoff stood still, his eyes widened, staring at the devastated bed of box which he himself had arranged a few weeks before. The little cedar lay cut down and thrown to one side. The rounded heads of box were torn ruthlessly out and cast in a disorderly heap. Where they had been, the earth was removed from a long, shallow trough, and in this trough lay the body of Leopold Erlach, fully dressed, his nightshirt spread across his legs. "Come, doctor, the cabs are waiting," said the commissioner. But Maximoff did not move. One more gasping shriek, and he fell unconscious to the ground. At this moment Muller was already out in the road, walking towards the factory. He walked very slowly, his head sunk deep on his breast, his face ghastly pale. When that horrible scream rang through the quiet morning air, he stopped in his walk and turned to look behind him. His fingers worked as if in a cramp, his teeth set firm, and his breath came in a gasp that was a sobbing sigh. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Man with the Black Cord by Auguste Groner, translated by Grace Isabel Colbron. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Where the Blow Falls. About an hour after the catastrophe in Rose Cottage, General Manager Plone had already eaten his lunch and was back in his office. He had not taken up the burden of his work yet, but sat leaning back in a comfortable armchair, reading a paper and smoking. His servant Wilhelm hurried in with a card on a salver. "This gentleman wants to see you at once," said the man. Plone looked at him in astonishment and asked, "Why, what is the matter? You're shaking all over." "It's so like him, sir, and yet it isn't him," stammered Wilhelm. Plone shook his head and touched his forehead with one finger. "There's a screw loose with you somewhere," he said, laughing. He looked at the card before him. It bore the name of Joseph Muller. "Show the gentleman in," said Plone, laying aside his paper. The manager was prepared for some surprise after seeing his servant's bewilderment. He watched the door with interest, but when it opened and his visitor entered, Plone himself appreciated what had happened to Wilhelm. The man who stood before him was an inch or so shorter than Hartmann and weighed considerably less. Also, he was quite differently dressed. But apart from this, the resemblance was astonishing. Plone put his hand to his forehead as if fearing for his own brain now, and looked down again at the name on the card. Joseph Muller, he murmured. "I never saw such a likeness before." "Nor did I," said Joseph Muller in Hartmann's voice as he closed the door. The manager, who had risen at the other's entrance, sat down again and stared up at his caller, and seemed too bewildered to find words. "May I sit down?" asked Joseph Muller, pulling a chair near to the desk. "Please do," murmured Plone, wondering to himself whether he were not taking his afternoon nap at the moment and dreaming all this. Then Joseph Muller spoke. "It was under the name of Robert Hartmann from Poland that I enjoyed your delightful hospitality." "Then you are not the man you led us believe you to be?" questioned the manager slowly, as if trying to understand. Muller put his tall hat down on the edge of the table, unbuttoned his black coat, and took a portfolio from his pocket. From this he drew a large card and handed it to Plone. "This is who and what I am," he said. Plone looked at the photograph on the card and the official statement of the police department that accompanied it. His face was very grave as he handed the paper back to Muller. "Then you are a detective?" he said. "Yes, I am a detective. I think I need not tell you that I came here to investigate the Erlach case." "I imagined that was it." But my chief, the Baron, knows who it is that he sent to me? Naturally, I could not have come without his assistance. This may be some excuse for my presence here. You need no excuse, Mr. Muller. You are a welcome guest, and you have endeared yourself to us all. Muller bowed and pressed the other's hand warmly. And now I have come to thank you for all your kindness, your sincere cordiality. Plone looked down at the little man before him, whose face was so grave and who seemed struggling to suppress a sadness which threatened to overcome him. Then are you going away? The manager asked. You have not been successful here? They're going to send another detective? I am going away because there is nothing more to do here. What do you mean? I mean that Erlach's murderer has been discovered and is already in security. At last! Oh, but wait a minute. I mustn't be the only one to hear that. Let's go over and join the ladies. Plone rose from his chair, but Muller shook his head. Please sit down again, Mr. Plone. I cannot tell the ladies what I have to tell you. Why not? Please, won't you sit down? There are moments in the lives of all of us when we have the instant recognition that something terrible is nearing us. We do not know what it is, nor from what side it is coming, but we know that it is coming and that it is something horrible. For the first time in his life, the robust, good-natured, and easy-going Plone realized that such a moment had come for him. He sat down, drew a deep breath, and looked up anxiously at his visitor. I could not tell your sister especially, not at least until you know, said Muller low. Plone bent forward in his chair in evident excitement. He swallowed hard several times, then spoke with difficulty. What? What do you mean? It is you who must tell Miss Suzanne. Muller, too, was hoarse. I don't understand you, murmured Plone. Oh, yes, you understand me perfectly well. Mr. Hartmann, Mr. Muller, I left Rose Cottage less than an hour ago. It's some mistake, some horrible mistake, gasped the manager. Unfortunately, there is no mistake possible here. Sergius. Sergius is not his name. Maximoff. That is not his name. If it is thought that he killed Erlach, it is known that he killed Erlach. Then he did it in anger. He is easily aroused and passionate, and he is so strong, a death blow might be given before he thought it. It was a murder, a carefully prearranged murder, a crime that was carried out with the same care, the same cleverness, and the same daring as the Plone's icy hand caught at Muller's fingers, scarcely less icy. His eyes seemed starting from their sockets. Muller finished his sentence, as were the other crimes that he has committed. Plone tried to speak, but only gasped. For he is the man with the black cord. Plone's face was ghastly, and on Muller's brow the great beads of perspiration stood out. He wiped them away, then he continued sadly. You see how I am obliged to reward all your hospitality, but I have one comfort for you. A comfort? How could there be any comfort here? Maximoff is insane. Plone looked up, startled afresh. Is that not some comfort to you? Asked the detective. He did not know whether Plone had even heard him. The poor man sat there frozen to stone, looking out into blankness with eyes that were dumb in grief. In this horrible moment he first realized how fond he had grown of Maximoff. Then he thought of his sister, and a shudder ran through every fiber of his robust frame. For he realized that it was he who must tell this girl, so dear to him, this woman happy in her love, dreaming of how a few weeks more would make her a happy wife, he must tell her that the man she loved was the monster who had held the entire neighborhood in terror for so long. When he realized what the truth had meant to him, the strong man, he shuddered to think of the crushing blow it would be to her. He groaned aloud and covered his face with his hands. He sat thus for many minutes, and Muller, too, was quite still. He understood the other's suffering, and he gave him time to recover from the first shock. It was very quiet in the comfortable little office. A soft hum of distant noises came from the direction of the factory, but within the room nothing was heard except the ticking of the clock and the deep gasping breath of the stricken man. Finally Plone raised his head and straightened himself up in his chair. He had conquered the first dreadful moment of the shock. A certain frozen calm came into his face. Now you can tell me what you have to tell." His voice sounded hard. Muller told his story. He told of how he had received the first hint when he saw the picture of Napoleon which Maximoff had shown him as one of his art treasures, and of which he already knew that it had been in Erlach's possession up to 2 days before the latter's disappearance. He spoke of the visit of the detective Grang at Rose Cottage and told the story of the journey to Russia. He described his visit to old Andreas Maximoff in Wenden, and that it was there he had first heard about Nikolai Simarenko, which was the true name of the man who was betrothed to Suzanne. Old Maximoff had told him much of the past of this nephew, and had told him also that Simarenko came of a family in which the trait of insanity was hereditary. When he reached this part of the story, Plone gave a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank God," he exclaimed. "Then at least he is not responsible for his terrible deeds." Muller nodded. "You are right," he continued. "Nikolai Simarenko is an unfortunate man. His mind is held in bondage by a terrible delusion. Listen now. He knew of the hereditary taint in his blood, and even as a youth, although he was strong and well, he suffered tortures in the thought that he might fall a victim to the curse that weighed so long upon his family. He took up the study of medicine, hoping that through his knowledge in this field he would be able to save himself from the threatened disaster. It was natural under the circumstances that the specialty to attract him should be mental alienation. He was an excellent student, too much so for his own good. About 12 years ago, he and his cousin, whose name he is now bearing, took their degree at the University of Vienna. Then they both returned home. Sergius Maximoff brought his own people the good news that his cousin Nikolai had returned to his home in the best of health and spirits. Then the real Maximoff went on a tour of the world and settled in South Africa, where all news from him soon ceased. Nikolai Simarenko remained in Russia, married and lived happily with his wife for about 3 years. He devoted himself to his studies, alas, too deeply. He had always been well-to-do, and now, through a legacy, he had become a very rich man. But he did not spend his days in the usual enjoyments indulged in by other rich young men. He was always of a reserved disposition, and he became more so as time passed on. He had few friends and seemed interested only in his studies. He and his wife traveled much until Sonia was born. Then the young couple were obliged to remain at home, for Sonia's mother never recovered her health after the birth of the child. Her husband scarcely left her bedside. He sent for the most renowned specialists from St. Petersburg and Berlin, but none of them could bring relief to the sufferer. It was he himself who finally put an end to his wife's pain. She was found one morning in her bed, strangled. Around her throat was a bit of black cord which had literally put an end to her suffering. The family curse had fallen. The hereditary insanity had broken out in Simarenko. There was no doubt about it, for he himself quite calmly acknowledged that he had deliberately killed the wife whom he loved more than anything else in the world, because he could not bear to see her suffer. He was proud of what he had done, and who shall say that his pride was altogether unjustified? It was this attitude of his that seemed so abnormal to those around him, and they committed him to an asylum. I visited this asylum, continued Muller, and I soon convinced myself that it would not take any great cunning to escape from it. Simarenko had been there scarcely a year before he got away, doubtless helped by a judicious use of money. On the night of his flight he stopped in at his own house, took his little girl, and the two disappeared from Russia. How he ever managed to pass the frontier with the child will perhaps never be explained, and there is something else equally important which is equally likely to remain a mystery. He had no immediate relatives, and when he was put in the asylum the state took charge of his fortune. To the surprise of everyone, there was no money there. His entire fortune seemed to have disappeared entirely. The narrator paused and took a sip from a glass of water that stood on the table. "Had that anything to do with Maximoff? I mean, with that man's insanity?" asked Plone. Muller shrugged his shoulders. "What I think," he replied, "is that Maximoff, I cannot get away from the name either, utilized his various journeyings to invest his fortune quietly in some other country. Russia is very uncertain financially as well as politically, and his actions in this respect would seem to show a sane and normal mind." "Was he insane when he killed his wife?" asked Plone again. Again the detective shrugged his shoulders, and he answered this question with another. "Is it a sign of insanity when a physician decides to end the suffering of a patient whom he knows to be in acute pain and incurable?" Again there was silence in the room until Muller took up his story. "Since his flight from the asylum, all knowledge of Nikolai Simarenko was lost in Russia. But the physicians of the institution have not lost interest in their unfortunate colleague. I did not tell them the reason for my inquiries, for I wanted unbiased information. I called myself a former Viennese acquaintance of his who came into that neighborhood by chance, had heard of Simarenko's sad case, and now wished to know more about it. One of the physicians, a kindly elderly gentleman, told me that Dr. Simarenko's insanity was of an unusual sort. It concerned one corner of his brain alone, as it were, and as such it might be considered as having started fresh with him, although he said it was not possible to doubt the existence of an inherited inclination to mental abnormality. But it was fear of the dread fate, his ardent wish to escape it, his hot desire to shield himself through knowledge, the mental overwork and constant occupation with one train of thought. These were the stages of the journey made by Simarenko until he reached the dread goal of broken nerves and outspoken insanity. Psychiatry and its allied branches of study had made Simarenko a madman, and the worst misfortune that befell him was that while in Vienna he had had as a classmate a Hindu student with whom he had become warm friends. This man taught him to believe in the doctrine of the transmigration of souls. "Oh, yes, yes, he used to speak of it sometimes," threw in Plone. "Has that anything to do with his madness?" "A great deal. It was the most important factor connected with the crimes he has committed here." "Please tell me what you mean." "As a natural connection with his studies of psychology, Nikolai Simarenko came to take a great interest in the soul of the criminal. I don't know whether you have noticed that there were so many books on criminal psychology in his library. He himself told me on one of my visits to Rose Cottage that what interested him most along the wide field of medical science was what the unthinking mass called the sinister perversities of the human soul. Even then his expression, as the unthinking mass call it, struck me, for it was evident that he did not consider himself one of the mass. The old Russian doctor in the asylum told me that while he was there, Simarenko openly avowed his admiration for several of the famous criminals of history, those types of men who had learned to kill for the pure joy of killing. Oh, this is terrible! Ezzelino di Romano, Nero, and men of that stamp seemed to be the ideal of this gifted young man who in his normal moments represented the best type of warm-hearted and highly intelligent modern scholar. He also took the greatest possible interest in that half-mythical character, the court jeweler Erlach, who is said to have lived in the time of Louis XIV and to have perpetrated a long series of mysterious crimes. What seemed to particularly interest him in Erlach was his love for strange and odd pieces of jewelry. He seemed to believe that the souls of these great criminals of history entered by turn into his own in his sick moments, and ordered all his doings, for which he was not otherwise responsible. One of the patients in the institution wore an odd and beautiful ring to which Simarenko seemed greatly attracted. The man was found dead in bed one morning, and his ring missing. At first the cause of death was not apparent, but at the autopsy it was discovered that a tiny nail was driven deep into the victim's skull. After Simarenko's flight from the asylum, the missing ring, also a miniature portrait of the head doctor's son, were discovered in the mattress of his bed. "Oh, this is terrible, terrible!" cried Plone, shuddering. "Yes, it is, indeed, terrible," repeated Muller. "And I think it was high time that the man was discovered and rendered harmless. High time for Miss Suzanne, and for his own little girl, Sonia." Plone looked up with a horror in his eyes that seemed to rob him of words. The detective continued. "Those earrings which Simarenko gave Miss Suzanne. You remember, he said, that he brought them from Russia? They had formerly belonged to Erlach. You remember my excitement at the moment? I had found a description and a drawing of the jewels among the dead man's papers, and the earrings themselves were not in his cabinet, nor was there any clue to their whereabouts. With his mania for murder, Simarenko combined a tendency here and there to make away with property of others. But it was never for any other reason than to obtain some cherished art treasure, or in some cases to make up for the niggardliness of his victim." "I don't understand. What do you mean?" "On my secret visits to the greenhouse," explained Muller, "I found reason to think that about 20,000 crowns were missing from Erlach's capital. I learned accidentally that immediately after Erlach's disappearance, Maximoff had given 40,000 crowns to endow 2 free beds in a Viennese hospital. Yesterday I made an official investigation of this matter and discovered that one of the beds was registered under endowed by L.E. and the other N.S. Old Erlach, as you know, was very close with his money and anything but generous. His murderer set the old miser a monument which the other scarcely deserved, and at the same time he gave a neat little sum out of his own property." But I must say that I did not like his giving his future wife the earrings which had belonged to his latest victim." "Yes, yes, I understand. I feel the same way myself. But are you sure, absolutely sure, that those were Erlach's earrings?" "Yes, there is no doubt possible. They were a very odd design, and besides the description and drawing, which I told you I found in some of the old family papers, you can see another picture of them yourself in the family portrait hanging in the drawing-room of the Erlach house." Have they found Erlach's body?" "Yes. Simerenko had buried it in his garden." "Then they have arrested him already?" Plone sighed deeply as he spoke, and Muller's voice was sad as he answered the question. "They took him away about 2 hours ago. Just before I came here, the commissioner, who remained in Rose Cottage some little while after the arrest, told me he had made interesting discoveries in the little room which the doctor called his photographing darkroom. It was used for this purpose, but for other purposes as well. In a cupboard in this room the commissioner found a long dark cloak with a high stiff-lined hood in which holes were cut out for the ears, also several pairs of gloves of remarkably fine and flexible kid, and boots with very high heels and heavy soles which were fastened into felt slippers. Also there was a little strong-box in the cupboard which contained a paper missing among Erlach's securities, and something more was found there, a big coil of horsehair lariat, bits of which we have already seen. Oh, yes, yes, the black cord. Why did he use that in his crimes? Who can tell the vagaries a sick soul may have? He had bought a lariat once as a curiosity for his collection of foreign weapons. The strength and flexibility of the narrow cord seemed to appeal to him, and it was with this that he strangled his wife. It became afterward a sort of a fad with him, a vanity, as it were, that he should leave his trademark behind him whenever he had committed a crime. But I still don't understand why none of us ever recognized the man's condition. Just think how often he was in our house, how intimate our friendship was." "But you told me yourself that you had never seen much of him until he became interested in your sister, and that you were never really intimate with him until the two were engaged. This is but little over 2 months now, I believe." "Yes, you are right," said Plone. "Before that he lived like a hermit. None of us really knew anything about him." "And madmen of his stamp are wonderful actors. It is hardly to be called acting even, for I feel assured that in the man's normal moments he had but very little realization of what he did when the fit was on him. His really unusual and well-trained mind asserted its sovereignty even in his hours of madness. Therefore all his crimes were carefully planned and carried out with an audacity which proved the man of great intelligence. It did not seem possible that he could sit and talk to us so calmly about these very crimes if he were always, when normal, conscious of what his other self had done. And in his normal moments he was certainly a man of most unusual ability and charm, one of those rare beings whom one does not meet very often." "Yes, that's what makes it so dreadful," cut in Plone. "I have seldom seen a man who combined so many good qualities." "All the more terrible that such a brain should have been overthrown," continued Muller. "In fact, it did not occur to me that the man was actually mad. When I first began to suspect him, I thought myself obliged to believe him one of the greatest criminals of modern times. Then one day I happened by accident to see the title of a well-known book on criminal psychology, and I remembered its contents, which were well known to me. There have been other cases similar to his, but they are to be found at rare intervals. I myself didn't realize how terrible they could be until I had it brought home to me." "You're going already?" asked Plone hastily as Muller rose from his chair. "There are some more details, which might interest you," said the detective, "but we can postpone the telling of them for another time. I am very tired now, and I must make up my official report." Plone realized that his guest looked tired, and he touched the bell on his desk. "Let me order you something to eat," he said, going to the door as the attendant came. They sat in silence until the tray was brought, and as Muller ate the cold meat and drank the wine, it seemed to restore and rest him. Plone waited on him anxiously, with a request in his eyes which he dared not yet make. Muller looked up suddenly from the tray and remarked, "One thing I must tell you in justice to my valet Karl, who is not my valet but a professional assistant. I did not dismiss him from my service as I had to tell you that I did. I wanted to get him out of the way so that I could send him on the Russian journey with Simerenko." "You feel better now, more rested?" asked Plone, handing his guest the box of cigars. "Yes, thank you. I think it was partly hunger, although I am tired. But I generally find that I can keep up when there is something to do. If your profession brings you many such experiences as you have gone through today, it must be hard on mind and body." Muller sighed. "Yes, this did touch me deeply. I had grown very fond of the man. It's this fool heart of mine that gives me so much trouble. It steps in when I want to be most professional, and if it doesn't actually lead me into doing unprofessional things, it makes me suffer, as I have done today. It's just this kind heart of yours, and your wide experience that gives me the courage to ask something of you." Plone spoke hesitatingly, as if trying to find the words. Muller looked up without answering. Plone took a fresh start. "I want you to help me tell Suzanne," he almost groaned. "Oh, no, no." "Yes, you must. I am helpless here. She is all I have left besides my own family. She is very dear to me. I am awkward and clumsy. These things are beyond me. I don't know how to put it so that it would not kill her at once. You would know. You have been through so many cases of suffering and sorrow that your own work must have brought about. She likes you and has confidence in you. She knows that you liked him. You must tell her. You must help me tell her." Plone's voice sank to a pathetic note of pleading that was touching in the contrast of its helplessness with his robust frame and fresh, wholesome face. Muller paused a moment, then rose heavily and slowly from his chair. "Very well, then," he said. "If you wish it, I will do what I can." Plone seized his hand and wrung it hard, stammering incoherent thanks. Together the men walked from the office through the covered passageway to the house. As they entered the cheerful sitting room, Suzanne was there alone, sewing at a window. She sprang up and came to meet them with a merry welcome. "Why, this is delightful. I hardly expected you to this hour of the day. Why, I beg your pardon. I thought it was Mr. Hartmann." "It is the man you have known as Hartmann," said Muller slowly. "But what? But you are so different today. I don't understand." Suzanne turned her eyes towards her brother as if to ask explanation from him. When she saw his drawn and haggard face, she gasped, pressed her hands to her heart, and then exclaimed low, "Oh, what is it? What is the matter? What is it?" The keen-sensed girl felt that some tragedy was in the air. All the gloom of the presentiment that had been hanging over her for the last week or two, in strange contrast to her usually sane and wholesome nature, came back with a rush. It had disappeared the last few days. Her lover's return in such good spirits, their mutual happy plans for the approaching marriage, all the sweet preparations for it that mean so much to a true woman, had served to restore Suzanne to her usual habitude of looking on the brighter side of life only. But at this moment she passed through the hideous ache of anticipation that had a short time back so crushed her brother's more material spirit. Suzanne was a woman of character and accustomed to self-control. She did not cry out now, but stood there quietly waiting. Plone put out his hand, and she laid hers in it, drawing close to him and looking up in his face. "Suzanne," he began, trying to control his own emotion, "this gentleman whom we have known as Mr. Hartmann is the detective, Joseph Muller. He has been our guest because his professional duty demanded it." "Detective? Here on duty?" "He came to find the monster who has terrorized our neighborhood, whom he himself called the man with the black cord." Suzanne drew a step off from her brother. A sound that was almost like a short laugh came from her lips, so great was her sudden relief. "And you have found him?" she exclaimed. "Oh, yes, you have, I see. But I don't see why you should both look so upset. What's that to you, Richard? It seems to have touched you. Was it one of your men?" "No, not one of my men." "Well, who was it then? Who was it? Was it someone we knew? Why, you ought to be glad that he is found, that our homes here are safe once more." "It was someone we all knew," began Plone haltingly. "Oh, who?" Again the black pall of some approaching evil seemed to sink down on Suzanne's heart. Muller came a step forward and spoke. "Miss Plone, this man with the black cord, who is the perpetrator of all these mysterious crimes, including Erlach's disappearance, Erlach's murder, I should say, is not so much a criminal as an unfortunate. He is a madman." "Madman?" asked Suzanne. "Oh, how terrible! And we have had a madman in our midst all this time without knowing it?" "Yes, without knowing it," said Muller, and I myself was as much surprised by the truth as any of you could have been." "But who is it? Who?" Suzanne's insistence bore a note of fear. Her brother took her hands again and drew her in the shelter of his arms. "Why, Richard," she continued, "I'm not so frightened. I'm no weakling, you know. Of course the thought is unpleasant, but now that the man has been found, we are quite safe. Why, you foolish boy?" "No one suspected the truth," said Muller in the moment's pause that ensued, "because this madman, in his lucid intervals, was one of the most remarkably intelligent and attractive men I have ever met." Suzanne had been looking at the detective even as she spoke to her brother. Now she turned her head to look at the man whose arms still encircled her protectingly. A low, inarticulate note of fear broke involuntarily from her lips as she saw her brother's face. "Richard, who is it? Who is he talking about? What is it that you know? Why do you look so horrified? Why do you hold me so? Who is this man he is talking about? Tell me, do tell me." Plone only held her closely and looked helplessly at Muller. "You will have need of all your courage, Miss Suzanne," said the detective, "to bear this shock which is to come to you. It has almost crushed your brother. He has not yet recovered. This madman was dear to us all, and to you. Very dear to you." "To me?" Her voice rose to a higher note. "To me?" she repeated. "Oh!" Here she glanced at them both again, a quick, comprehending glance. "Oh, my God! Not—" "Yes," said Plone very low, "it is he." "Sergius!" Suzanne scarcely breathed the name as she swayed in her brother's protecting arms. "Oh, no, no, no! Oh, it is ridiculous! I don't believe you. You are both gone crazy. It is you who are madmen." Her brother only held her tighter as Muller spoke very gravely. "No, it is no mistake, unfortunately. This man who had won all our hearts, this highly gifted man of great talent, was the victim of a taint of hereditary insanity, which took a homicidal course." Suzanne gave a low moan and covered her face with her hands. She would have fallen had not Plone held her tightly. "My poor Suzanne," he murmured, "my poor, dear girl." "Let me think," she said very slowly. "I can't grasp it. Then if he did all these terrible things, oh, but I can't believe it, I can't." "You must, dear," said Plone. "It is only too true." "But then, hereditary insanity, you say? Then he was not responsible?" "No, thank God, no," explained Plone. "His better self, the man we loved, scarcely realized what he did in his moments of madness. Is it not so?" He turned to Muller with a look of pleading. "Yes, I believe it was so," said the detective. "It made the horror of what I had to do a little less poignant." You did it?" Suzanne shook herself free from her brother's arm and straightened up. "Then you came here to hound him down? You came to us under a false name to watch him? Oh, it was cruel, cruel!" Muller shook his head sadly, and Plone took his sister's hands. "Be just, dear," he said. "He has done only his duty, and he has saved your life, possibly." "What?" "His first wife died." Plone did not finish the sentence, but Suzanne understood. With a scream, she threw herself into his arms again and buried her face on his shoulder, shuddering violently. "He did it to end her sufferings. She was in great pain, and her malady was incurable," said Muller quickly, feeling the horror in the girl's soul. "He knew it was only a question of time. He was a physician, and he ended it. This crime, at least, terrible as it is in our eyes, has much to excuse it." "Because he loved her so greatly," came in smothered tones from Suzanne. "Yes, because he loved her so greatly," repeated Muller. "Then his love, at least, was not madness?" the girl continued mechanically, tonelessly. "No, that was genuine, as were all his good qualities." Suzanne wheeled round suddenly. "Where is he now?" There was a sudden, unnatural calm about her. "They have taken him to the city." "To prison?" "No, to the asylum." "I must go to him. My place is at his side. He loved me. If my love is of any value, it must show itself now. Take me to him." "No, no, dear, you must not think of it," murmured Plone. "Your presence would be of no good to him just now. It might only serve to excite him dangerously." Again she broke from her brother's retaining grasp. "But I must. It is my duty." "There is another duty which calls for you," said Muller. "That poor little girl, now doubly orphaned. So terribly orphaned." "Sonia! Poor little Sonia! Then she too? She too? Yes, she too was in danger. Muller completed the sentence, which the girl did not dare think out. Oh, it is horrible. Let me think. I must have time to think. Suzanne stood between them, looking at them in another moment of deadly calm. Then, suddenly, even before her brother could catch her, she fell to the floor unconscious. End of chapter 17.